Hey, Mike. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. What is up, Mises peeps? How are you? How's your New Year's, Aaron?
Let me turn a couple things off here. Yeah, so this is New Year's Day, a money bomb in support of Project Decentralized Revolution, which is the big project we're going to be doing for the Mises Caucus here in 2023. We have told you a lot about it. You're going to find out more about it today. So, Mike, for those who haven't heard about it or haven't heard much, what are we talking about today?
Well, we got a lot that we're going to be talking about. We're going to be with you guys until about 9:30 tonight Eastern. We breaking everything up into half-hour segments. So, me and Aaron are going to preamble with you on just some, Project Decentralized Revolution stuff. But then we've got, Angela and Andrew Watkins from the LNC coming to talk about, just how the LP's been going ever since the takeover. We got Michael Bolden, Mike Meharry coming from the 10th Amendment Center to talk about political decentralization. We've got some issue coalition friends. We've got some economists and Murray Sabrin and Gene Epstein. We got Clint Russell coming. We got a couple new additions to the stream that were not previously announced. To close out the night, we're going to have Maj Toure and Mark Labanier coming on to close us out and let us know what they're going to be doing and why they're so excited about 23 moving forward. So, and that's not even everybody. So that's we got a lot going on, and I'm actually going to bring the ticker on too. And as we had said in the run up, this is a money bomb. And, I want to, first of all, give a huge thank you to all of our supporters all over the country, all of our organizers who have already made our fundraising a major success. I know we've been going hard on the emails and hard on the fundraising. And, we did hit our initial goal of $50,000. We have raised $50,000 just in this past month. All of that money is going to be going to the Take Human Action Tour, which is something that we'll be talking about here shortly. We're looking to start off with another $10,000 today to go towards the Take Human Action Tour, and we're already halfway there today. Make sure you go to projectdecentralizedrevolution.com, hit the donate button, and show your support there so we can take this show on the road.
Yeah, we put this together pretty quickly. And I was just amazed at how many people did want to jump on and be a part of this. It's really amazing. I know, Mike, you're on the phone all the time lining up people to be speakers at the Take Human Action Tour events that are coming up, which is kind of the that's the part of Project Decentralized Revolution that's kind of something that like everybody can be a part of. Like, you may not personally want to be a candidate or a campaign manager, but you do want to come out and hear, Tom Woods or Dave Smith or someone like that, or hear Per Byland talk about economics. So the people we have on today are just some of the people who are going to be at those Take Human Action Tour stops. But those events are going to be, the lectures, but also the culture, the bonding of getting everybody together in the same place. And then doing the trainings on a Sunday after the other stuff on a Saturday. So I just think it's great that lots of different types of people are going to be pitching in and helping us at those events coming up this year. I'm excited to be at least, I know I'm going to be at least at the one in Knoxville since it's right down the street. But I'm going to try to make a couple of the other ones, and it's going to be fun.
Absolutely, man. I mean, and the Take Human Action Tour is it's just one part of Project Decentralized Revolution. So, Anna, if you could do me a favor and put in the comments the article that we came out with recently outlining laying out our whole strategic vision. Yep. We had always said here at the Mises Caucus, we spent so much time, talking about the takeover, organizing for the takeover, taking over, the Libertarian Party. And it was a lot of work, and we had a lot of support on that. And, obviously we had a major victory earlier in the year, and we did the damn thing. We took the Libertarian Party over. The whole board is Mises Caucus people. So, that was always step one of a much bigger, longer, broader mission, though. And so step two was always to, do that takeover and then to lay out a political strategy to kind of define the future of the Libertarian Party moving forward and, to go about carrying that out. And so 2023 is going to be year one of us carrying that out. And, it is a long read. I'm not going to lie. It's 25 pages, but it is a comprehensive, exhaustive strategy year over year that scales over time, that is realistic, that's based in principle, based in political decentralization, and based in political reality. So that's what we're setting out to do. And, very happy to announce that we're already killing our goals. We originally expected to maybe recruit like 100 candidates and campaign managers through our runislibertarian.com campaign. And we're actually at 173 candidates and 77 campaign managers. So we're at about 200 almost already. And that's before even getting to the Take Human Action Tour. So, we've got the local oriented strategy year over year. We've got the Take Human Action Tour, and all of this comes together to kind of combine a realistic, radical political strategy with our exercises in culture building and education and recruitment, and to kind of maintain our status as the biggest recruiters in the Libertarian Party moving forward. And, again, carrying this out in a long time. Some people had said, why do we still need a caucus, after the takeover? Well, it goes back to what I had always said about the democratic process that controls the governance of the Libertarian Party and its leadership. When democracy is left to its own devices, you get a lowest common denominator Congress. You get a lowest common denominator Senate. Well, it also provides a lowest common denominator Libertarian Party, and that's what we've been under for a long time. So by having this organizational apparatus and having this strategic vision and training people on that vision, we can keep people with more or less the same decentralist-based political strategy for the long term, 10 years, 15 years, 20 years, and move forward with that. And if we kind of narrow our focus and we aim at decentralization, we aim at nullification, we aim at building up the locality, and actually commit to it, and take training seriously, take campaign seriously, take door knocking seriously, I think we can have thousands of libertarians elected at positions of consequence all over the country that are ready to nullify, ready to push back from the feds, ready to expel the feds from their town. If we even get majorities on some of these boards, maybe even expel federal property from localities all over the country. So that's what this is about.
So I did drop the link to that article that Mike's talking about, outlining the whole Project Decentralized Revolution and why we came up with it. And also on the screen, you see lpmisescaucus.com/articles. It's the #1 article there. So just, you can go that way, because some of the platforms that you may be watching it on, we can't post comments to there. So just go to the address you see on your screen or follow the link in the chat, and to read that at your leisure. So we're going to have, we have a long list of guests today, and we're checking on our first one coming up. We will tell you about him in a second. One of the people that I'm excited about talking to is Michael Bolden. I've talked to Mike Meharry a couple of times on the Decentralized Revolution podcast, and I haven't, it seemed like every time I've tried to get Michael, like somebody's schedule is not working. But I know he's been on at least one of our other live streams, and a lot of the work that he's done and Mike has done, and Dave Benner over at the 10th Amendment Center, they've done a lot of the work already that we're kind of piggybacking off of some of the stuff they've done. So I'm excited to be able to work with him, not just today, but going forward, because they've done a lot of the thinking and a lot of the bill writing and stuff like that we're going to try to put into practice. So that's one of the people today that I'm most excited about talking to, and they're going to be on around 5:30. So.
Yeah, man. And that's all basically just one part of our strategic vision that is Project Decentralized Revolution. In the past, we had talked about our 3-prong strategy, and now it's our 4-prong strategy. And hopefully we don't add any more prongs. I think we're good to go with the 4-prong strategy. But, if you read that Project Decentralized Revolution for a New Libertarian Party strategy document, it outlines not only the role of running local, but, if we're being honest, and that's a big theme of that document, is how how we can be honest with ourselves and kind of set ourselves up from a realistic foundation. Libertarians are not filling up the ballot. I mean, even though we're doing our best to recruit as many candidates to run local and all of that stuff, they're not filling up the ballot. Not everybody's going to have a libertarian to vote for on their ballot. And what the county parties need to be doing, and what our volunteers need to be doing, and what the members of the Libertarian Party need to be doing in the absence of having Libertarian Party candidates is issue coalitions. And issue coalitions, frankly, are probably the most surefire way to actually affect liberty in real life right now. We're going to be talking to some people who have done some really good work that show this directly. But essentially, like a major city, like Philadelphia or Los Angeles or something like that, even if you run local there, these are, you need to raise 7 figures in places like this in order to win, even at that small city council level. So what we can do is, affect issue coalitions and then use the cities as the cultural hub they are to break ground on those issues to set the tone for the rest of the state. But I think I've gone on long enough, guys. We got a great extravaganza here for you tonight. And, we're ready to do our first segment and bring on our first guest. So I'm going to leave you guys with Liam McCollum here. He is the host of the Ask an Austrian podcast, and he's going to be bringing in Dr. Mark Thornton for you. Yeah,
Liam has done a great job sort of reviving the Ask an Austrian podcast. So it's a pleasure to have him on. And I'm excited to let him introduce Mark Thornton. So I will let them take it away.
Thank you, Mark.
Liam.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction there, guys. And Happy New Year to everyone watching in the audience. Like they said, I'm Liam McCullum. I'm a Mises organizer here in Montana, as well as the manager of the Ask an Austrian series that we relaunched this year, where we bring on guests in the Austro-Libertarian tradition and the Misesian tradition to answer your questions about economics, philosophy, and ethics. And if you want future questions answered on the Ask an Austrian series, please submit them over at askanaustrian.com. I'll also be looking in the comments to see if you ask any questions there, and also watching the live chat just in case any good ones come in today. But yeah, we have a list of questions today for Dr. Mark Thornton, so I want to dive right into them and welcome Mark Thornton today. Thanks for joining us again.
Liam, it's a pleasure to be with you here and the whole group. It should be fun.
So just diving right in, why don't you just introduce yourself for everyone really quick?
Well, I'm Mark Thornton, and I work at the Mises Institute, and I have for quite a long time. And I'm a senior fellow there. I'm the Luddy Peterson Professor of Austrian Economics there. And I work with all the educational programs of the Institute, including the academic journal.
Well, the first question we have for you, Dr. Thornton, is from Michael Heiss, who we just saw. And he's asking, what's the outlook for the housing and rental markets in 2023? And how does the current situation compare to the 2008 housing market?
Well, that's a good question. And it's one that I've been following for a couple of years, actually. I wrote an article about a year ago about the Fed creating another housing bubble. And that was a little late, actually. The housing bubble was in full bloom by that point. And of course, since then, it has come completely undone. Housing meltdowns don't happen overnight the way they can in stock markets or even bond markets because of the instantaneous action. Housing, in contrast, it takes months to build a house. The whole process takes about a year. And so there's a lag that's involved, but I think we're fully in a downward trajectory, and interest rates, I don't see them going much lower anytime soon, which is what ultimately popped this housing bubble. And there are a lot of differences. House owners are different. They're different people. They've financed their houses differently with more fixed rate mortgages over longer periods of time, in contrast to the riskier variable rate mortgages. There's a lot of policy differences, obviously. So there's a lot of differences between one housing bubble and the next. But overall, I mean, they're the same basic things of ultra low interest rates feeding ultra low mortgage rates, and that causing people to invest in more housing, more houses, bigger houses, more expensive houses. We've seen a lot of wholesale renovations of housing. So there's a lot going on there below the surface. But basically, I expect the housing and rental markets to be under pressure in the sense that there's still a lot of inflationary fuel in these markets, so that rental prices, for example, could continue to increase, broadly speaking, over the next year. But housing prices, you know, you've seen some adaptations, sellers cutting their price, offering mortgage assistance, all sorts of things to try to make the current inventory saleable at this point in time. But ultimately, we're seeing prices go down. And, you know, so that process is just now underway. We're pretty far away from homeowners not being able to pay their mortgages because, as I said earlier, much of the market has been financed with very low interest rate, fixed rate mortgages. So that a lot of the things like foreclosures and that sort of stuff is not going to come out exactly the same way. But I would not be optimistic about either one of those markets in terms of buying houses or renting apartments this year, although it's not going to be too much further in time when, of course, a lot of inventory comes onto the market and results in significant price decreases. So if you're interested in buying a house or becoming a landlord, maybe now is not the right time, but your time is coming.
Now, kind of talking about interest rates again, we got another question from an anonymous person asking, how can the raising of interest rates lower prices if the money has already been printed?
That's another great question. Yeah, when they're lowering interest rates and making loans, they're printing money essentially. And when they're raising interest rates, the idea is to choke off demand. And that sounds all fine and good, you know, as long as the idea is that everybody just sort of slightly cuts back on their expenditures. But what's really happening is that people are being put under a lot of economic pressure in terms of their credit card bills, the higher interest rates on automobile loans. All of these rates are going up. And so people simply can't afford to buy as much or as many interest sensitive goods like houses, cars, boats, and so forth. They shouldn't looking into affording a larger credit card balance. And so basically that's how it does it. Yes, the money is on the table, but because the price of borrowing money has gone up so much, it basically chokes off housing, automobile loans, all other, you know, type of expenditures, including borrowing money on your credit card. So it's in that way that the higher rates actually are supposed to depress prices in the economy.
Now, Clarence Beeks is asking, exactly how would you go about ending the Federal Reserve while minimizing the temporary financial market chaos?
Well, basically, I'd take the Federal Reserve out of the federal funds rate market. The federal funds rate market is where the big banks lend money to each other overnight to meet their reserve requirement balances. So it's down in the technology of the Federal Reserve System that the Fed is involved with. And, they're providing the extra liquidity in those markets to keep the rates really, really low. So if we just take the Fed out of that market and force banks, say I'm big bank A and big bank 2 needs money to meet its reserve requirements. Well, I can lend big bank 2 that money, but I may be charging a much higher interest rate as a result. So take the Fed out of that market. They could still be in the market, in a phase-in period in the discount rate market, as long as the discount rate that they offered was always and everywhere above market rates. So you can really shut down, declaw, defang the Fed with a stroke of the pen. Okay, so yes, I mean, you can imagine the nightmare of the government trying to, break down the physical assets and jobs and so forth that the Fed does. But you can essentially take all of their venom and their ability to poison the economy by simply taking them out of interest rate manipulation. So that's what I would do.
Ethan Holmes is asking, he says, libertarian economists tend to focus on the business side of things, capital in the monetary sense. As a result, they are often criticized for ignoring the importance of strong communities and the values and virtues that bond us in developing a prosperous society. Is there work being done by libertarian economists in the realm of social and human capital? How can we sell people on not just the idea of a libertarian economy, but a libertarian community?
I would, that's a very good question as well. And I would say, yes, we are. But I think there's a whole lot more work that needs to be done. There's several different types of economists. There's the socialists who basically have the same complaint over and over again. Then there are the sort of the mainstream economists who pay attention to nothing but prices. And, Austrians pay attention to prices too. We think they're incredibly important. You have to have money before you have prices, and you have to have prices before you have economic calculation. And the whole thing presupposes property rights. So it does sort of bring together many of the most important aspects of economics. But Austrians do look at things differently and more socially, I would say, than most mainstream price theorists. For example, in my work on prohibition, I'm not really concerned with the price of legal alcohol, illegal cannabis, black market heroin, or whatever. I'm concerned about product quality, product potency, crime, corruption, the rule of law, all sorts of things that are attached to that and are really, really important. Now, and I don't think Austrians forget the fact that the economy takes place within society, and society is bigger and in some sense just as important, if not more so, than what people think of as just the economy. But there's more to be done there. And I think we're at least cognizant of the fact that, you cannot disturb or harm society, groups, locales, and so forth in the process of trying to social engineer results like the progressive economists would like to do. So we respect that, but I think there's a lot more work. And as interesting things come up, Austrians who, now that we have at least some numbers of Austrian economists, some of this other work can be done. When I first started studying economics, there was maybe 12 Austrian economists in the world. And most of them were, full-time teachers. So we've come a long way. We have people working on all sorts of things that are more social, I guess, than purely economics. So it's a great question. And, no society can survive and thrive if government is running roughshod over the primary social pillars of a community, like religion, like schools, like business organizations, nonprofits, and so forth. All of that is very vital. And we've seen, government in recent years do things that were previously unthinkable. The idea that the government could come in and say, well, no church for the next 2 or 3 months. That is something that I just can't imagine ever happening. But it has happened. And so we're going to have to pay attention to that much more and be concerned about the social fabric. I mean, it's important.
So you mentioned that when you first got involved, there were only about 10 economists in the Austrian field. And it's related to what Samuel Peterson is asking. He says, or he's wondering how you became an economist and what originally interested you in economics.
Well, I think I do know that. I liked my economics classes in college, and I really didn't like any of the other classes. I'd either had similar classes or, the introductory business classes were boring to me. But economics stood out, so I became an economics major. A year or so later, I discovered the Libertarian Party and then Austrian economics. Austrian economics was completely absent from my undergraduate curriculum. I only found out about Austrian economics through the Libertarian Party and libertarian organizations such as Cato and the Institute for Humane Studies. And then I graduated in 1982, which was an economic depression. When they talk today about the highest inflation in 40 years, well, guess what? That's the type of economy I graduated from. And there were no jobs to apply for where I was from in Western New York at the time. And so I decided to apply to graduate schools, and I lucked out, I guess, because I chose Auburn University in the state of Alabama, which was a bizarre thing at the time. And the Institute was also in the process of choosing Auburn and Auburn University as a headquarters at the same time. So I really lucked out on all of that. And my first love in Austrian economics was the business cycle theory. And so I came to Auburn thinking I was going to write a thesis on the Austrian business cycle theory as applied to my adult experience circa 1978 to 1982. But when I came to Auburn, I was disabused, even though it was a friendly free market department. They thought that the Austrian theory was crazy. And so I put that on hold until more recent times when I've been writing about the business cycle. But I got interested in economics because I was interested in business, and I was interested in my own community failing, and I kind of was guessing that it was government's fault. They'd done all these stupid things, going off the gold standard, wage and price controls, Vietnam War, so on and so forth. It was America's losing decade, and so I got very lucky and was able to pursue that to the utmost. And even though I had to give up the Austrian business cycle theory idea initially, I was able to come back to it. And I have more work to do in that area, for sure.
Riley Whip is asking, what is the best way to use Austrian economics and entry-level business to help create value?
Well, yes, that is a great question, a very practical question. Business, especially entry-level business, you have to create the value experience for your customers. One of the things that I've been thinking about a lot lately is that Americans have lost their service orientation in work. In other words, when you go to work, you go to serve, and you're serving your boss, but you're also in the business of serving the customer, and you have to do whatever it takes to basically satisfy your customers. You have to be able to create value. You have to be service oriented. You have to be quality service oriented. And I think that's how new businesses take off. I've seen it many, many times that, in a given industry, stationary process, plumbing repair or lawn care services or whatever it happens to be, people can enter those businesses and not have to worry too much about competition if they just do a better job of making sure the customer is satisfied. And that requires that you take a service orientation philosophy into your job. My father and grandfathers and so on and so forth, they were small scale entrepreneurs. They worked 6 days a week, 10 plus hours a day, and they never really thought about doing anything else. And that kind of mentality that is necessary to make a business go just no longer exists widely in American business the way it used to be. And so I think that's really the key, and it works in anything. You don't have to be the greatest technically trained, medically proficient nurse in the world to become the best nurse in town, just by that mentality and that philosophy of doing your job. The market catches on to that and rewards that. So that's what I would say.
All right, so I think we only have time for one more question, so I'm going to pick one from the live chat here. Donnie Letson is asking, how does crypto fit in the strategy of decentralization, or does it? What's your overall opinion on crypto in our economy?
I think it does fit the strategy extremely well. I think crypto and the blockchain technologies are going to be with us for a very long time, and it's going to become more important over time. And I know this is dark days for the crypto gang, but I think it's not terribly surprising what's happened to it, and I expect a lot of further pain this year. But ultimately, I anticipate a long-term bottom in the Bitcoins. And I also expect that when we get to that low point, of course, nobody's going to want to be introducing new coins, but there's going to be a lot of new coins and new technology built into the newer coins. So the technology is going to benefit from the recession, economic crisis that we're looking at going forward. And I think that the really long-term crypto coins are probably going to get introduced in this coming economic crisis. So I think we're going to get a new long-term low, and we're going to see some exciting new coins come out as we exit this economic crisis going forward.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today. We got a bunch of questions, and unfortunately, we can't get to all of them, but I will save them for future episodes. So please tune in to future episodes. Our next guest is with Joe Salerno. So I hope you continue to listen and follow us at askanaustrian.com. And then Dr. Thornton, are there any recent works that you want to promote, and you want to tell people where they can find your works?
Well, of course, I've got all my stuff on Mises.org, and you can find some of my books like the Skyscraper Curse book and other books that were published by the Mises Institute. You can get free PDFs off of our website. So, yeah, I think that's the main thing. I think that the Skyscraper book, even though it's 4 years old now, it's just as applicable more broadly to the current situation. It explains a lot of the fundamentals of Austrian business cycle theory within it. So you should take a look at the PDF and maybe buy a copy of the book itself.
Awesome. Well, thanks so much for doing this again. And we're getting ready for Angela McArdle in the next segment, but here is Aaron and Michael Heiss.
Yeah, thanks, Liam. Thanks, Mark. It's a pleasure. You both have a great new year.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, man. Thank you so much. All right. So we are getting ready to bring up Andrew Watkins and Angela McArdle. Angela obviously is our Xena Warrior Princess-esque chair of the National Party, and Andrew Watkins is forgive me for the region, but he's one of the regional reps on the LNC. And so looking at the ticker here, we're about 60% of our initial goal already. And I wish I could say who it was, but we got an anonymous donor of $1,000 already. So that is awesome. We got some $50 donors, $10 donors. All this money is going to the Take Human Action Tour. We're in the middle of the process right now. I just secured 5 hotels just this last week. And we need your help to secure that 6th, 7th, and 8th one. And that is the goal of this money bomb here tonight. So if we want to make sure we hit all of these tour events, please go to projectdecentralizerevolution.com and donate. And, you can put your display name is whatever you want. If you got a website, if you got a business, go ahead and throw it in there. And we will, you get some free promo here on the ticker. So with that, we have got Angela, and I think we've got Andrew here. I don't know what's up with his video though. Are you there, Andrew?
You hear me? Hello?
I can hear you.
Okay.
You're just
Yeah, that's
you're
weird.
black screen though.
That is weird.
Show the world your mustache, bro.
I'm trying. I don't know what's going on. Oh, there we go.
Oh, something just happened. 70%. We're at 70% of our goal now. Sorry. I'm gonna get excited about that.
Tried to put the blur on so nobody sees my dirty laundry, but oh well.
So, Happy New Year, guys. Thank you guys for coming. Really appreciate it.
Happy New Year, man. Thanks for having us on.
Yeah,
absolutely. You know, I've people project onto me that I'm like this puppet master of the LP, and God's honest truth is I've been pretty hands off, haven't talked to either one of you as much as I'd like since Reno. We elected you because we trust you. We already knew what you were capable of. So why don't you guys fill us in on what the first 6 months or so of this LNC has been like, and kind of the change in dynamic since the last LNC?
Things have been incredible. I would tell you, it was intense, right? Taking over in Reno, it was sort of like this finally happened, the culmination of 5 years of work, and we really hit the ground running. And we've developed a really good board culture on the LNC, which is something that the LNC has not seen, I think, for at least 6 years, maybe longer. And everybody is just really relieved that there's no fatigue over infighting anymore. We've got committees that are actually doing meaningful work and working together. We just hit a major financial milestone, which is really, really exciting. We just made $2 million this year, which is the most that we've done in a midterm year in over 20 years for the party. So for people who were speculating, oh, the Mises Caucus can't do it, they're going to kill the party, there's not going to be anything good coming out of it. It's not true, man. There's proof right there. We're off to an incredible start. We've been growing the community into different avenues. Like we've made some really good relationships with people in the Bitcoin community. We've had people who were, disaffected from other political parties come in. And, the latest thing that we've been working on is Andrew and I have spearheaded an effort to have a giant anti-war rally in DC on February 19th with some other minor political parties and independents. Andrew, you want to talk about some of that?
Yeah. So the website, I think, the domain is rageagainstwar.com. Kind of a play on Rage Against the War Machine is what we're calling it. And it's just just bashing against this whole thing, especially with what's been going on in Ukraine. But we have Nick, forgive me, I'm forgetting his last name, but Nick from the Nick what? Brana from the People's Party. That guy is amazing. Does a lot of good work. So he's been helping a lot with this. A bunch of volunteers in the LP has been helping build the websites and a lot of logistical stuff. And it's just really good to see people jiving very well and working together.
Awesome. So what's the dynamic of this new board? Because there was years where the LNC was just totally toxic. People trying to murder Karen Ann, and I'm joking with the murder, but sort of Karen Ann. People screwing each other over and not really getting any work done, not progressing the party forward, and just playing these little political games for the world to see. What's the camaraderie like? What's the overall dynamic like? Who's killing it?
Well, one of the big changes that I made right away was to keep other members of the LNC informed and to know what the heck was going on. That's a really big one. In the past, the former chair, the former noted for treasurer chair, whose name we won't say, had a really bad habit of not telling anybody what he was planning on doing. He kept everything as a secret. He wouldn't share what was going on until we would get to a board meeting. There were no like reports in advance. Like it was just really poor leadership. So that was something that I tried to turn around right away. Like, hey guys, this is what I want to see done. This is, let's work on a plan and let's actually do it together. Like, this is what I'd like to see accomplished. Help me flesh it out. How do we get there? Hey, you've been in the party longer than I have. What were the pitfalls? What did people fail at 10, 20 years ago? And it's fostered a lot more trust and cohesion in the group where we get along, and you don't see nearly as many people surprising each other with last minute motions at a meeting where people don't know what's going on or what to expect. That's one thing I really like about the new direction of the party, and I think that everybody else appreciates it too.
Yeah, I would agree. I've served on several other boards, at a more local level and state level, and my experience with those, there obviously there are good people on those boards with me as well, but also there has been a tendency in the past, for people to micromanage little things, nitpicky things, and if you're having a discussion about where to go or strategy or anything like that, or what happened with this event, why did this fall through or whatever, there was always just blame being thrown. Nobody was offering to help. Nobody was giving constructive criticism. They would give criticism, but not constructive criticism. And since May, it's just been a completely different dynamic. Everybody's, pretty chill, helpful with each other, friendly. Everybody's acting in good faith. It's just really nice to be a part of that.
Yeah, he couldn't join us tonight, but I want to give a shout out to Todd Hagopian, man. I'm not working with him in his closest proximity as you guys are, but just reading his reports, he's very succinct, very transparent, and, it just seems to overall be doing a great job managing the money and all of that. Yep. So Todd Hagopian, thumbs up to you. You're killing it out there. So, all right, let's get to a little bit of the juicy stuff, because, obviously, there was some tantrums around the country, in the immediate aftermath of the takeover. There was tantrums in Michigan, tantrums in New Mexico, tantrums in Virginia, and all of this stuff. So, and then with that comes bullshit rumors and all of this kind of thing. So the two most, popular lies that were circulated right after the takeover were that there's, been this staff turnover and you guys are just firing everybody for no reason, or people just quitting because, the caucus took over and things are just so terrible. So what's the truth of the quote unquote staff turnover? And, the other thing is, there's, money is leaving the party in droves. They're bankrupting the party, so what's the financial outlook on the party as well?
Well, we're doing great financially, and we're also more financially responsible, much more so than previous administrations. I mean, we're at what? We just hit $2 million at the end of the year. So that's the best that we've done in 20 years in a midterm year. That's great, especially considering that we were really left in the lurch by the former LNC. They didn't put together solid plans for candidates and fundraising, anything that entire year. It was so dysfunctional. At this point, I'm not even going to assign blame to anyone. It is what it is, and it is no longer that way. Finance is much, much better. What else? Much more strategically minded this year. As far as staff turnover goes, yeah, we did have some staff leave, and we've had staff leave since then, and that's okay, because that's another thing that we've changed is we're not going to do staff worship anymore. Same as we shouldn't do LNC. That's not a healthy part of culture. Like, I shouldn't be put on a pedestal. Staff members shouldn't be put on a pedestal. Like, that's just not the healthy way to do things. Everybody's a human being. Everybody's held accountable when they make a mistake, and everybody is told that they do a great job when they do a great job. I think that's a much better way to run an organization.
Yeah, screw you, politicians. We don't revere you. One thing that I thought was so obvious in the whole thing is that there was a massive shift in the culture of the party, right? Like the culture shift and the demographic shift in the party led to a takeover, which led to a massive change in strategic outlook and strategic and tactical valuation and all of this type of things. And I think it's just stands to reason that there will be shifts in the staff to kind of make sure that those changes are represented and carried out. So what is some of the stuff that we can look forward to in terms of, tactical outlook and like, what are some of the goals or strategies that you guys are looking at moving forward for the party?
Oh, what do we want to share publicly? So here's a big change, not sharing everything publicly, because that's been a screw up in the past. Not running 800 candidates a year when we don't have the infrastructure and means to support them. That's definitely something that we're going to be changing. More thorough trainings. We had basic trainings in the past for our candidates, and I guess campaign managers and affiliates. It was pretty broad. We need to get a little more technical and specific because that's what people need right now. And some of that stuff is boring, right? Like it's not sexy to talk about treasurer training with the FEC, but it's incredibly needed. So we have to do that. We also have to learn how to market things better. There's poor communication between national and state affiliates in the past. So we're working on fixing that. Some of it is because of past leadership, but quite frankly, some of it's also because we've had poor infrastructure set up. Email systems and, like electronic communications, the way things were set up, just not helpful, not functional. So we've had to dig in and, uncover all of that ugliness. And people get upset. They're like, oh my gosh, how can you insult this? If you don't call out things that are dysfunctional and that don't work, and you're not open and honest about them, you can never fix them. And I think that's been a theme for this LNC so far, is we just have to be open and honest and willing to take feedback and understand what we're doing wrong and also what people did wrong in the past. Like no golden calves.
Absolutely. You got anything to add, Andrew?
I mean, she pretty much covers it all.
So here's one that's a common kind of dichotomy within the party when it comes to strategy and strategic vision and all of that stuff. You hear this kind of clarion call of like, well, the goal of a Libertarian Party is to win elections. And, of course, there's some truth to that. I mean, like, we are a political party. We want to run races. But, we know how that phrase gets used. We know why people are saying that. There's a subtle accusation in saying that, accusing, the Mises Caucus, maybe you guys, of not being interested in races and kind of misrepresenting maybe what the strategic vision is. So what do you think is the role of particularly the Libertarian Party, and how how does that guide your strategic outlook moving forward?
Well, yeah, we want to win elections, but ultimately we want to see liberty furthered. We want to further the cause of liberty. People like to say liberty in my lifetime, sure, but just in general. We want to make gains. We want to spread the message of liberty. And some of the ways to do that are to get people elected, to be a voice at the national level, to be a grassroots movement. And I think that there's room in the party at the national level to do all of that. And so I don't like to turn up my nose and say, oh, we can't do messaging. We can't focus on that. We just have to win elections, because that's how you start to become compromised. You lose your principles, and you end up with something like the Forward Party, where you're just like, oh, I'll just want to win for the sake of winning, or something democracy, or get involved. That's not what we're about.
Yeah. And if we do want to, like, we do want to win elections, but for those that are, that's their thing, right? That's all they want to focus on is winning elections. We have to be honest about what elections we can win.
Yes.
It's not president, it's not governor, it's not Senate. While those races can be useful, it's really where we actually win is the local level races. I think about a third or maybe a fourth, less than that, of the candidates that we had ran at a local race. Less than that, yeah, and then
less than 10.
Okay, so yeah, that's but of the people that won, they're all at that level, and I think maybe 20% of that number is what won. So if we had everybody running or more people running at a local level, it's just you're scaling from there.
Yeah, we need to be kind of strategically minded when we do this. So as we learned in California, if you are in a tyrannical blue state and you run and you get elected at the local level, you can make like profound changes and really like defend the people in your community. You can nullify tyrannical blue state dictates. You can make incredible changes. If you're in a red state, you can do the same when it comes to like cannabis laws and psilocybin and that sort of stuff. So you have real opportunities to make meaningful change at the local level. That is what I think we should prioritize. At the same time, we want to maintain and defend ballot access. So we want to be strategic about which races we run at the state and federal level, so that we can put all those resources that need to be happening at the higher levels. We can put that all into ballot access. And then you want to run a couple of people at the state level throughout the states just to maintain name recognition. But that doesn't mean dump 20 candidates in at the federal level. That's a terrible, terrible strategy. It burns people out. The other thing that I don't like, that I think we have done in the past, is people sort of celebrate losses and they seem to lie to themselves about what a good job they did. Like, don't celebrate a loss. Don't do that. People would scream, "Yay, yeah." It's like that meme with the guy on third place, except it was like 20th place, like spraying champagne all over himself when it's like, I got 3%. Don't do that. That's so embarrassing. Let's change that culture. And if that really hurts your feelings, then I would ask you to, sit with your discomfort, reflect on that a bit, and understand why that makes you so uncomfortable. Maybe you can have some time and room for growth.
So can I ask you guys about ballot access? I don't know if, like you said, you can't say everything publicly, but one thing that I'm really looking forward to moving forward with the party is kind of a good division of labor between the LP or the state Libertarian parties proper and us, the Mises Caucus. And I'm not here to poo-poo ballot access, and I'm not here to minimize it, but I'm just being straight with you guys. The Mises Caucus is not going to be focusing on ballot access. I'm going to leave that division of the labor up to the party proper. We do need Mises Caucus candidates to be running in ballot access races because we view that the role of those races is messaging and ballot access and recruitment. What is the party's plan for ballot access? How does it plan on attacking ballot access as we get closer to the presidential nomination?
Sure. So we need to be more strategically minded, and we need to first thing you have to start with is a postmortem. What did you do wrong in the past? What did you do right? That's like absolute number one. That's what you've got to do. You need to build issue coalitions. You need to work ballot access that way. You need to identify who has done good petition gathering in the past. Where does petition and signature gathering not work? Where can you do lobbying instead? Where can you do litigation instead? It's different in every state. So what works in Arkansas, for example, does not work in Texas. Those two definitely don't work. I've had conversations with people in both state parties. New York is going to be incredibly challenging. We've tried legal there. We've tried signature gathering there. We're going to have to be creative. Lobbying is probably the way to go. So that saves you money, that saves you manpower, that saves you from volunteer burnout, which is a very real thing. And that's something that happened in New York that I'm very sensitive to. Like, I get that those guys busted their asses and ended up still getting screwed over by the state. So that's part of it. Another part of it is that I think if you're going to run for president as a libertarian candidate, you need to, and you're in a state that needs ballot access, you need to step up and try to get some volunteers to get your name on the ballot, because it is about you and your message and your voice. And if you want skin in the game and you want delegates to support you, you should be helping the delegates out. The relationship goes both ways. So those are just a handful of the things that we're kind of mulling over for ballot access right now.
Andrew, do you have anything to add to that, or?
No, it was going to be the candidates pulling some weight, but
yeah. And one thing I want to add to that is, people make a lot about ballot access, and again, it's not that it's unimportant, but I think we also have to ask ourselves what is truly the role of ballot access at this point in time, given the political reality of the position that the Libertarian Party is in. Like, ballot access is great because it allows people to get on the ballot easier, but like, for what? If all of the resources are being blown on ballot access and then everyone's burned out, so that we could run state senate and then still not be in a position to win that race? I would argue that the pathway for, and this is what I'm going to be working on the caucus side, focusing on membership and stuff like that, is the pathway to ballot access is building up the army. You know what I mean? It's building up the membership. It's building up the local level candidates and building up the actual political capital. And, the main theme of our strategy is a long-term vision, is running, 15 city councilors in your state, or 20 or 30 or 50 or whatever it is, going to produce you ballot access year one? Probably not. But if they get in there and they start doing work, they start making a name for themselves, they start creating not just brand recognition, but brand trust, bringing more people in. I think we need to produce the army to maintain ballot access in the long term, as opposed to blowing our load year after year in the short term to get it and not necessarily maintain it. I don't know if that makes sense to you guys, but.
Well, so the thing with ballot access is, if we want our presidential candidate to get any recognition, or for anyone to care about him at all, he's got to be on the ballot. It doesn't make sense for our presidential candidate to get in a bus or plane or whatever and go state by state, show up and say, vote for me for president, except that you can't. So, hi, that's awkward, that just doesn't work out. So that's one reason. Another reason is, there are still a lot of good people in the party who are not in the Mises Caucus, who don't necessarily view everything exactly the same way we do, but they're pretty close. And ballot access means a lot to them. And it's something that I think is important for us to have cohesion and for those guys to have skin in the game. And so I want to give credit where credit is due to the people who worked really hard on getting us ballot access in the past and try to continue to carry that torch for them. At the same time, acknowledging that there are going to be states like New York where they really crack down on us. And it's not always going to make financial or logistical sense for us to be able to do it. It may not even be possible, but I am committed as chair to trying. I'm going to go down with the ship. If we can't get ballot access, it's not going to be because we didn't try. We're going to try, but I'm going to do it judiciously. I'm not going to burn all of our resources and, blow our whole load on one or two states, because that wouldn't be fair or reasonable to the other states, who also are pulling their weight and doing ballot access drives.
Absolutely. All right, so we got about 10 minutes left, so why don't we shift gears a little bit? Really excited about the Rage Against the War Machine rally coming up. This is the first thing in recent memory that I can think of where the LP is actually getting out in the grassroots, taking charge of an issue, bringing members together, and kind of being a throughput for a major issue like this. Who can we expect to see there? Who can we expect to speak and go a little bit more in depth, because the war is still going on in Ukraine and it's a major issue right now.
Andrew, you want to take that one?
Sure. So we have Jimmy Dore coming, Medea Benjamin, Scott Horton, Garland Nixon, David Swanson, and I believe we'll be having some more. But yeah,
Supreme from Wu-Tang just confirmed.
Oh wow,
awesome.
And Eliza Blue and Rose McGowan are also interested.
Awesome. So we're gonna have to call out all of our libertarian friends watching this, man, because we're doing a coalition with the left on this, and we should be coalitioning with them. We should be coalitioning with conservatives that are anti-war. We should be coalitioning with everybody. But if we're being honest, it's the left that comes out. So if you libertarians got to get off your ass, you got to get off the couch, you got to make the drive, and you got to come out, or we're going to get washed out by some leftists. So we can't have that happen at our own event, man. You guys got to come and rep. So rageagainstwar.com, maybe throw them a donation and, come on out for the event. It's going to be the big, it's going to be the most exciting event that I can remember that the LP has done. I mean, outside of a presidential tour, can you guys think of something like this that is?
No, this is going to be a really big event. So we're trying to raise $45,000 right now, and we are actually doing a pretty decent job of getting there bit by bit, because we have to get a giant stage built at the Lincoln Memorial. We've got to get giant jumbotron style screens. We're going to be live streaming it. We're expecting thousands of people because we are pulling some heavy hitters. There's been a request out for Roger Waters to attend. He knows about the event. He's interested. He hasn't confirmed yet. But this is not just a political rally. We're not marketing it that way. This is something that, nuclear war, kind of a big deal. We don't want to see that happen. Not in my lifetime, not for the people who come after me, not ever. That's World War III. I don't know how many people will survive nuclear winter. So we have worked really hard to make some good relationships with people on the left and people who are not even that political, who have just said, whoa, this is a big deal. This is a big problem. Let's get out and speak against it. I'm really excited about what's coming out of this event. And I hope that the LP will continue this trajectory after I'm out of leadership. We have been so focused in such an inward way for the past, 20 years, right? We care so much about what everybody else is doing in their state party and our bylaws and our this and our that. I'm not saying that stuff doesn't matter. It does. But ultimately what we want to do is we want to wake up the rest of the world and say, libertarianism, it matters. Your individual freedom matters. We don't want American militarism to destroy the rest of the planet. And this is how you get engaged with other people and wake them up. It's doing events like this and doing outreach with people on the left. So fingers crossed that this one is as big as we think it will be, because I'd love to do more things like this in the future.
Yeah. And I'm hoping more people are just going to wake up and be like, what the hell are we doing? Messing around with Russia.
Yeah.
It's just insane.
So what would you say to, I'm not going to call them the A word, but what would you say to the libertarians who perhaps they took the COVID shot, who would say, Rose McGowan, the People's Party, leftists, what are you doing? You know what I mean? What would you say to libertarians who might not understand the coalition aspect of this and why that is integral?
Are those usually the same people who say that we have to get elected? Do you think that those are is that the same demographic?
Could very well be.
Okay, so for people who let's think about these two things. Let's connect them. Here we are. We're not elected yet. We're working very hard to build coalitions with people who do not share all of our views, but we found a couple of areas where we are very much in alignment. Now let's come over to the elected group, right? The let's get everybody elected group. What happens when you get one libertarian elected at the federal level in a group of 435 people who don't share your political views? Holy shit. You have to work with people who don't share your views, and you have to find some way to make that happen. We're doing that right now. We're doing that before we get elected. So this is really like practice in governance and, well, also people skills, quite frankly, and some of us could work on those as well. Like, this is really important work. And if anybody is critical of us working with people on the left, I hope that they're not the type of libertarian who thinks that we should get elected, because that's a complete contradiction and hypocrisy.
Yeah. And it gives you credibility with those people to then work with them on something else you agree on in the future. And then it just snowballs from there.
Yeah. I'd love to do some work with these guys on ending the drug war, for example.
Absolutely. Yeah. In my experience working with non-libertarian groups on issues, where I usually start things out is I'll tell them right at the beginning, listen, we're not going to talk about economics. Like, I'm not trying to turn you into a libertarian, and any attempt that you have it trying to make me a leftist is just not going to work. So like, why don't we just put all of that aside? We're not even going to touch that. And, we're going to focus on drug war. We're going to focus on war. We're going to focus on gun control, whatever it might be, and kind of set the expectations in the beginning. And, you guys said credibility. The word that I really hammer home and focus on is trust. The Libertarian Party, people talk about, the brand is toxic. The brand isn't even known. Like, the brand isn't even known. And you always have more brand recognition than you have brand trust. So I think the issues, by going out and kind of being the catalyst on these issues with other people about things that they want but maybe aren't getting, that can be maybe the fastest way that we get brand trust and maybe open up the wider conversations after that. Yeah,
absolutely. And that's something that Dave Smith and I have both kind of worked on with Jimmy Dore and some of his other friends, people in his circle, is saying, like, we agree on this. I want to earn your trust and confidence when we work on things like healthcare and economics. I want you to have enough faith in me as a human being that has your best interest in mind, that you'll listen to what I'm saying with an open mind. And we do share some of the same values, even if we don't necessarily agree on how we're going to get there. Like, for example, we want everybody to have the chance to be healthy and prosperous. So maybe you can hear me out on how I think the best way to get there is. It uses the least government coercion and has the least opportunities for fraud, from abusive dictatorial tyrants. So far, I think we're on a good path.
And it's the Ron Paul strategy. If it's good enough for him, it's good enough for me.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we're coming up against time. We got about 2 minutes here. Angela, I know you're a full-time chair, which we haven't always had in the past. And, you have a Patreon to kind of support you and make sure that you can stay doing that full-time. LP.org for everybody out there. If you haven't already joined the party, make sure you join the party, and give us the link. In the, I guess do it on Facebook so I can copy from my phone. But give us the link to your Patreon to support you personally, and we'll put that in the comments and ask people to support you. Do you guys have any last comments?
Thanks for having us on. If you haven't joined the LP yet, please do so. That's lp.org. You can follow me on Twitter at Angela4LNC Chair. You can support the work I do at patreon.com/Angela McArdle.
Yep.
Awesome.
Join us in DC, February 19th at the Lincoln Memorial.
Absolutely. So I'll put all of those links in the chat right now. Join the party, Support Angela, keep her going. She just had a baby, for Christ's sake. She was doing meetings from her from the bed when like what 5 days after she had a baby. It's ridiculous. So we need to support her. We need to support all the hard work for the takeover to turn the ship around and do these events like the Rage Against War machine and all of this stuff, guys. So thank you very much, and support the party, everybody. All right. So looking at the ticker here, we are just about 77% to the way of our initial goal. We've got about 4 different $1,000 donors in this pool of donors. That is awesome support, guys. That's what we need. This is what makes stuff like the takeover possible. This is what makes Project Decentralized Revolution possible, and the Take Human Action Tour possible. And if you didn't hear me before, all of the money that we raised tonight is going to be going to the Take Human Action Tour. So far, we have secured 5 out of the 8 hotels for that cross-country tour, and we need your help to get the other 3. So help us hit that goal, and we'll lock that in tonight. All right, I'm going to
hey, Mike, I'm going to add Mike and Boltron, I think his name is. Go ahead and add them. But as we put them in here, what are some of those the Take Human Action Tour sites? I know one is Knoxville, which is my backyard, which I'm obviously very excited about. Berkeley, I think, is one, and there's 6 others.
Yep, Berkeley, California. I don't have the website in front of me, so I might miss 1 or 2. But Berkeley, Denver, Knoxville, Chicago, Indiana, Oklahoma City.
Austin.
Oh, now I'm losing it. Austin, Texas. Thank you.
Is New York City going to happen?
Yep, New York City. It's looking like we're going to be at the Blockchain Center.
Oh, great.
Which used to be the New York Bitcoin Exchange. I'm really excited about that.
All right, 10th Amendment Center, guys. How you doing?
Oh, hello.
You're up.
That was a rough. Yeah, that was a rough.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year, guys. We got Mike Meharry.
No longer just any old Vaganza. This is now a money bomb extravaganza.
And we are officially Mike cubed. We got me, Michael Heiss, we got Mike Bolden, we got Mike Meharry. We are Mike cubed at the moment.
So what are you guys up to today?
So we're doing a live stream, man. We're trying to get the word out about the Decentralized Revolution, the project, and frankly, you guys are a huge inspiration behind the strategy of the whole Decentralized Revolution. With your work at the 10th Amendment Center, I make references to your Rightful Remedy documentary all the time, and that tour that you guys did back in the day was like my first contact with Tom Woods, and like in real life anyway, and all of this stuff. So really appreciate you guys coming. So why don't you guys give us an update on just kind of a general update on the state of nullification movements? What is some important bills going on at state houses that people should keep an eye on, that kind of thing?
Meharry, you want this one? You want to start it and then tag me? This is going to be pro wrestling, dudes.
Yeah, so we're pretty excited. So this is kind of getting into what we like to call nullification season, which is when most of the state legislatures are in session. So they'll start ramping up here this week, and running up and through April is when we'll do most of our work on the legislative side. I think the thing that I'm kind of most excited about this year is the Defend the Guard bill, which is a piece of legislation which would require governors to withhold allowing National Guard troops to be deployed unless there is an actual declaration of war by Congress, or it is in one of the 3 criteria that the Constitution sets out to deploy the militia. And we're already starting to get some pushback from the National Guard itself, particularly in North Dakota. And I think we had some back and forth on Twitter with the Kentucky National Guard.
Guard, their official spokesperson. Of course, they all give the same kind of thing. They're concerned. I know you guys we don't want to go too much into Defend the Guard, because I know you guys have a few people coming up next to talk about that. But it is essential if we're talking about defeating the empire. Most people spend all of their time basically asking the empire to stop doing stuff that the empire shouldn't be doing in the first place, which is like basing people around the world, murdering people around the world, stealing all your money to pay for it. James Madison, of course, warned us that war is perhaps the greatest threat to liberty because it comprises the germ of every other. He said war is the parent of armies, and from armies you get debts and taxes, and armies and debts and taxes are the known instruments for putting the many under the domination of the few. So although everything that we do by using decentralized tools to nullify centralized power is chipping away at the empire, of course, the hardest thing may be defeating the warfare state itself. And that's why Defend the Guard is so important. It's a piece of legislation that we drafted back in 2010, modeled off of some Cindy Sheehan kind of leftist type of version. And then in 2015, Pat McGeehan came along in West Virginia and helped improve it and really became the champion of that. And of course, we know BringOurTroopsHome.us is really the on-the-ground activist organization pushing to get this legislation introduced in probably a couple of dozen state houses. But, you know, we've also got, and Mike and I just finished actually wrapping up our annual State of the Nullification
Mike?
Movement report. What?
Which Mike?
There's only us.
Both of us.
Come on. I have a little narcissism thing here, so if I'm talking about something, it's me or my buddy Meharry. So there's the other Heiss. I guess he's cool too.
He's all right.
I'm trying, man.
We love you, man. We love you. But Meharry and I, we just wrapped up our annual State of the Nullification Movement report, and it's 230 pages. We're going to have it published sometime this week at 10thamendmentcenter.com/report. If you want to read the old version, a lot of the info there is the same. But basically, we cover not just the strategy of how to defeat federal programs without relying on the government to somehow magically limit its own power. We focus, I guess we could focus on what James Madison said, which is a refusal to cooperate with officers of the Union. That's how you defeat the feds. Or what Lysander Spooner said a century later almost. And he basically told us in 1850 that the right of the people to resist an unconstitutional law is absolute and unqualified from the moment they pass it. So whether it is a federal gun control measure all the way back to 1934 or the most recent ones in 2018 and this last summer, or the new ones, what is the so-called ghost gun ban that they want to have in there. You got to have it registered and background check. A refusal to cooperate on a state, a local, and individual level is how you defeat these things. And so we're working to implement that thing against gun control, against the drug war, against federal militarization of police, against civil asset forfeiture, warrantless surveillance, the empire, against the Federal Reserve, everything and anything. We just don't have enough person power to do everything, but you really got to nullify everything. And I guess maybe you'd be wrong 5% of the time, so not bad.
Yeah, and I think what's important for people to wrap their heads around is the fact that the reason this works, the strategy that Madison gave us, a refusal to cooperate with officers of the Union, the reason it works is because the officers of the Union need state and local cooperation to do pretty much everything they do. Go back to 2013 when we had the so-called government shutdown. The
they
national
never shut down the warfare state, though, right?
No, or the surveillance state.
Yeah,
right?
None of that.
None of that. But the National Governors Association pretty much said, now, of course, they were trying to say, oh, we got to get the government open. But they said that the state and local governments are partners in most federal programs, most federal operations. So that means that if you withdraw support, we can basically hinder, if not shut down, most federal programs. So that's really what's behind our strategy. It's an Achilles heel that the feds have that we're taking advantage of, and it works because the feds need that cooperation and support.
Yeah, let's talk about federal gun control, for example, especially since we have that new regulation that just came in this past week, or they just put out this open letter, whatever, to FFLs. I mean, the whole thing, the ATF shouldn't exist in the first place. But if you think about it, the feds, the ATF has somewhere between 5,100 and 5,500 employees for the entire country. About a third of them are in administration. I went to government school, so I don't know how to do math without a computer. What is that, like 2,700? I don't know what the number is. But however many left are in enforcement agents. Maybe it's like 3,000 of them. And year in and year out, they have the capacity to close with that person, that workforce, somewhere between 8 and 10,000 cases. Put it this way. If there were 10 or 11 or 13 million undocumented 80% lowers without serial numbers on it as they're trying to make it a requirement, or 10 or 11 million undocumented illegal bump stocks out there, or short-barreled shotguns in violation of the National Firearms Act, there is no chance the ATF could do anything about it. So ultimately, even if we're focusing on state and local action to help nullify, really it gets down to what John Dickinson, the penman of the revolution, called the supreme sovereignty of the people. It is the people's duty to learn how to exercise their rights, whether the government likes it or not. And when they do, there's nothing they can do about it. Let's look at weed. I mean, if there weren't every single time someone has lit up a joint in response to federal prohibition over the last however many decades, they've chipped away at federal prohibition against the drug war. And they were doing that for decades before states ever did anything like California's Proposition 215. So ultimately, it's about the people being willing to defend liberty, and they love liberty. Unfortunately, we're surrounded by people who hate both, but that's another story.
I like to use the speed limit as kind of an analogy for that.
Nice.
Yeah, you know, if you go out and drive on your local highway, and you'll see, you know, here in Tampa, it's 55 miles per hour. If you go around I-275, there ain't nobody going that speed. Nobody's going 55 miles an hour. I mean, the flow of traffic is 65. So the sign says 55. That's the law, but they can't enforce it. They don't even try to enforce it. So the same thing happens when people, you know, as Bolton said, smoke weed. And so really it does. We talk
Sometimes
about,
they eat it.
well, that's true. I'm more of an eater.
Or vape it.
honestly.
Yeah.
Vape it,
Yeah, right.
But here's the bottom line. It really starts with that human action, right?
Yeah.
We can talk about state and local nullification and using government as kind of using power sources against each other. And that's an important strategy. But always it comes down to a willingness of people to stand up and say no to government. You know, we talk about the Rosa Parks method, and we all know this story. She refused to give up her seat on the bus. And you know, as the story ended up, she actually ended up getting arrested. So it's not that it's without cost, but what she did, her willingness to stand up, basically lit a fire that ultimately consumed Jim Crow. So, you know, it takes that kind of courage, that kind of individual human action at the foundation of everything that we're doing and talking about. You know, ultimately it's decentralizing down to the individual is what we would like to see.
Yeah, and when you're talking about how, Rosa Parks got arrested, a lot of people want to think that all you have to do is pass some law or have some constitutional amendment and everything's going to magically be better. But we live under the largest government, the largest empire in the history of the planet. Anyone who thinks there's a silver bullet is either lying to you, scamming you, or totally underestimating what we face today. Thomas Jefferson said, we aren't going to go from despotism to liberty in a feather bed. And Thomas Paine reminded us in the fourth of his American crisis, somewhere in 1777, he said, those who expect to reap the blessings of freedom must, like men, undergo the fatigues of supporting it. So freedom comes with risk, but as Mike has put out in a recent video, freedom requires responsibility, and the responsibility is on the people to learn how to defend their own constitution and their own liberty. Again, whether the government wants us to or not.
Yeah,
Heist,
Jefferson.
you got anything? I mean, me and Mike are gonna just talk all day here. Like,
That's the plan, man. No, one thing I really love about the decentralization strategy and the nullification strategy is, there's a lot of talk about overall strategy and how liberty has to infect the culture. And I think that's key. And I really think that the nullification strategy is the thing that marries the two together, the political activity of nullification itself, and the fact that there has to be something that springs up from the community, springs up from the culture at that local level, at that state level, that makes nullification viable in the first place. And I think the more that we can kind of set out about this strategy and do these things at the local level, I've said this a lot. We're being trained and conditioned to think that culture is something that is imposed, from academia down, from Hollywood down. And that's just not true. It's not true. It comes from the family. It comes from the family and comes up through the community collectively in that sense. So when you nullify at the local level, when you take action at the local level, the culture is what you are dealing with in a very real and very organic sense. And that's where we have to do our work. And if we can create these kind of decentralized pockets of resistance, legal resistance, political resistance, one, that is organically changing the culture, and two, we can create an environment where, the feds can't really enforce anything in any uniform manner.
yeah, and I know Angela was talking about.
I was about to say that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Angela was talking about coalition building. And really, if you think about it, the modern nullification movement started with passage of Proposition 215, the Compassionate Use Act here in California in 1996. Now, when people think nullification, they always want us to think it's just a right-wing thing. It's only for guns and things like that. But really, California is not going to nullify any federal gun control. In fact, they're probably going to try to pressure the feds to put gun control, more gun control on everyone else. But that doesn't mean we don't want to encourage the Californians to continue expanding this nullification of the drug war. Like, for example, Senate Bill 58 this year will legalize psilocybin, for example. And there's another piece of legislation that I just found this week in New York State, of all places, that would not only legalize or decriminalize psilocybin, it specifically bans state and local law enforcement from helping the feds enforce any prohibition against it. So we can take things like that in the lefty blue states. They're chipping away at centralized power, and it encourages people in Missouri. I see Hunter, the Parmesan cheese expert, over in the chat on YouTube. I got to mention this screen name is amazing. But he said, I'm so glad we got SAPA here in Missouri. Missouri passed the Second Amendment Preservation Act back in 2021, banning state and local law enforcement from participating in the enforcement of a wide range of federal gun control measures, past, present, and future. But if it wasn't for the groundwork that was laid prior to that against the drug war in states like California and Oregon and elsewhere, that may not have happened. So we can oppose everything else. Trust me, I live here. We can oppose almost everything else that happens in Sacramento, but we can push them forward on issues that we know they are on board with us on. And then maybe they, I know, Michael, you were talking about this with Angela as well. Then maybe they build trust with us on other issues. We've had this happen over the years many times. Oh, those dudes are so crazy, but we like what they do on surveillance. And then all of a sudden they're like, well, maybe we should listen to what they have to say on something else, because they've been so hardcore on this issue for so many years.
That reminds me of a story that I like to tell. When I was involved in the local surveillance issue in Lexington, Kentucky, I got sued. Open records, long story, not worth going into here, but I was involved in a 2.5-year lawsuit. ACLU of Kentucky represented me in this lawsuit. And, you know, mostly people that tend toward the left in that organization. But I had the opportunity to get to know the folks that worked in the Kentucky ACLU, in particular their policy person. We were having lunch one day talking, and you know, of course, first we're talking about the case. Then as the lunch goes on, we start talking about political philosophy a little bit. Had a great conversation. She gets up from the table and looks at me and goes, maybe I'm an anarchist. So you talk about infecting the culture, you know, by working with folks that are in other areas for as far as political philosophy, rubbing shoulders with them, working with them, building that trust. It opens the door to talk about these broader topics, and as Bolden said, it builds this trust, and it gives us opportunities to kind of move beyond even the issues over time as we build that trust and show them.
And you know why they represented you is because a few years earlier, you and I, we went to ACLU headquarters in New York, and we went there to meet with them on state-level surveillance privacy issues. And at one point, they're like, ha, 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 ha. They thought it was so funny. Well, you guys are into that whole anti-gun control or Obamacare stuff too. Ha, ha. And we're like, yeah. Okay, let's focus on supporting privacy, defeating the surveillance state. And so you build this relationship, you find common ground. The left, which is where I came from originally, I used to call myself a proud Trotskyite. I mean, I don't even know if I was a good one, but I used to claim the mantle. But that's where I came from mentally, and, you know, in my social life, I'm probably still there. But if you don't find common ground, the left is so good at finding common ground and ignoring the differences until they want to go after you for the differences. So if we can actually build those coalitions, and if everybody else sucks on everything, I mean, when you're a libertarian, you're better than the left on all the left's issues, and you're better than the right on all the right's issues. So it's easy to win some people over on some issues, and if they don't come over on the Federal Reserve, then maybe you find other people to work with on the Federal Reserve. And, you know, it just building, getting wins, showing people rather than just sharing books, showing people that freedom works, freedom is better. and that's what we want more of.
Always makes me think of the Jefferson quote. We use it all the time. The ground of liberty is to be won by inches. Paraphrase there, but that's basically what he said. You know, I think oftentimes we get caught up in wanting that big, you know, we want to win the presidency or some foolishness like that. It's gained by inches. You take what ground you may, and then you work to take a little bit more ground. It's just like, you know, any type of military strategy. It's always
Jefferson
step by
was
step.
was a great strategist. He specifically said, you know, it takes time to convince men of what is even for their own good. And there is no better way to show people what is for their own good than to actually show them rather than tell them. And when we talk about things like nullifying the war on cannabis, for example, it's getting close to that. Eventually, the feds are going to back off and pretend that they'd shut down prohibition, because they can't enforce it anymore without the help of states and localities and people complying with them. So you never would have thought 10 years ago that Oklahoma and Missouri
Right.
and Utah and West Virginia and all of these red states would have had any type of legalization, medical or recreational or otherwise. And I think to myself, you know, as we see states like Missouri with the Second Amendment Preservation Act and a similar thing happening in Montana and Arizona, would it be possible that maybe in 10 or 20 years, some blue state or some purple state might follow the lead, because it was that way on the war on drugs? And the only way we'll ever know is if we push and we get some W's on the board and keep pushing no matter what they do. You can never give up, because the empire wants to crush us at every turn.
Yep.
So let me ask you guys, with the midterms that we just had, I know there was some really interesting stuff that happened during those midterms. My favorite of which was Colorado passed a pretty radical bill Colorado passed a pretty radical bill to not only decriminalize psychedelics and allow for the cultivation and trade, not sale, but trade. But they also snuck in there a bill to allow for psychedelic clinics with a roadmap to, you know, start with psilocybin and then move towards ayahuasca and move towards ibogaine.
Yeah.
You know, but there were some others as well. What are some of the big victories from 2022, and what are some of the most maybe prudent or pressing issues that or opportunities for libertarians to kind of push on nullification for 23?
I don't know if Harry's going to know, but I don't. I can't think off the top of my head wins in election season. I know we reported on a bunch of local level decriminalization measures in Ohio and Texas, for example, where you had ballot measures, right, Mike, where they were doing decriminalization efforts. There was also a ban on no-knock warrants in one town in Texas. But what our focus is more on pushing forward from where we are right now. And that is, some of the big issues, of course, are the right to keep and bear arms, protecting the Second Amendment, passing similar legislation to what happened in Missouri, Montana, and Arizona to protect the to ban state and local law enforcement from assisting in federal gun control enforcement. And then ultimately, it is up to the people to learn again how to exercise those rights. Because if you ban a state from helping enforce federal gun control, if everyone still complies with the act, it doesn't change anything. So ultimately, it gets down to people being willing to resist laws that shouldn't exist in the first place.
Yeah, the one ballot measure that I remember off the top of my head was the Montana. They amended their constitution to include electronic data.
A privacy measure.
Yeah, and so they will include electronic data with papers and persons in terms of searching, which will automatically require a warrant for getting into people's electronic data. So that was a good win at the state level. And then we had a couple of other states that legalized marijuana. But as Bolden said, really it's really about changing the attitude. You know, so many people have this mentality that, well, government says it, you know, we got to do it. And I think as much as anything,
they're just scared. They have all the guns, and as soon as I do something I'm not allowed to do, they're going to come and throw me in jail.
And they're going to roll the tanks into Yeah.
Right.
James
And-
Otis Jr. in 1767, we could call him the founding father of the Fourth Amendment. He specifically said there is nothing that will do more to destroy liberty than a prevailing opinion that it is better to tamely submit rather than boldly assert our rights and privileges. And that's a paraphrase, but the mentality is, as long as people are willing to submit, there's no reason for government to ever back off, and they will continue adding more and more and more. Now, that doesn't mean you stick your neck out at every single term. Jefferson, after passage of the Kentucky Resolutions of 1798, the very next day, he sent a letter to his buddy James Madison in Virginia, and he said, hey, here's what we passed. We should hold to all of these principles, but we should push as far as events will render prudent. We can't always take things to the level that we want to. It's the same message that he had earlier, like 8 years earlier, that Mike mentioned a few minutes ago. The ground of liberty is to be gained by inches because it takes time to convince people of what is for their own good.
Yeah, and another thing, kind of in the same vein of like the cultural spreading of this and coming from the ground up, is people also are social animals, and somebody has to be first. Somebody has to do something first before other people do it. And so the more of you see of these local level, especially nullification measures, I think that fear starts to go away. And everybody else starts to get brave because, and people already know this subconsciously. Like we know this when you see like half of people don't file their federal income tax every year. Now, maybe you're throwing the dice, but you don't see, mass invasions of half the population over that. You don't see all these weed legal states getting invaded by the feds. You don't see,
They certainly
a little bit
tried. They certainly tried. And I remember back in early 97, my buddy Nicole, she calls me. She's like, hey, Bolden, you want to go to the weed store? And I'm like, the what? I had just moved to Southern California the year prior, and I wasn't really up to speed on the stuff that I'm up to speed on now. And maybe in 10 years, I'll be like, I'm dumb today. But I'm like, okay, but I was scared shitless. I'm like, we're going to an illegal drugstore? But over time, the more that you see people do this, over time, in just Los Angeles alone, there was like 1,800 cannabis outlets, cannabis stores, which is more than 7-Eleven and Starbucks combined. When you're in that type of a situation, we have proof that markets are more powerful than government. And when enough people say no to government laws, regulations, and mandates, and enough states pass laws backing them up, what's the result? Mike, you want to take that one?
The result is stuff stops happening. As you're talking, I'm thinking of the so-called constitutional carry, which I hate that term. So I like to use permitless carry. But it creates a market where people get used to carrying firearms, knowing people are carrying firearms. And when the world doesn't collapse, I think that ultimately creates an environment that makes it much harder for the federal government to enforce gun control, because it's like, well, God, we've been carrying these guns around forever.
Now you want to get rid of them. Now my neighbor is a bad guy for owning this thing that I know that I've walked around, gone for power walks with my neighbor every 3 days for the last 5 years. And now he's a criminal just for doing the same thing. And that's something that we used to miss out on a lot. And Heis, I know you talk about culture a lot. We used to miss out on that and just focus on the technical part of the legislation and the strategy. But as we kind of got into the whole permitless carry, the constitutional carry, issue, for example, we were kind of seeing this as part of that process, because you really have to have a 1-2 punch. Samuel Adams told us that all would be free if they A, valued freedom, and B, defended as they ought. And the way you learn to value freedom is as you experience it. And the more that the culture in a neighborhood, in a town, in a city, or a state values and exercises their rights, they value freedom, the more of a chance you'll have that people will be willing to stick their necks out and defend it when it's under attack, which is probably constantly. Someone said, nice meep shirt. It is a reference to my little bird, but I really appreciate that.
If you don't like guns, raw milk, same concept.
Yeah.
If you legalize or open the door for raw milk sales in a local area or a state, all of a sudden it becomes much harder for the FDA to regulate it at the federal level. CBD is still illegal according to the federal government.
In
I can
food,
get CBD
yeah, you
anywhere.
can't consume CBD supposedly. The FDA, even though the DEA no longer has jurisdiction, the FDA says there's only one approved item. It's Epidiolex. It's kind of a synthetic CBD. Supposedly, you're not supposed to be able to get it in a coffee like I can do walking down the street. You're not supposed to be able to have it in food. It's totally illegal, but they don't have the person power to be able to enforce this when so many millions of people are like, well, this is just part of daily life.
Right. And everybody's used to being able to get it.
Firearms, though. Yeah. We need the same thing with firearms.
Yep.
All right. So sorry about that, guys. I had to send the link to one of our next guests.
What? You weren't paying attention? Should we read
Not as much as I should, but had to get the next guest up.
Who's up next?
Well, Diego Rivera, he's one of them.
Nice.
We got Kevin Matthews and we got Patrick Holland. You guys talked a lot about the Missouri gun measure, and he's with
Patrick's
the Missouri.
doing great work in Missouri, and it's not. Maybe he'll talk a little bit. I know you guys are talking Defend the Guard, and there's the Defend the Guard Act that was filed in Missouri, but there's also Senate Bill 100, which is a sound money legislation. It puts gold and silver as legal tender as they're.
That's why he's here. You're spoiling it. You're spoiling it, Bolden.
All right. So, yeah. You want to have us on longer so we can just kind of.
Well, we gotta cycle you guys out, man. These are half-hour segments, so you make your plugs, man. I mean, your
go to Project Decentralized Revolution.com. That's my plug. I'm grateful for you guys having us here. Happy New Year. We're not here to promote our own shit today. We're here to make sure to help that you guys keep building this strong foundation to go further. And I know I'm speaking for Mike here, but we're both very excited to participate in this tour, get out of the house, and hang out with some awesome people.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, appreciate you guys. Like I said, you're a big inspiration for us. Go, sign up, support the 10th Amendment Center.com. Bolden there also hosts the Path to Liberty podcast, and might screw this one up, but Mahari also hosts the Shift Gold Radio podcast. So 87% to our goal, 47 donations so far. Want to give a big shout out to Dylan Kaler. He just gave $300. We got 4 $1,000 donors. Ray, I'm going to screw this one up. Ray Simajani with $200. Josh Havaka, my boy down in Florida, for $100. Thank you guys so much. So I'm going to. Oh, you're back, Aaron. All right, thank you.
No, I'm here. Just telling people to go to projectdecentralizedrevolution.com. There's a link also to, if you want to get involved, like as a candidate, to get some training. Maybe you want to be a campaign manager. More about the details of Take Human Action Tour and all that. But we're 87% of the way to our goal, so maybe we can knock that out in the next segment. And if everybody's ready, let's bring on our next cadre, and I'll dip out. Here you go.
All right. I'm getting feedback from one of you guys, so maybe mute.
Anyone who doesn't have headphones on may be suspect.
But glad to have you guys with us. So this is our issues panel, and Diego, I think it might be you with the feedback. Thank you. No, that wasn't you. Yes, it was. All right, we're good. All right, we're at the issues portion of the show tonight, and I got 3 guys here doing absolutely amazing work in different realms across the country. And when you got 3 people, I'm going to try to fade to the background here and let you guys do the talking. So I really want to just go through each of you guys, kind of introduce yourself. Tell us a little bit about who you are, what your background is, and what issue you're working on, what organization you're working with, and the good news of that organization and that work, from the past year and how the outlook is looking for 23 and moving forward. So I'm going to get started here with Kevin Matthews, and I'm really happy to have you with us, man, because, we've talked a good bit on the phone. You are, as far as I'm concerned, the catalyst for the entire psychedelic decriminalization movement that is happening across the country. And just absolutely like killing it on the front lines on that. And, despite the surface nature of like, let's go trip out in the woods, man, it's a really, really important issue related to mental health and dealing with trauma. And it's related to veteran health too. But that's enough of me. Kevin, what's going on, man?
Hey, Michael, thank you so much for having me this evening. Goodness gracious, Happy New Year. We're here in 2023 right now with so much momentum moving into this new year. Yeah, so my name is Kevin Matthews. I was the coalition director and the co-chief proponent of the Natural Medicine Health Act of 2022. And to keep it very short, what we accomplished this year in Colorado, Colorado voters supported Proposition 122 here back on November 8th, and we legalized the adult use, 21 and over, the adult use of natural medicines here in Colorado. So natural medicines includes dimethyltryptamine, ibogaine, mescaline, not including peyote, psilocybin, and psilocin for the personal use, possession, cultivation, residential cultivation, and non-commercial gifting of those medicines. And we're right now in the very beginning stages of an implementation process to create rules for state regulated and licensed access to these medicines, starting with psilocybin, with healing centers and trained facilitators. The governor of Colorado last Tuesday ratified Proposition 122, so it is now legal for adults in the state to use these medicines to support their health and conscious evolution needs.
So a couple things. One, the other thing I love about what you guys did, and we kind of joked about this on the phone the other day, is not only did your effort legalize those substances and the cultivation of those substances and the ownership of those substances, but you guys did some sneaky stuff in there too with the clinics. And while it's not legal to buy and sell and engage in commerce, there is going to be a little bit of a commercial therapeutic use. So what was that?
So, to be very clear, in Proposition 122, it does not allow for the recreational or retail sales of natural medicines like psilocybin mushrooms or magic mushrooms. What it does allow for is for individuals to use, possess, and cultivate them themselves, and to also share them in settings where people are offering bona fide harm reduction or therapeutic or support services. And so what we've done initially is that we talk about decriminalization or deprioritization in this space. Denver, for example, in 2019 was the first city in the country to deprioritize or make the personal use, possession, cultivation, and storage of psilocybin the lowest law enforcement priority in Denver. What we accomplished here in Colorado in 2022 with the support of the tremendous voters. We had 1.3 million people say yes to this measure here in Colorado just, 2 months ago, is that it made it lawful. So it's no longer a crime for individuals to work with these medicines or use these medicines as tools for their own healing or for their own conscious exploration. And then going along with that, considering that we have such a tremendous community here in Colorado of people who are already utilizing these medicines underground, they can now come above ground. And folks who are offering bona fide services, they can receive legal compensation for those services as long as they're not selling psilocybin or other natural medicines. And then also right now we're on the pathway towards a market, for a free market for these medicines with state regulation, so that folks are accessing these, if they choose to, in a much more above ground setting at state licensed healing centers and other locations like palliative care or hospice or addiction treatment centers.
So, and I'm sorry for the crunch here, man. Like I said, we got 3 people doing great work, and I'm going to talk to Patrick next, and then Diego, I got you after that. So, Kevin, while we got a few more minutes, what's like the quick pitch on somebody who would be skeptical of making psychedelics legal or decriminalized or widespread or whatever? What would you say to the average person who says, well, we shouldn't be promoting drug use? Like what's the animation behind all of this?
Yeah, Michael, that's a great question. So first and foremost, based on clinical research over the past 20 to 30 years here in the US, from universities like Johns Hopkins and NYU, and other large universities, we know that psilocybin mushrooms, for example, and other naturally occurring psychedelics, they're not addictive. And a lot of folks argue that they're anti-addictive, and that they can offer tremendous benefits in terms of addressing certain mental or behavioral health conditions like major depression or PTSD, end-of-life distress, and other ailments that folks are facing. And so considering that, what we created here in Colorado, because we said it's a matter of statewide concern, that all Coloradans simply have the choice to add using these medicines in their toolkit in terms of addressing the challenges that they're facing from a mental or behavioral health perspective. And with that, we felt like that folks, on the one hand, that these medicines should be decriminalized, that no one should receive criminal penalties for trying to utilize them for their own purposes, especially to heal. And that if we're being realistic and knowing that a lot of folks are very unfamiliar with how these natural medicines can be a huge benefit for folks, that they should be able to also access them in state-approved, licensed therapeutic settings, which is what the Healing Center model is for.
Absolutely. And I'll give one quick comment before we move to Patrick. Thank you for that, Kevin, man. You guys are doing awesome work. And, these substances are good for treatment resistant, not just average depression, but treatment resistant depression, anxiety disorders, addiction disorders, and I can tell you just from personal experience, and this is why I'm so on fire about this particular issue is, me personally, I was suicidal when I was 19 years old. I've talked about this publicly before. I was suicidal and I did not know what I know now about the science of these substances. And, I had an experience overnight that changed my life and provided me a pathway out. I still had to do the work. I still had to work on myself and walk that path. But that path did open up before me. And ever since, I've just been, committed to this issue, man. So thank you so much, Kevin, man, and keep doing the great work. I appreciate your time, man.
100%. Thanks, Michael. I'm excited for the other guests. So yeah, I'm stoked to hear from Diego and from Patrick. So thanks for having me here.
Hell yeah, man. All right. So Patrick, you're up, man. Why don't you tell the audience here, like who you are, what you're working on, and what the good news of your organization is.
You bet. First of all, thank you for having me on, and Happy New Year to all of you gentlemen. And my goodness, you had us, follow the path to liberty, literally, figuratively, and chronologically. I'm a big fan of Mike Bolden's and Mike Mahari's, so shout out to both of them. In fact, they've helped inspire a lot of the things that we do in Missouri. So we're the Missouri Freedom Initiative, and what we're working on this year, of course, you heard that Mike's kind of spilled the beans on that, is SB 100. And this is an all-inclusive package, basically, to make gold and silver legal tender in the state of Missouri. And some of what's involved here is, first of all, removing the last vestiges of taxes from gold and silver, and that's on capital gains. So that'd be eliminated. The important thing is we're actually setting up a repository in the state and forcing the Treasury to actually trade out some of the reserves held in bonds for gold and silver physical gold and silver. And so that's part of what this bill's about as well. We also make sure that confiscation cannot happen in the state of Missouri. So we actually criminalize confiscation of gold and silver in the state of Missouri in this bill as well. And we could talk about this for a long time, but I think what we're doing in Missouri is important, but we need other states to do this year as well. Now, this bill is great. I mean, just look it up online. It's SB 100. It's by Bill Eigel, Senator Bill Eigel in the state of Missouri. It's easily found. Copy this legislation, get it in your state, and do the same thing, because we all know there are inherent problems with a central controlled digital currency. This is coming down the pike, whether we want to acknowledge it or not, whether we want to talk about it or not, whether or not we want to engage, folks in DC about it. It is coming, and this is digital enslavement. We have to have something else in our states. Gold and silver is the obvious solution for right now. And by the way, you hit over 100% while I was talking, man. That's awesome. Congratulations on that.
Thank you, man. Yeah, I don't want to go too hard in it. I'll do it in the transition, but yeah, thank you guys so much for the support. Like I said, this is going to go to our Take Human Action tour events, where we hope to bring out, different issue coalitions like this, have them table, have them interact with our people, get them involved in these issues, educate our audience about economics, war, gun control, all of this stuff. Thank you so much, guys. All right, keep going, Patrick. Sorry.
Okay, so with this bill being filed, it's in the Senate right now. We hope to have it in the House, and we're working it really hard. We have all kinds of plans. Bill Eigel has been doing interviews like crazy. It turns out it's a very, very popular thing. He may not have thought so, originally when he filed it, but it's quickly becoming a very popular bill with him. So, and now let me talk a little bit about the organization, because we're going to get this done this year. So we'll get gold and silver done. We want other states to do it too. So guys, it's all written. It's all ready to go. There's no copyright on our legislation. If you guys, don't have gold and silver as legal tender in your states, please download a copy of this bill and then slam it down in front of your representative or your senator like you're Perry Mason and say, do this. I want this in my state. And it's an easy bill. It's innocuous. It's not offensive. And everyone benefits from it. So as far as the organization goes, the Missouri Freedom Initiative, our claim to fame was we came in to help out with what you guys know as the Second Amendment Preservation Act. And so we certainly weren't the only ones involved in getting that done in the state of Missouri, but Missouri's the only state that actually got it done with an enforcement mechanism. That's why we're known for having the best, law. So if in the state of Missouri, if local law enforcement actually, takes away your right to own a firearm, to, confiscates your firearm, and what have you for no good reason, then they get a $50,000 fine. And within the law is a fast track to get that done through the courts. You can get that done in a couple of months after the incident. And so the agency itself has to pay you $50,000 for doing it. We take owning our firearms in the state of Missouri extremely seriously. We're not going to let California, influence the state of Missouri as far as anything goes, especially firearms. So that's one of the things that we did. And then this year, 2022, there were some, I hate to use the term rhino. I think it's overused, but we have some Republicans that aren't very Republican that were trying to take away the ballot initiative process from us in Missouri. So we actually shut that down in the Senate, the Missouri Freedom Initiative. And I am certainly not a leader, but I'm an organizer of leaders. Everyone in our organization is a leader. I mean, they're all making phone calls, emails, and then we're best known for something called knock and shock. And that's when we go up to Jefferson City in extremely large numbers and we visit with representatives and senators face to face in large numbers. So we call that knock and shock. And other states are starting to take that model and actually start working with it. In North Dakota, I've talked to them recently. They're actually starting to employ that. So guys, if you're active in your states, I promise you, nothing gets more attention than when you have like 20 guys and gals squeezing into a representative or a senator's office all to talk about the same thing. That gets noted. That gets attention. They don't forget.
And I just want to put one comment in there of that, this is one area where libertarians need to pick up the slack, man. Libertarians aren't as active as we should be in lobbying at the local level, at the state level, and all of that kind of stuff. And when you go out, I mean, when you say, okay, we're going to get gold and silver done, a lot of people would think that's crazy. Like, that's not in the Overton window right now. Like, how are we going to do that? Well, you're doing it, and it can be done. And we have to be aggressive. And that's what you're talking about with knock and shock. And so I love that, man. Keep going.
Okay. So knock and shock is one of the techniques we use, but we are actively going after corruption in our state. That's a little more precarious and a little more difficult to do, but it involves opinion pieces in newspapers and emails to everyone in the House or everyone in the Senate concerning something corrupt that has happened. Sometimes this corruption actually happens on the House floor and everyone sees it, but no one wants to talk about it. We're the group that actually forces the issue. We force them to talk about it. We in Missouri, we're not a perfect state. A lot of people see us as doing some great things, and we are, but we still have problems here. But we admit we have problems and we are working on them. So that's if your organizations out there, and all of you guys, if you have organizations out there, and if you're not going after corruption, you got to kind of work it in. You got to make it part of your routine, and be very open about it. I mean, this isn't the thing that needs to be handled in dark rooms, with cigars and wine sniffers. This needs to be out in the open so everyone can be involved and be active in participating in the conversation.
Yeah, absolutely, man. And like I said, these are the kind of opportunities that are out there for libertarians to utilize. I'm sure I'm sure you're a nonpartisan organization. You get and maybe you get mostly conservatives who are working that particular issue. Who cares? It's a path to liberty. It's one path to a piece of our liberty. And what you're describing, I love what you said there about we have to take our liberty back. And with the state being a fearful servant and a dangerous master, they're never going to give liberty up. We have to take it, and that has to be aggressive, direct, focused action with a long-term vision, and we have to want it. And that's what you're talking about there, man. So,
and we do a lot of live streams, and we have active participants in our live streams. So just like you're doing today, we'll have multiple people in our live stream simultaneously. We're very, very interactive. We want everyone in Missouri to have a voice. And you're absolutely correct. We're nonpartisan, but it just so happens that most of the folks are on the conservative side that are in our organization. So that would be correct, but we don't do the right-left paradigm thing. So we're not involved in that at all. We're just constitutional folks. Missouri Constitution, the U.S. Constitution, the Bill of Rights, the Declaration of Independence, those are our charters.
So where can people, and you too, Kevin, I don't think I gave you a plug opportunity. Where can people see more about your work and find out more about this effort?
Absolutely. For us, our website is MoFree, or MO, short for Missouri, mofree.org. And we encourage people to sign up to our email list because that's where a lot of information goes out, is by email. And the reason we're doing that is because we have been censored on every single, we're a legislative group. We're being censored off of everywhere. It's ever since we got SEPA done. I mean, they've been coming after us. So we don't swear. There's no nudity. I mean, we're a bunch of constitutional nerds and we get censored. It's crazy. But get to our website, sign up on our email list. We're very active on Twitter, and we're on Odyssey. That's where we do our live streams. Used to do them on YouTube, but we keep getting strikes all the time. So we decided to move to Odyssey, which is a decentralized platform.
Awesome. And then Diego, bringing you up, just want to give Kevin a plug opportunity as well.
Yeah, thank you, Michael. Right now, folks, if they want to get in touch with me directly, they can go to helixconsults.com. So that's HELIXCONSULTS, helixconsults.com. And then also check out naturalmedicinecolorado.org. That is the website for Proposition 122, where it fully explains the measure. There's a huge FAQ in there. And anybody can reach out to me specifically with questions about Proposition 122 that just passed here in Colorado. Thanks, Michael.
Thank you. All right, Diego, my brother, man, me and you have been doing some good work together. I love your guys' organization, man. So a lot of our audience has probably already heard it, but tell us about Bring Our Troops Home and Defend the Guard. And maybe we could even talk about what we worked on in Pennsylvania.
Yeah, so Bring Our Troops Home is essentially the organization that puts forward on the large part, the Defend the Guard legislation, which for people who don't know, essentially what this does is it puts it forward through the state that it says that without a formal declaration of war, as per the Constitution, Article 1, Section 8, that the states reserve the right to hold back their National Guard from any sort of war without, again, that formal declaration of war. And we've had a lot of success. I say this, let me qualify that. Not success in the fact that they love it and they can't wait to pass it, but that they are terrified of us. And the internal emails that we get between the adjutant generals and the people working in DC and all of this stuff really lets you know that we're doing something right here.
Absolutely, man. And just to kind of give people a little bit of an idea of how possible things are, like how much something can happen if you just stick your neck out there and ask asking you shall receive. My wife had brought a story to me about a state congresswoman in Pennsylvania who was trying to allow for psilocybin mushroom studies in Pennsylvania. This is a Republican veteran. And, she brought that to my attention, and I, the next day, called her office because, if you would have asked me, Republican veteran, what's more likely, psychedelics or Defend the Guard, I would have put my money on Defend the Guard. So given that she had already done that, I set up a meeting with this woman. Her name is Tracy Pennycuick, and basically used the psilocybin issue as a way to parlay into Defend the Guard, and she was immediately receptive. And in the time since then, this woman has now been elected to state senate. We might be able to get this thing introduced from both sides of the state Congress here in Pennsylvania. And I worked with you guys on that, and yeah, man. So speak to that, just to kind of grinding it out and doing it and what happens, because you guys have got this thing introduced in what, 22 states or something like that?
No, over 30.
Wow.
So,
holy shit.
Yeah, and that's the whole thing is one, I love this whole conversation because one thing here that Kevin and Patrick have is that they're focusing on radical decentralization, and what Patrick said is absolutely true, is that the grassroots model and confrontational politics works. You just need the people to actually do it. So from the bring our troops home perspective, that's what we're doing, is we're not just saying, okay, give me a legislator, put this forward. It's give me a legislator, let's build out a 5-column analysis. Let's see where the people are. So once it gets introduced, we find out what committee it's going. We figure out how to put pressure on the people in the committee so that it gets, to a vote on the House floor. If we have to do some grassroots as far as phones, or, there's citizen lobbying like Patrick was talking about. There's also door knocking. There's a bunch of ways to apply pressures, robocalls, phone calls, whatever it is. So we organize all of that with the activists, with the legislators, figuring out what we're doing and how to move it forward. But that is a grind. And, the reason you're doing these fundraising and all this stuff is because you can't change the world if you can't pay the rent. And so for a lot of these grassroots people, it's super important to be able to raise funds. And it's super important to be able to call on your activists and know that they're going to show up and actually do it, because it is hard work, and it is thankless.
Yeah, and I think what you're describing kind of harkens back to some of the original, the founders' view of government, where, in the modern era, especially with the whole COVID lockdowns and the COVID regime, these people think we're their pets, man. We'll mask your kids up, we'll shoot your kids up. You ain't going to do nothing to us. We do what we want. Fuck you. And all this crazy shit. And so when you're doing what you're talking about, the getting in their offices, getting in their face, it's putting them in their place. So it's putting them where they belong. Maybe even a little afraid of us, you know what I mean? Maybe even a little intimidated by us, because they don't see this stuff too often. And that's something that's got to change. The spirit of resistance has to kind of come up from the bottom up. And that's a big part of the culture shift that I talk about. So I'm guessing that's a tactic that you employ as well, Diego.
100%. And that's why Horton says that no matter what, it's $1 billion org, no matter what it does, because it is veterans coming out after these people, talking about the truth, talking about Constitution, right? Talking about these endless wars, right? And now, essentially, they've essentially demagogued veterans in order to help promote more war. But what happens when we flip the script on them and they say, well, if you want to do that, then we're just going to use that same narrative against you. And they're terrified. That is, one thing I hate is, when people do it, but if they're going to do it, then we just use that again on them. You know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely. And another thing I love about these issues that we're all kind of talking about here is these are all traditionally issues that are thought to be federal issues. This federal scheduling of drugs, the commander in chief moves the troops around and he kind of has the ultimate authority, or, the Federal Reserve controls the currency and the issuance of the currency illegally and all of that stuff. And yet we are changing, you guys are changing at the state and even the local level. It shows that this really can be done by individuals. It can be done in small pockets, and it just takes, doing it. It just takes getting out there.
100%. And I just got a letter from one of the adjutant general's offices probably about a week ago that says we are advising all adjutant generals to talk with their governors to make sure that this law does not get passed. They're freaked out.
Absolutely. So I'll tell you what, guys. Got a couple minutes left here before I pivot to the next guest.
Before I forget, Patrick, I might have someone for you in the house as far as the bill you're looking for. I might have a rep in Missouri that might be able to put something forward if it's not too late, or if
we just crossed over pre-file into file land. So basically, they can file at this point. Before the first, it was pre-file. But yes, we definitely want to carry it in the House. I've got a couple of feelers out there, and thank you very much for that. Please let me know who you think. In fact, I'll put my information in the private chat here. Sure. But I'll tell you what, guys, I am deadly serious. No matter what state you live in, it doesn't matter if you're in New Hampshire, if you're in California, or you're in Illinois. Please try to get this gold and silver thing done in your state. It's innocuous. It should be relatively easy to pass. And it's extremely important because I think 2023 might be the year they're going to be shoving centralized digital currency at us. And it's really about digital control. This has nothing to do with currency. This is all about control.
And I think Patrick's absolutely right. Before I forget, because I think this helps people too, is not only put the Defend the Guard, but we also do a political leadership school, which teaches grassroots activism and the confrontational model. So if you want to learn how to get gold and silver passed in different states, then you reach out to us and we'll set up a class to teach you how to do the confrontational model so that whatever your pet issue is, we can help you push it, whether it's psilocybin, silver and gold, or Defend the Guard. Hopefully all three.
Awesome, man. And we got our next guest on the background here, but I just want to say, what the audience just saw in real time is you reach out to Patrick, talk about maybe you got to hook up for him in his state house, making connections. And that's what it takes, man. Last comment I'll make before we go to the next guest is, I'll use what happened with the Brittany Griner prisoner swap, for example. I saw a bunch of libertarians when that happened, just stating their opinion, yakking, oh, we shouldn't have done that. Oh, we should have done that. And I'm like, yo, guys, you got to stop thinking in opinions and start thinking in opportunities. Who cares what your opinion is on this? What matters is the fact that the Biden administration did that, and the fact that the Biden administration previous to that said we want to let go of federal weed prisoners, as hollow as that might have been. It opens up the conversation for any of us who is in a Democrat-leaning town to go to our city council and be like, this is what your party is saying. We need it decrimmed in our town right now. And we just got to think maybe entrepreneurially about these ideas and strategies and stuff like that. So Diego, it's bringourtroopshome.net, right?
If you want to reach out to me, you can. It's Diego at bringourtroopshome.net. If you want to go to the website or see if you have legislators, go to bringourtroopshome.us. There's polls, surveys, all this stuff. And then if you want to see about the legislators, go to defendtheguard.us.
Absolutely. And then, all right, appreciate all your guys' work. Kevin is going to be joining us at our Denver event on the Take Human Action tour. Love all your guys' work, man. Keep the revolution alive, and I'll see you guys around, man. Thank you.
God bless you guys. Thank you.
Thank you, Michael.
All right. Keeping it right along. I'm going to bring up our next guest, but I want to say one thing. Obviously we hit our goal in the middle of that interview. Thank you guys so much again. Richard Gray there, $100. I think we have 4 or 5, maybe even 6 $1,000 donors at this point. So I think I'm going to up that goal up to $15,000 and see if we can't squeeze that out. Again, this is going to the Take Human Action tour. Both of my guests coming on are going to be speakers at that tour. So let's get right to them. So we got Professor of Finance Murray Sabrin, author of Why the Federal Reserve Sucks, his newest book, From Immigrant to Public Intellectual, An American Story. And we've got Gene Epstein, the moderator and host and CEO of the Soho Forum. So thank you guys for being here.
Thank you, Mike. It's great to be here with you and Gene.
Pleasure to be participating in your telethon, Michael. You are a guy of unimpeachable integrity, and if you ask me to do something, I always say yes, because you believe in progress and you work hard to achieve it.
Gene, I need you to end the Fed.
Well, I'm going to do my best to do that. As a matter of fact, we've got a sole form debate on ending the Fed coming up in January 26th. And then on top of that, I'm going to have a discussion group that I'm forming the following Sunday with Larry White, professor at George Mason, is going to defend that resolution and come to the discussion about ending the Fed. So that's a step in the right direction, Michael.
Absolutely. So both of you guys are masters of your craft in economics, specifically the Austrian School of Economics.
Masters, but not doctors. Yes, go ahead. Yes.
Well, the economy happens to be a hot issue. Like we're right back to 2008 Ron Paul issues, that are hot. Economics and wars, man. But obviously there's a lot of pain right now. There's a lot of fear and uncertainty around the economy. So kind of wanted to just talk to you guys about the outlook of the economy moving forward. Federal interest rates are at I think 4.3% right now after about 2 decades of being at 0%. A lot of malinvestment. So what are your guys' general outlook on the economy for 23, and how does this kind of compare to the 70s and the situation then?
Marty, you want to go first?
Sure. Thank you, Mike. And I just want to tell the audience, this is a long time coming, this project, decentralization. I've been involved in libertarian ideas for nearly a half a century. And this, from the political end, I think is the most important in my lifetime. And I hope it thrives and grows for the next 50 years. And so by sometime in the future, we will have a libertarian America. Having said that, the caveat I want to first bring is what Nobel laureate physicist Niels Bohr said: prediction is hard, especially about the future. So having said that, where are we now, and how does that portend for the future? Well, a little over a year ago, I had an article in Fortune magazine, and I said the recession is coming in 2023. And so far, that seems to be on target. I just updated that article at the request of the editor, and I'm hoping that gets published any day now. So what did I see at the end of 2021, which indicated that the recession was going to unfold in 2023, based upon the Austrian school analysis that once you start printing money, keeping interest rates below the market rate, you're going to set off a boom, an unsustainable boom in various sectors of the economy. And that's what we've seen in housing so far, maybe in consumer credit as well. People are maxing out on their credit card in order to keep up with their standard of living because wages are not keeping pace with prices. So I put together a whole bunch of charts. Obviously, I can't show them now. I will put these together, these charts and the narrative, on my Substack column on Tuesday at murraysabrin.substack.com. And it's very similar to the presentation I made in October for the Future of Freedom Foundation on the Fed. So what's the first thing we noticed is that in 2020, because of the COVID implosion of the economy, which was not a classical business cycle recession, it was implosion because of the lockdowns, the money supply just skyrocketed. The numbers, I'm not going to get into the numbers now, but we've never seen such an increase in basic money, checking accounts, cash, CDs and what have you. And so that fueled the boom that we've seen in housing prices, especially here in Southwest Florida. Prices have just gone through the roof. Things that used to be 100,000, let's say 3 years ago, are 300,000 today, or that were 200,000 or 500,000 or more. That's how wild the housing market has been here in Southwest Florida. So that's one aspect of it. And then, of course, inflation. Inflation so far in this little mini cycle peaked in the summer at 9.1% year over year. That was all predictable in 2020 when we had a 25% increase in the M2 money supply. I don't think we've had that in the post-war period. And so that was an easy prediction to make, that inflation was going to accelerate and that we were going to have an unsustainable boom with prices rising in the stock market, in the bond market, housing market. The used car market went bananas the last year and a half. And so with the supply chain disruption and all the other disruptions of the federal government, we have the perfect storm of cheap money, supply chain disruptions, lockdowns, distorting every aspect of the economy. So what's been happening recently with the money supply? Well, M2 money supply has turned negative. The growth has turned negative. Now, historically, that means that the price acceleration will start to decelerate. So instead of having 9% inflation, we'll probably have much lower inflation somewhere down the road. The question is, how much lower, and what does that portend for future years? Well, most people who are on this call don't remember the inflation we had in the 1960s and 70s that ended in 1980, where inflation went from 1% in the mid 60s to 15% in 1980, not in a straight line, but we had a 15-year inflation cycle. So the question is, are we going to see the same thing? And I think there's a real high probability we will be back to a mid-1960s, 1980 inflation cycle where prices accelerate, then decelerate, accelerate, and decelerate until somebody like Paul Volcker comes in at the Feds and puts the screws on the money supply and interest rates, where interest rates went to 21, 22%. Mortgage rates topped out at 18% in the early 1980s. And that really gave the economy the biggest recession since the Great Depression. And so that's what's in store for us, is that a lot of volatility in the consumer price index. Now, as far as the economy goes, what is a portent for a recession? It's the old inverted yield curve. And the one that I look at is the 3-month Treasury bill and the 10-year Treasury note. And when the 3-year bill goes above the 10-year note, that's when the curve in yields, that's when it's negative. And that usually leads a recession by a year to 18 months. That's what the data show. Remember, the data doesn't prove anything. It just illustrates what the Austrian business cycle teaches us, namely that once you inflate, once you create credit at an astonishing rate, you're going to set into motion an unsustainable boom. And that's manifested with price inflation, which we're seeing right now. And then the Fed steps in order to cut that inflation down to what it thinks it's a reasonable amount. Well, the truth of the matter is, and I think Gene will back me up, is that there's no such thing as normal inflation. In fact, the Austrians teach us that in a free market, prices tend to steadily go down. And that is a normal, natural deflation, as we saw throughout the second half of the 19th century, when we didn't have a Federal Reserve, but you had other banking aspects to it. So now another variable that I look at, and this is, I think, misinterpreted by the mainstream press and a lot of money managers. They claim the unemployment rate is a lagging indicator. Well, not according to the data from the Federal Reserve. According to the Federal Reserve unemployment chart, the unemployment rate is a coincident indicator. Right now, the unemployment rate officially is around 3.7%. When that starts rising, that's when employers realize that there's not enough demand for their products and they have to cut costs, and they lay off workers. And one of the ways to show that is in what's called the continued claims report. Now that starts to accelerate quite rapidly when the recession is underway. And again, the chart all demonstrates that, reveals that. And so what's caused this unsustainable boom that we're seeing, and a lot of your guests, especially Mark Thornton, refer to it, is the Fed funds rate, the interest rate that the Federal Reserve controls through its open market operations, which is the buying and selling of securities. And the Federal Reserve has basically done a great disservice to the American people, because over the last few years, with interest rates close to 0%, savers have gotten 0% on their money market funds, or close to it, which means that, according to one study, $4 trillion of savings interest has been lost by the American people and gone basically to Wall Street for speculation and what have you.
So let's go ahead. I was going to say let's get Gene in here.
Sure.
Okay,
Gene.
sure. Yeah. Well, let me build on a lot of what Murray has said. We do have the classic outlines of an Austrian business cycle, and the disturbing part of it is that it's comparing it with the 1970s. It's worse than it was then. The interest rate at 0% for way too long. The flooding of liquidity into the marketplace in 2020, and that leads to malinvestment. The problem with the conventional data, which Murray and I try to scrutinize closely, is that it wasn't compiled by Austrians, and so it's very difficult to know where the weakness is, where the malinvestment occurs. And the only palpable example we have is the housing market. Right now, by the way, in 2020, 22, we are basically in a state of stagnation. Now, where are we now? Well, that's a much easier question to answer than where we're going. But where we're now basically is that the conventional measures of output have basically been flat. You can, if you want to tease out of a percentage, a fraction of a decimal place, some kind of economic growth, it's really just within the range of statistical error. So we've been basically flat. And then looking at housing, the part of gross domestic product that tracks residential investment is down from a year ago by more than 30%. And then if we look at examples of bubbles, I compile something called the house price to rent ratio. If you own a house, you'll charge a certain rent if you bring in tenants, and there should be a certain relationship between the house price to rent ratio, just as there should be a certain relationship in the stock market between the prices and the earnings. That's the price earnings ratio. So the house price to rent ratio is like a price earnings ratio, and it's at close to record highs. It's only begun to come down. So we do see palpable weakness in the housing market. My frustration is we don't know quite where the other weakness lies, where the malinvestment took place, because again, we don't have data compiled by Austrians. But we do know in the broad picture that we're in a dangerous state of affairs. And I like to beat up on two of the most prominent forecasters, Peter Schiff and David Stockman, because they've been forecasting a collapse almost every year over the last 10 years. And I think that kind of stop clock behavior gives us a bad name. But those stop clocks may finally be right next year. This could be a pretty serious downturn. I say that with no glee. I say that we're in a total state of unhappiness. It doesn't really help the radical cause to have bad times. Sometimes the radical libertarian cause benefits from good times, but we could have that. But then backing up again, because you asked about history, Michael, I'm impressed by one point. Take the recessions of 1974, 75, and 81, 82. Pretty broad and deep recessions by conventional measures. Then take the recessions of 1991 and 2001. We had a pretty badly behaving Fed. I have to chide my friend Murray by saying,
no talking bad about Murray, apparently. Oh, there we go. Gene, I apologize for cutting you off. You froze for about 5 seconds there. So back up. What were you about to say about Murray?
Oh, okay. Oh, that's it. Oh, see, that's it. They blatted me when I insulted you, Murray. When you just a little Chinese, the Fed should be ashamed of itself. Yeah, well, they always should be ashamed of themselves. We should abolish the Fed, Murray. Got to remind you of that. But that aside, my point is only that here we had two mild recessions, 1991 and 2001. And then we had, the mother of all recessions up till then, in 08, 09, the worst recession, the Great Recession, the worst since the Great Depression. And so I mention that framework because I believe that we Austrians will be hard put to be able to explain that pattern. We don't know why those recessions of the 70s and early 80s were so deep, why we had mild recessions subsequently, and then why we had a bad recession. So I want to mention that, of course, in the spirit of Murray's point, that forecasting is a difficult game. I hope and pray that the recession won't be as bad as 2008. I worry that it will be, but I do think that it's a somewhat open question, even though I will not be surprised either way.
So we've got a little bit over 10 minutes left. Couple follow-ups I wanted to ask both of you guys are, given the debt to GDP ratio and the fact that they printed about $12 trillion, what does that mean for how likely the depth of this recession could be? And what are some practical things that people, maybe even of modest means, could do to protect themselves in this environment?
Want to take them very well. Obviously, you've latched upon one of the simple reasons why we are really looking at the risk of a very serious recession that would be broad and deep. And I look around for safe havens, and unfortunately, I find it difficult to find any such. I know that, for example, Peter Schiff is forecasting a rise in the gold price, that gold is going to be a haven in the coming year. I know he's been wrong about gold for a long time, and so I'm skeptical about that. It's very disconcerting that Bitcoin has fallen so far by so far over the last year or so, at a time when Bitcoin should have prospered. Gold and Bitcoin should be investments that do well when hard times hit, and they've disappointed us on both counts, and therefore I'm a little hard put. The inflation hedge of real estate, also difficult. And so, Murray, I guess you should give me the hook, because I'm not being very helpful with Michael's question. Please come to my rescue and give us some safe havens. The stock market, where do you want to put your money?
Well, let me back up and tell Gene we should invoke Warren Buffett's famous quote about people at the beach. When the tide goes out, we see who's naked. Well, if the Fed stops inflating, we'll see where the malinvestments are, because a lot of industries depend upon cheap money. Of course, real estate, autos, consumer credit, and when credit dries up, people are going to be find hard pressed to continue their previous purchases.
But
and companies
don't duck Michael's question.
No, very simple. I've been on radio for the past year.
Where's the haven?
Talking about my navigating the boom bust cycle from a year ago, and people ask me, what do you do? I said, well, in the 70s, what we did, if you have spare cash around, is that you would buy anticipation of higher prices. Because if you're getting zero in a money market fund and you think prices are going to go up 5, 10, 15% on things that have a long shelf life, you would stock up on things, especially when it's on sale. And that's what we tend to do, because it's like money in the bank. Where can you earn 10% today? If you buy something in January 2023 and in December, that item's going to be 10% higher, and you buy extra items today, you've earned 10% on your money. And
Murray,
so that's
I've got to be a little bit skeptical of that. See, now we've got the makings of a soul-formed debate, because it's very difficult to time these things. There's certain things that go up and down, and I think could be a little bit of a roller coaster ride. But okay, stock up on canned tuna. Oh, let's do that. Okay, that's a step.
Of course, gasoline prices we saw fluctuate wildly.
The point is that if you stock up, you could get the bad part of the short-term cycle.
But a lot of prices tend, as we know, not to come down very appreciably over a course of a cycle. Once they're elevated, they may come down 5, 10%, maybe. But services we know are not coming down, and you can't stock services. But companies have to use strategies that will make sure that the supply chain is there during a recession, because it could be disrupted when companies go bankrupt or are liquidated because they've overextended themselves during the boom. So I expect gold to go up over the next several years, because it's basically been going sideways for several years. And we know, using technical analysis for the stock market, the bond market, and commodities, things that form a long base tend to propel that asset higher. We can see this in the stock market. We see it in currencies. We see it in commodities.
Have you been surprised? The gold price is now no higher than it was in 2011. So fell and then went up. Have you been surprised by the flat behavior of the gold price?
Absolutely. I thought gold would do much better last year. But on a relative basis, Gene, gold was flat in last year, while the S&P was down 20%. So on a
why do you guys think it is?
Well, there's several things I think at work here. We don't know what's going on behind the scenes. There's always a, quote, conspiracy theory about how the Fed is trying to suppress the price of gold. Because remember, the price of gold and the dollar are inversely related. And I've always felt, since I first started learning about this more than 40 years ago, that the U.S. dollar is, because it's a reserve currency, can get away with a lot of things that countries can't do that inflate. And I think the Russians, the Chinese, the Japanese, the Koreans, anyone, the OPEC nations, they see what's going on in the United States. They're aware of hyperinflation around the world for the past 100 years. and they're pretty skeptical about what's going on in the United States. It's running these deficits, printing money, and they're slowly, from what I've been reading in the financial press, they've been slowly buying up gold over the last few years. And remember, gold is the ultimate form of money. It's better than crypto. It's better than the dollar long term. And right now, I think we're seeing people look at gold as an asset class that should be part of their portfolio. Whether it's 1%, 3%, 5% is a personal thing, but obviously it's an insurance policy for the purchasing power of your fiat money. And so I think gold is going to have a very bright future this decade because most people don't want it. And we know from a contrary opinion, Gene and Mike, when there's a lot of contrary opinion out there, the opposite tends to happen. And so I would think that gold, who knows where it's going to go, but given the amount of dollars that have been printed in the last 20 years and the amount of gold that the Federal Reserve holds, gold is probably the most undervalued asset in the world. I'm not making any prediction for the price, but I think gold could go up a multiple. Remember, it went from $250 in 2000 to $2,000 in 2011. That's an 8-fold increase. I'm not predicting an 8-fold increase.
I think my colleague Murray just made a prediction about the gold price, even though he said he's not making any. And so I have to pounce on you. You know how contentious I am, Murray. I'm always going to make and so I think he just made a prediction. I do own some gold, Murray, and so I'm happy to hear what you say about gold, and I certainly hope you prove right. I will say about the stock market, you know that the stock market, the S&P 500, is actually slightly up from 2 years ago.
Yeah.
And in fact, because I've got my Murray's 76, I'm 78. We're old guys, and we've got to worry about our retirement funds. And I've done pretty well in the stock market. And the only perspective I can give to Austrians, which I believe is something that they often object to, is that I do think that we still have a capitalist system, even though we've got a crony capitalist system, even though we've got an abusive Federal Reserve. I do think that there's resilience in the U.S. economy, that there is entrepreneurship, and that as bad as this recession might be, we'll come out of it. And that over the long run, the stock market has always beaten inflation over 15 and 20-year periods. It's done pretty well over 10-year periods. And so I don't think that we should abandon conventional investment outlets, even though I certainly I certainly believe that my portfolio is not going to do very well over the next year or two.
We've got 5 minutes left, so I'm going to do a softball one for you guys.
Oh, wow.
In this current environment, what do you think are the most important Austrian concepts for libertarians to be proselytizing, to getting out in the public, to make people understand, to like spread the word essentially?
And the Fed. That's
Yeah.
that basically, if I went to a Shadow Open Market Committee meeting, and I encountered some very well established finance professors, and I said, we're having a debate on ending the Fed. And this very well informed guy, in fact, if I mentioned his name, Murray would probably recognize it, but of course I won't out him. I said, we're having a debate on ending the Fed. So he looked at me puzzled. He said, but what are you going to replace it with? And that's the question that the mainstream asks, because they have no concept about managing money without a Federal Reserve. And so the main thing, of course, is to read Murray's book and understand that if you think that the Federal Reserve ever did any good, how can you possibly believe it over the last couple of years? But more to the point, if you look at the behavior of the Federal Reserve since 1913, when it was formed, and if you look at what happened to the economy prior to the creation of the Federal Reserve from 1870 to 1913, not a great time. But if you look at the period since then, or even forgive the Federal Reserve for the Great Depression, you find that in every conceivable way, the economy economy performed worse during the regime of the Federal Reserve than during the period from 1870 to 1913, or even the period since World War II. So it has a terrible track record. And I guess what we really need to do, of course, then is educate people and answer that question that the professor put to me: what do you want to replace the Federal Reserve with? So that's really the major task that I believe is on the burdens of people like Murray and me. And that's why I look forward to the debate the Soul Forum will hold at the end of January, on January 26th.
Well, I just say in my interviews is that why was it considered the dollar was as good as gold? Because the dollar was not a money in and of itself, but it represented a weight of gold that was in the bank's reserves or the Treasury Reserve. So I take it a little different and say, let's have the dollar as good as gold again, because for 100 years, from 1800 to 1900, the price level was flat, because through wars and ups and downs in the economy, prices were still relatively stable for 100 years because the dollar was good as gold. So it's a lot to untangle in just a few minutes. But when I get time on a radio show, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, a half hour, even an hour, we can get into some of these deep-seated issues and talk about what is a sound monetary system. And the talk show hosts love it. And obviously their listeners love it because they keep on having me back again. Because when you speak truth to power, Michael and Gene, people listen, they digest what you have to say, and you present them with the facts about how we're getting shafted by the Federal Reserve.
And that's a great story that what I like is that Tom Woods told Ron Paul that if he was to end the Fed to the young people, you're going to turn them off. They're going to fall asleep. And then Tom admitted, I was never more wrong than I was in that case. When Ron Paul said, end the Fed, it sounds boring. We're talking about money, all that other stuff. Well, it was resoundingly successful. So we want to pick up that mantle, don't we, Murray? Yes.
And it's the time for it too. I'm sorry, Murray. I know you're chomping at the bit. I gotta. We've hit the wall on time there, though. So I want to get the plugs out there for Gene, the SohoForum.org.
January 26th on debating the end of the Fed. January 26th in New York City. It, of course, will also be available on streaming. Yeah.
Yeah, man. And every month those Soho forums are happening, and they're important topics, important discussions. And libertarians can take a lot of cues from them and learn a lot from them, and how we can debate these issues as well. And Murray, where can people get your book? And I understand you're doing a little deal with your book as well, right?
Well, the point is, the book's available on Amazon. From immigrant to public intellectual. Judge Napolitano has a wonderful endorsement on the back of the book. Michael Harrison, the guru of talk radio with talkers.com, wrote the foreword and published the book with his publishing arm, talkers.com. And beginning this month, I will be on an extensive radio and hopefully TV tour promoting the book. And the book could be subtitled. It's subtitled From Immigrant to Public Intellectual, an American Story, but it also could be subtitled Why I Became a Libertarian in the early 1970s, from liberal Democrat to libertarian in a few short years. And I urge all libertarians to read the book. It's priced so low at $6.99 for the paperback. This is the type of book you can give out to colleagues and friends to say, here's someone who spent a lifetime promoting good business ideas, economic ideas, and why he became politically and philosophically a libertarian. And I'm going to say this, Michael, and I told you this: if libertarians really come through and buy this book, I will be making substantial donations to the Mises Caucus and other organizations that I've been supporting for the last 30, 40 years.
Awesome. Well, thank you guys very much. Always a pleasure.
Keep doing what you're doing, Michael. And that's the most important thing.
Ditto on that.
I absolutely will, man. Thank you guys so much for your support. Always a pleasure talking to you. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to bring up Jeff Douglas, who is our national coordinator, and a few of our state-level organizers from the Mises Caucus. You know, there's a lot of work that goes on in the background, man. People have to take time away from their families. They have to take time, sometimes away from work, and it's a very difficult job balancing, your normal life duties and this call, this duty that we have in front of us, this call to action that we have in front of us, whatever it is that calls us to this. And these are the guys that are grinding that workout, and it often goes too unseen. So, but last comment before I bring them up, the velocity on those donations slowed up a little bit in that interview there. So, We're at 64 donations, 71.7% of the overall goal. Going to need you guys to pick it up a little bit. You know, do $10, $15, $20, whatever you can do. You know, let's get at least 6, get to 70, a solid 70 donations here in this segment. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Jeff Douglas and fade to black while you guys talk to some organizers, man. What's up, Jeff?
Right on. What up, Michael? Thank you, dude. Thank you. And thank you, everybody, for joining us. Do you have the other guys on yet? Or oh, here we go. Okay. Welcome to the pajama party.
I knew it was going to be only.
You actually do have a reindeer outfit. I didn't.
I wasn't joking.
Awesome. That's awesome. Nice to see all you guys. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year.
Right on. Well, I'd like to thank everybody for watching this. And honestly, I had an idea to try to raise a bunch of money, try to get us across the goal, but we already hit the initial goal of 10,000 during the 6 to 6:30 stream. But I tell you, Mike's asking for donations. I'm going to put this up here right now. If in this 30 minutes, next 30 minutes, if we can get, what are we going to set here? If we can get $1,000 worth of donations during this stream, I'm going to eat this chip. You guys want me to go into 2023 with a bad case of the trots? Let's get $1,000 during this next half hour. I'm going to eat this chip, and you guys can watch me suffer.
And if we get $1,000 in the next half hour, I will keep all of my clothes on.
Please donate, guys. Please.
That's a veiled threat.
We're begging.
Please.
All right, sweet. So let's just go around. We'll do a little introductions. Obviously, I'm Jeff Douglas. I'm the national organizer with the caucus. I'm actually the second national organizer with the caucus. I got started back in probably a little bit after fall 2017, maybe I got going. And it's been an amazing 5 years. Obviously, we're going on 6 now this August. But just to see this thing grow and it going from an idea to this machine that we have built. But really, it is only an idea unless we've got people bought in and want to see this project succeed. And these are some of the rock stars around the country. Just 3. We can only get a couple on here. But right now, we're up around close to 250 state organizers that we have. We have teams in every state. And I'd like to maybe let these guys go around and introduce themselves and what they do and what they're doing in their states. Obviously, we have Derek in Minnesota, who's a state organizer. Zach is our Region 2 organizer, also helping out in Tennessee. And BJ, he's up here in Pennsylvania doing some organizing. So what's up, guys? You want to just introduce yourselves and, who you are, why I do the Tim Pool thing. Who are you?
Well, I'll go first. I'm Derek. I'm from Minnesota. I don't know why my kids won't take me seriously when I try to discipline them when I'm wearing these. But yeah, no, I was just, when I was in Reno, Ron Paul told us, he's like, you got to have fun with it. So I'm just trying to have fun with it. But yeah, so I got recruited to libertarianism in general because I was in the socialist thinking. I voted for Bernie, and then Jordan Peterson actually pulled me out of socialist thinking. And I didn't know where to land. I was listening to everybody. I was always anti-war. That was always my number one issue, still is. No matter what side of the spectrum I ever floated on in my life, I always was anti-war. And then I was listening to Legion of Skanks, and they had this guy on there who was talking about a political podcast. So I started listening to this guy's political podcast. And like a year later, I'm like, what am I supposed to do? I'm supposed to join the party. So I just started showing up at meetings, eventually got on the phone with Jeff, started recruiting people. So my big thing that I like to do is recruit people who are already Mises Caucus libertarians and bring them in and get them involved. I'm not in the business of converting. That's another person's job. I'm glad we have people that do that. I'm in the business of recruiting. We bring people that already believe in us. We get them involved. And so that's my thing. That's what I like to do. A lot of what we do is volunteer work too. I know we're here getting money and doing the fundraiser thing. But like a lot of the way this caucus and system organization operates is on volunteer work. I know at least for Minnesota, where we've gotten any money is where we needed it the most with local candidates. So I can get more into that. Should I keep going on about that, or should I let the other guys hop in quick?
Keep rolling, dude. We still got 20 plus minutes here. We got plenty.
Yeah, I didn't know if you wanted me to just go on a tangent or what, but so basically, we spent the last few years like getting people that were already libertarians involved in the party, and then some of those people turn around and run for local office. So I was just thinking, we're already doing the fundraising thing, we're doing the decentralized revolution thing, and I'm an organizer. How do these things relate? Well, we organize by one thing we do is recruit people into the party, and then some of those people turn around and they run for office and local candidates. That's part of that decentralized revolution thing. And I know that we've given some of them some money, and I know that they have to go through a process before they get any. So it's not like we're just handing it out willy-nilly. People that give money, and the money goes to the places that it's needed most. I know here in Minnesota, we had like Rebecca Whiting ran for school board, and she got railroad. They tried really bad to slander her. The Republicans built a slate. So the Republicans all of a sudden care about school boards. And so they tried really hard to like slander her and other people. They were saying that she was a drug. I mean, this woman has a dozen kids. I'm not exaggerating. They're like, very self-sustaining people, very independent, live on their own, and their whole family. And they're trying to say in the press that she was like this drug addict person. She's a veteran. That's what brought her to the libertarianism, was everything going on over there. And they were just out there saying ridiculous things about her, trying to make her look bad. And it's like these people, we put our faces in the public and we say the things that we think, and people are like, that's too radical, and they try to shut it down. We could have easily built coalitions with some of the conservatives to get better people in the school board, but instead they try to railroad her. So I know I like supporting these candidates that put their neck on the line, they put their reputations on the line, and they go out there. And I know like TJ Hawthorne is another guy out here in Minnesota that ran, Nate Atkins, these Mises Caucus people that got recruited through the Mises Caucus messaging. We bring them in, and they turn around and run for office. They put their necks on the line. So, I mean, hats off to those people. What we're trying to do in Minnesota is build like an institution, trying to build something where down the road we can pass on institutional knowledge. We don't have a lot of institutional knowledge. It's been given to us, right? So we're going to build a system where people run for local office, they affect local change, they cut their teeth in politics, and then they can move upward in public office, right? And as they do that, we can endorse people to replace them. We can start building this system where we're moving people up the political spectrum that way, kind of have like a pyramid thing, and then we have bigger candidates, can endorse the smaller ones can point up to the bigger ones. And then as we gain this experience, as we make mistakes and as we have successes, we can take those things, catalog them, remember them, and pass them down. So we're not just looking at local, we're also looking at long term. Like when we're too old to be doing this shit anymore, the next people who take over should be able to know what to do. Because we're kind of coming in like, yeah, we can take your institutional knowledge and everything, but like there's just not a lot. There's not a lot. So we're trying to gain experience, go from the bottom and work up. I don't know. That's kind of what I got to say. I'm curious what these other guys got here.
Yeah, you're doing great, doing awesome in Minnesota. You've been around, I guess, maybe since 2020 with us, maybe. Maybe got started
before that. Definitely before that. I don't think I was organizing until 2020, but I was like showing up to meetings, like not knowing if anyone else is Mises. I remember the first XCOM meeting I went to, I didn't know anybody. And then we get busy recruiting, and like 2 years later, I didn't go to an executive committee meeting. I wasn't on the board. I was just recruiting people. And I show up to an executive committee meeting. I'm like, holy shit, these are all Mises people. Like, it's happening. It's happening.
Yeah.
So
that's awesome. It took a little bit to click up there in Minnesota, but once it did, man, you guys took off. Very proud of you.
We're excited too. Like the future, like everything went really rough. We had a lot of people not everybody was happy about the Mises turnout at the last convention. So there's a little bit of fallout that happened, but we're working, putting things together, learning from experience, rolling forward, admitting mistakes, learning from experience, and then sometimes just not taking shit or caring when the haters have something to say. A lot of it has been letting things, let's let it roll off our shoulders and move forward and start instituting the plans that we came to do. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do. I do. And I like to point this out to the organizers when we get going. You know, it's nice to collect friends and have people that you can call a friend, but really, guys, we're playing the game of politics here, and we want to win. And so, you know, being friends to people or cuddling up to people becomes counterproductive to our mission. You know, we can't, you know.
Well, yeah, we're guilty in Minnesota. We have this thing called Minnesota. And I know Canadian hockey. We have this thing called in Minnesota called Minnesota Nice. So we're like really passive aggressive and don't say how we exactly feel. And we're trying to like, I don't know, I don't want to hurt their feelings, or, you know, and that's something that I think we're going to have to get over that a little bit here as libertarians. We say radical shit, and we're in a very blue state who voted Waltz back in. I mean, Waltz is like famous nationally for how horrible he was on lockdowns. I mean, this is where the police murder people. We're in Minnesota. We don't have to be nice about shit anymore. We need to tell people how we feel and be bold, you know. And that's why I really like these guys these candidates we have. I had to mention them while I'm on here, that stick out their necks in places like this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah. Appreciate that, Derek, and all you do. How about it, Zach, down there in Tennessee? You know, Zach was a Tennessee organizer, but Tennessee is rocking and rolling and doing fantastic. We've got a very, you know, we're dominating down there. And Zach was like, man, I'm bored. Is there anything else I can do? And so it's like, we've got some states that could use some help. So Zach has jumped in. I had a hell of a time trying to get like the state of Mississippi going over the years. It's just been so hard. And Zach has made that his project, and we finally got a team going in Mississippi now. And so, go ahead, Zach, take it away. How's it going, man?
Yeah, it's going great. Thank you for the kind words. Excited to be here. Excited to raise money. Excited to see you eat that chip. Everybody donate. Make this man suffer. I
think
love
we've
you,
raised
Jeff.
about $200. It looks like it's going up since we started. So
Let's go. Let's go. We need to get you eating that chip.
That's it. I'll do it.
I love you, but I want to see the pain. I want to see you cry.
I'll suffer for that, for those donations, guys. Come on.
This is a test of your love of the Mises Caucus. So, hey, my name's Zach. I've been a libertarian about 10 years. Big fan of the Mises Institute. Got my Ron Paul bust over here. Big fan of the 10th Amendment Center. I listened to that earlier session y'all had earlier. Those guys are great. Big fans. Converted. I was an Obama supporter, so I came from the left as well. A lot of people think the left and the Mises Caucus don't agree, but I came from the left, just as Derek said. A huge Obama supporter. When he started bombing everybody, you know, the Arab Spring, 10 nations, you know, he destroyed basically. I was looking around. I was like, where's the anti-war movement? What are we doing here? And all my Democrat friends went to sleep. They didn't care. And so I was trying to figure out what to do. My really good friend, probably my best friend in the world, we would argue over beers about politics. And basically the only thing I couldn't get around was, we got to take care of the poor. You know, we got to care for other people. And he gave me The Creature from Jekyll Island. He said, I dare you to read this. I read it. I kind of understood economics and everything that's going on. And so then I got it. But then I was still kind of grossed out by the party. And everybody that I liked wasn't really a fan of the Libertarian Party. So I've kind of been watching from the sidelines. And then okay, yeah, we got to get that chip. Anyway, but I've been watching from the sidelines, and I watched the Mises Caucus in Reno. I didn't go anywhere that weekend, so I stayed on my back deck, and I watched like everything, and I was just so pumped, man, so pumped. So as soon as that Reno reset happened, I contacted my guys. I said I wanted to get more involved. We've got Tennessee is cooking. I'm real excited about everything. What I like to do is I like to grow affiliates, county affiliates. So, I call across the state, I meet new people, meet new friends, get them plugged in, get them going. It's really great. I mean, you're building a liberty community, and you're building a safeguard for if they try to lock us down or whatever next tyranny is coming, that county will have a group of people that can fight for liberty and oppose lockdowns or whatever it's going to be. And they're not going to stop. This stuff's coming. So we need to be prepared. We need to be at the local level. We need to have a ground game. I'm really pumped. And right now I'm focused on Mississippi, but also Georgia, Florida, Alabama. We're all, region 2. We're all growing. We've got the Mississippi Convention coming on February 25th. I just had a call while I was in the waiting room for this chat with a guy, getting him on board. And so I'm pumped up and ready to go.
Awesome, man. Cool. Excuse me. Appreciate that. Yes. And the chip offer is still on the table. So if you guys want to make me a chip, let's get this up here in the next 12 minutes.
How much do we need to raise?
I don't know where we're at. We got to get what do we got to get to? 11
$900 more bucks.
$900.
Come on, guys.
I tried to set it far because I don't want to eat the damn shit.
All right. I'm trying to ping my guys in my group chats. Like, come on, get on there.
Nice.
Come donate.
Do it.
Right on. So next up, we've got BJ up here in Pennsylvania. BJ's one of the newest organizers. He just joined us this year. Actually, not just a few months ago, BJ jumped on. He's doing a lot of work here in Pennsylvania for the state party. And a lot of things that BJ is working on are things that are going to be coming to your state soon. And I'd like to maybe get BJ to kind of talk about his journey on how he got here and what we're working on here in PA.
All right. So BJ Hebenthal, I live in Western Pennsylvania. I would tell you I've been a libertarian for over 20 years. In 2000, I voted for George Bush, and then 9/11 happened, and a bunch of my friends got shipped overseas, and kind of really opened my eyes to how bad war is on young men. Getting sent over to fight somebody else's war. After that, I became a big Ron Paul guy through his 2008 and 2012 campaigns. Never joined the Libertarian Party for a lot of the same reasons a lot of other people didn't. Just never saw a reason to. Was kind of just doing my thing locally. I'm a very big community guy. I believe in making a difference at home before you make a difference elsewhere. And then actually after the 2020 election, I said, all right, this is enough. I'm going to officially join the Libertarian Party. Came over. I think I joined the party and the caucus on the same day. And the reason for that was in 2021, I had a few friends who were locked out from voting in Pittsburgh at convention.
About 120 of them, right?
Yeah, 100 and some of them, but a couple of them personal friends of mine that our kids know each other. And my buddies came home and told me the story, how, they went all the way down there, spent all this money and got told, nah, you don't have a voice. And I was like, that's kind of messed up. Let me get involved with this. And I came into the party with an open mind. Really, I let anybody make an impression on me on their own. So, I will literally work with anybody that's willing to put into work. I was drawn to the caucus because of the energy and the drive. And I would tell you, I came into some of the chats in Pennsylvania, and I just said, hey, I want to do some stuff. Who wants to work with me? And it was funny. Probably about 95% of the people were Mises Caucus people that actually wanted to get some work done. So that kind of grew. And then early last spring, in 2022, last spring, 22, I was trying to look, I really wanted to get involved with candidates, and I was in a Facebook group and just asking, hey, what do we do to support our candidates? How do we support them, game plan? What are we looking for voter data? And then Mark Bazzacco actually reached out to me and put me on the candidate support committee for the state. And then shortly thereafter, the caucus asked me to become a candidate organizer. So it's probably been, I'd say, midsummer when that all happened. And then I eventually became the chair of elections for the LPPA as well. And as that progressed through campaigning this year, we ran the most state legislative level candidates the party's ran in over 25 years. We put 14 legislative candidates on the ballot this year. And I think we endorsed 5 as a caucus in the state. They all learned a lot this year. And really what that leapfrogged us into is planning for 2023. I know every state's different, but in odd years, Pennsylvania runs municipal elections. Even years are state and federal. So 23 is a big municipal election year. And we're famous for the Moulton Maneuver, which is named after Chuck Moulton, who was the elections committee chair prior to me before he moved to Tennessee to take on a job down there. So Moulton Maneuver was great. We put a lot of libertarians on ballots, won a lot of races. What we're looking to do this year is win contested races, mayors, council, school board, positions that really can influence, sheriffs. So what we kind of came up with on the caucus side is we just did a major reorganization in the last few months and kind of assigned everybody duties and roles. So we have, my role is candidate organizer for the state. That's what I do. That's what I'm here to do, is find people to run for office, put them in office. We have other folks that are doing onboarding, affiliate support, all that, everything's split up. And then what I'm doing is I'm developing a team of candidate recruiters across the state. So what I want to have is a network of people that are linked into me that I can turn around. And what we're looking at is local races in small towns where there is a very small win total. For example, there is a small municipality about 30 minutes from me. 4 years ago, they had three council seats, and they were won with 3 votes each. So literally, if we can get 5 people, we can take that whole council on just by networking in the town. The town's about 550 people. So, I mean, it's there to do it. So what I'm doing is, and is working through and identifying those places and then feeding those recruiters to go find those, to find us people. We're flipping the script on how we used to do stuff. So.
Yeah, man. And it's, like I said, like this is the thing, like what BJ's working on here in PA and the data that he is tracking, we can copy and paste this in your state too. And we can find those races. And the idea here with Project Decentralized Revolution, obviously with the Take Human Action Tour that we've got coming up, it is to recruit candidates and train candidates through runislibertarian.com. But just hitting the local level. I'm shaking my computer here. I seen that $200 just come in, Derek, from you.
And then my wife put in 52.
Derek and his wife has put up a quarter of $1,000. But yeah, so that's 2022 was a really exciting year for the Mises Caucus. Obviously, the most exciting that we've had in our 5 years. With the takeover and just being able to kind of right the ship here. That is the LP. But 2023 is kind of going to set up the future, the next 50 years of the Libertarian Party. And actually, it's just exciting to see the structure coming together. And, and obviously we couldn't have done this without you guys. The organizing is where the magic happens. These leads come in, and these state teams bring these leads in, and they work them, and they get them out to their county affiliates, and we're swelling the ground out. And through that, we're recruiting candidates, and we're getting we're getting our bench. We're making our bench kind of nice and deep. So 2023, as exciting as 2022 was, 2023 is going to be pretty damn amazing to see these results in November. That's going to be pretty astonishing.
Yeah, the energy is amazing right now. I mean, and it's for Pennsylvania, it's party wide. I mean, the people that are still involved in the party here, the energy I haven't seen out of anything. I mean, we just had a Republican councilman switch in Bucks County. He was fed up. He made a Twitter post, and I reached out to him and hooked him up with our local county affiliate. And the guy, switched over to us, and he's been awesome. I mean, I talk to him once a week, keep in touch with him. We got to find those kind of people too. That's probably the second part of this, is recruiting existing sitting officials who know how to win, right? I mean, who know how to build a ground team and who know how to run social media campaigns to win these local races. I mean, most of the local races, it's ground troops. It's feet on the ground, people knocking on doors. assigning roles within, your group, playing to people's strengths. If you got a buddy who can't knock on doors and talk to people, but it's great on Twitter, let them run a Twitter for a candidate. And that's a lot of stuff we're working on too. It's just assigning people roles, building a database of those volunteers, and putting people in the skill set to succeed.
I've really enjoyed watching people come to life too. Like I've watched people change as being part of it, right? So there's people who come in, they're really quiet, they don't say much in the first couple meetings, they're kind of in the group chats, they're like a fly on the wall, they don't really do nothing. And then a couple of years go by and they're like kind of putting their face out there and being more bold. And there's this guy in Mises Caucus in Minnesota named Brett Lindenfelser. He went from not really ever doing anything, and now he's doing everything. He's reading all the books and he's preaching about it to people and helping local affiliate. And like I mentioned, that Rebecca Whiting, she never said anything ever, and now she's out publicly arguing with conservatives about school board stuff. It's crazy. So I really like watching people come to life too. We have made a lot of friends. I know what Jeff was saying earlier too. It is politics. You can't take things personal. But I have gotten to the point where I really care for some of these people too, and I think that's a good thing because I'm willing to do more for. I kind of have I'm in a battle with my army type of people. When people talk shit publicly about my friends, what? Mm-hmm. That's my people. Those are my Mises people. So I don't know. I kind of like that too. I get amped up when I get going into a convention or whatever it is we're doing. But I'll have fun with it too. I take my kids out and I'll give them flyers and I'm like, here you go put these on the doorknobs. You know what I mean? And we'll go flag a neighborhood together. So yeah,
that's awesome. That's cool. That touches my heart a little bit, man. Because I don't know, it's what we're doing here is some special stuff. This is some historical stuff we're doing, guys, and what we're a part of, and seeing these relationships and this culture building and these community buildings and people, the friendships you guys are making. We're running kind of short on time here, guys. Listen, I'm gonna put this out here. If we get over that donation number by the end of this stream at 9 o'clock, I guess we're going to 9:30. I'll still eat the damn chip.
Yeah.
So. I'll still eat the damn chip.
You really want to eat that chip tonight, don't you?
Who just wants to eat it at this point? No, but I don't know. If anybody ever gets discouraged or tired out, I think I've learned too, don't overexert yourself, right? Let other people take on responsibilities, take a break every now and then. But if you ever get tired or worn out, man, just think about the atrocities the state has done to people. That always gets me going.
Also,
my kids are Native, and I'll anytime I look and think about what the state has done to their people in the past. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's easy for me to be I can look in their eyes and be I did what I could. Maybe all I could do was support a mayor, but I did what I could. You know what I mean? So
right. It's also very important to have your eyes down the road a little further and don't get yourself so burnt out. What we're doing as libertarian activists, there is a bit of a roller coaster. There's really busy times, and then we get kind of some time we can kind of chill. But we got to be looking. This party's 50 years old now, 51 years old, I guess now. We've got we've made a lot of progress in 5 years, but we got to be looking, for the long haul. And don't worry, don't burn yourselves out. And obviously, we've got to move on here, though. Mike's messaging me, so. Mike's ready to shift to the next segment. Guys, I really appreciate your time. That went kind of quick. Thank you all for joining us. And Happy New Year. Michael's joining. What's up, Michael?
There we go. There we go. All right, guys. Yeah, if we're gonna do if we hit that goal and it's 11,000 or something like that, or I forget the number. I got to read it. But if we hit that goal, we will do this like a snuff film. Jeff will be on camera. He'll be silent, and you'll just see the pain while we're all having a pleasant conversation around him, and it'll be awesome. So let's bring on our next guest. We got Clint Russell from the Liberty Lockdown podcast, and we got Douglas Tuman from Monero Talk Radio. Man, great to have you guys. Thanks for coming. How you guys doing tonight? Happy New Year's.
I just can't believe that someone bid $11,000 for a date with me. This is really impressive. It's inspiring. I didn't think I was worth more than 100, but You never know. You never know until the market speaks.
You can sell a date with you. You can sell that one E-Can Chicks bathwater. You can sell all kinds of crazy shit, man. There's pet psychologists out there, man. If I had the money, I'd probably do it too.
But no Monero donations yet, huh? You guys haven't added the Monero donations yet?
I'm working on it, man. But I'm glad you brought it up because I can tell everybody that I am working on it.
Yeah.
I have been swamped with this. I've been swamped with phone calls and donor calls. But that is something that we're working on is accepting Monero right there alongside Bitcoin, man. And that's one of the things I want to get into with you at some point in this conversation of what's going on in the Monero world and why Monero is an important part of the crypto world. But where I want to start with both of you guys is I kind of want to talk about financial markets, including Bitcoin, including Monero. Let's start with the big story, man. Like FTX, the collapse there. What is the outlook on how that's going to affect the financial markets or specifically Bitcoin and things like Monero? Because it seems like the reputation of quote unquote crypto might be taking a little bit of a hit. And like, should we embrace maximalism except for Monero, which is kind of where I'm at personally, or what?
Yeah, you mind if I jump in? Yeah, so I think FTX, I think it's regulators are going to do what they love to do, and they're going to take this moment to do that, which is now swoop in, and they're looking out for the best of all of us, right? Big Brother's watching our back. They got our back. Uncle Sam's got our back. So they're going to swoop in and they're going to create all these wonderful regulations that are going to make it a safer environment for us to play in the crypto world, which is a bunch of baloney. I mean, anybody that's been watching the FTX thing, it's very clear that it was an individual who committed fraud using a centralized service, and the whole crypto revolution is about decentralization. And this is really just a moment where, anybody who actually understands crypto realizes it's just proving what crypto is and what its purpose is. And so I think regulators are going to step in. They're going to try to take some ground. I hope we don't see them do crazy things like try to ban privacy coins, or Senator Warren's bill, which is basically implementing KYC AML on many levels, even having the miners implement KYC AML, those that participate in the cryptosphere, wallet providers. I hope that things don't go that far, but I do think we're going to see some further encroachment on crypto from the regulators, given what happened with FTX, unfortunately.
It's undoubtedly true, and for the record, I think that for those that aren't familiar, KYC is Know Your Customer laws. Basically, it just requires that you provide some sort of identification for your holdings. I think that it's an inevitability that they're going to go after encrypted, decentralized currencies, because if they perceive it to be an actual threat to their U.S. dollar reserve status, we've already seen what they're willing to do. That includes risking world war right now. So I don't think that you should expect for the government to play nice. I think that also it's a healthy market behavior to have fraud discovered and shown to the public. And the fact that FTX is collapsing is what ought to happen when you have a Ponzi scheme type operation. I think it also sends the lesson, if you haven't figured it out by now, not your keys, not your coin. Like you got to get off these centralized exchange platforms. It's vitally important. You do not own them unless you have done that. And I think that people are learning that lesson the hard way. I mean, from a deeper perspective or a more conspiracy-minded perspective, there's also a lot of interesting money laundering aspects to the FTX collapse when it comes to Ukraine, even having donations via FTX, and then you have a whole bunch of Democrat politicians as well as a handful of conservative politicians that were receiving massive donations. It does seem to me to have played a role in some sort of money laundering operation for political favors. So it's a complex story. I think that SBF is probably not the tip of the iceberg. I think, or the head of the pyramid, I should say. I would imagine that he had other people that he was working with, and whether or not we'll ever discover their names, I don't know. Time will tell. But I think from an individualist perspective, and for our camp, I just want to make sure that everyone's learning the lesson, which is that you need to get your coins off of these centralized exchanges.
So do you guys think this makes a case for maximalism, like Bitcoin maximalism? And again, I know you're with Monero talk. I'm a supporter of Monero. I think Monero is an exception to all the other coins being the best privacy coin and the specific use case of those. But does it make a case for maximalizing into Monero and Bitcoin, or should we still have some faith in crypto as a whole?
I mean, I'm personally for letting technology compete, letting money compete, right? I don't think things should be done by fiat, by way of fiat, by mandate, saying these are things the government's saying we should use. I think let the market play out. There's going to be winners, there's going to be losers. My advice to people, on a personal level, or what I say on my show and everything is, understand what the value proposition of cryptocurrency really is, and then try to pick projects that are doing that the best. And obviously Bitcoin, is up there, if not number one. And I think Monero also does some of these things very well, some of them even better. And when I say these things, it's really creating an unstoppable, censorship-resistant network for transferring value. That's what I believe the core value proposition of crypto is. So you could get lost in the weeds looking at all these other projects and playing around with them. And there are some other interesting things going on there. But try to realize that that's the core value prop, and then pick your products accordingly. I don't think, government should step in and just kind of like boot out all the other cryptos and saying, only Bitcoin is the only one that's allowed because it's not a security. I do think some of these are securities, and I'm not a big regulation guy, right? I really don't want government getting involved. But there are some reasons why we have security laws, and for preventing people to get hit. If it's an obvious Ponzi, if it's an obvious scheme where somebody's just pumping dumping, yeah, let the government come in and point those things out. But I don't think there should be a moment where everybody says, the government comes in and says, guys, it's Bitcoin only. Let the market play it out.
Well, I think Mike is talking more about, what we ought to be investing in, if you should be maximalizing into Bitcoin just from an individual. I don't think so. As a former money manager, I think it would be a terrible advice to tell someone that this will be the cryptocurrency of the future, and it will become so dominant that it's like, this is the only one that you should be purchasing. I am a strong believer in a diversified portfolio that includes precious metals as well, which many in the Bitcoin maximalist space think is laughable and archaic and blah, blah, blah. So, I don't buy that line of thinking. I mean, you do not know the future. Anyone that tells you that they do is lying, and it's not good financial advice when you give that to people, or if you receive it and take it and say, oh, yes, I'm going to put my entire life savings into Bitcoin or Monero or anything else. And for the record, I'm a believer in both. I think that they both have use cases and value propositions that make a hell of a lot of sense. But no, I would not encourage anyone to full on 100% maximalize. Never into anything.
Yeah, and I just think it's antithetical to what the movement's about, right? Which is about letting open source technologies compete. And when you have this air of maximalism out there, people literally they just stop investigating these projects. They hold their bags, and it becomes more of a religion than a technology. And it just leads to bad tech and bad outcomes. So yeah, I definitely don't promote maximalism. I do see the other side of it, though. I do think there's a lot of quote unquote shit coins. And just for the sake of people not getting hurt and realizing how the technology works, network effects is a very real thing, especially when it comes to, money. Right. And, so the largest networks are the ones that are going to eventually win. And people need to realize that.
So I got a question for each of you, kind of related to your expertise. So, Doug, why don't you give us what the use case is of Monero? Like, what is the case for Monero? And then after that, I'm going to come back to Clint, and you are talking a lot about ESG, and I'm going to be point blank, man. I am so far out of the news these days. I'm on the phone all the time. I don't know what the fuck is going on with ESG, so I need your help with that.
No problem.
But let's start with Monero.
Yeah, so Monero, in my mind, is trying to do the same thing what I thought Bitcoin was trying to do. I actually started off as a quote-unquote BTC Maxi, right? Back in 2013, I went down the rabbit hole. I was like, this is unbelievable. This is unbelievable. It's digital cash. So that's what Monero is trying to do. It's trying to be unstoppable, censorship resistant digital cash. As I'm sure most of your listeners are aware, cash is dying, right? Governments are, whether or not they're purposely killing it or it's dying off because as people are transitioning into the digital age, in whether 5-10 years from now, you're just not going to have a dollar bill in your pocket. Cash is going to disappear. And with that, the utility of cash is going to disappear. And what I see that utility being is basically free speech, right? People being able to essentially put their money where their mouth is, whether it's towards a political cause, whatever it may be. That's what I'm most passionate about in crypto, is this ability to give people the power to use their money as they choose without surveillance or censorship. And that's what Monero is trying to be. It's trying to be that utility that does that the best.
So would you say the whole concept of like not your wallet, not your coin, that's almost like the digital version of using cash in the realest sense, because it's the most private, it's the most, personal. Nobody has any control. And I guess especially with Monero being a privacy coin.
Yeah, Monero is interesting because, it has been booted from quite a bit of exchanges. Some exchanges, whether or not it's booted, they don't want to touch it because they don't want to have to deal with the regulations. They don't have to talk to the regulators. And because of that, it's this not your keys, not your coins, and all these ideas of what true crypto is about have grown very robustly in Monero because it hasn't been able to interface well with the centralized system. So most people in Monero actually use crypto the right way because they're forced to. A lot of people get their Monero by using cash and using local Moneros to go online and buy Monero directly with cash, as opposed to going through a centralized exchange. And then a lot of them hold it on their own wallets and use it. And in Monero, it's promoted, I think, more so arguably than in Bitcoin, to actually use the currency. Don't just hodl, use it, because that's where you're going to get the real utility from, being able to use your money without anybody being able to see what you're doing with it.
So I guess one more question before I go to Clint. Facebook user here, how do we encourage businesses to accept cash? And I would say, accept Bitcoin or Monero, especially in light of what you're talking about, where we are moving to a cashless society. And it seems to be happening in two different ways. It's happening both, societally, culturally, we're just naturally moving towards convenience with the swipe and with the tap and all that stuff. And, we also see this move for central bank digital currencies. And, we saw it with the stimulus bill, where they were trying to put the digital wallets for the stimulus bills that happened as a result of the lockdowns, where they were already trying to prep us for this, already trying to move us into this. You respond to that? I guess the main question there is how do we get businesses to accept Bitcoin, and how do we and Monero, and how do we expand that conversation?
Yeah, I mean that's $1 million question. It needs to really be usable to them, right? So to try to get them, it needs to be that they reach out and start using it. So there are there are a lot of businesses that do like using cash, right? For whatever reason, so opening their eyes to the fact that since cash no longer exists, this is a replacement. Something as simple as that. I live in New York. There's a lot of cash-based businesses. They're going to need a replacement. So something like educating them on that, right? So a lot of it's just education and letting people realize that there are advantages to having something like this versus like a Venmo or some other centralized system for, that seems very convenient, but where at the end of the day, the government is being able to peer into every transaction you make. So I think it's education at the end of the day.
I think it's that, but it's also the fact that hodlers don't spend their crypto. So like if we were all actually exchanging and using it in our day-to-day lives, you would be more likely when you go into every vendor and just say, hey, can I pay with Monero or Bitcoin or whatever? If you were to do that enough, and if enough people were to do that, ultimately the market will speak and you will have businesses that start to accept it more. But as long as people are just strictly in the hodl mentality, we're not going to get there. So I think we're very early on. I'm not the doom and gloom type that says like, oh, because people are hardcore hodling, like we're never going to get there. I just think it'll evolve over time. So have a little patience. Lots of developers are working on easier ways for vendors to onboard. There's market need, and ultimately I believe that the demand will come too.
All right, so then I don't know if this is going to constitute a hard pivot or not, but I'm just asking you this for my personal edification.
Sure.
Clint, I see you talking about a lot about ESG, and I'm frankly ignorant, man. I don't know what's going on with this. So fill me in, and I guess like once you answer that, we can circle back on what can the new Libertarian Party do to kind of better speak about both ESG and the proliferation of Bitcoin, Monero, and such.
Yeah, well, I'll start by saying there's been a lot of positive developments as of late when it comes to the fight against ESG. So I'm going to give you a whole backstory that will make you black-pilled, but then I'll cheer you up.
Impossible for me, yeah.
So it was 2004, give or take. The United Nations came out with basically sustainable development goals that they were going to try and implement. And they sent a letter out to the top 50 businesses globally. And what do you know? All these CEOs respond very positively, saying, yes, we would love to work with the biggest global governments all over the world with their plans when it comes to addressing climate change and whatever. So you have all of the Deutsche Bank and Goldman Sachs and all of the biggest money managers on earth basically get in line right away. About 6-7 years later, the World Economic Forum picks up the mantle. They start to run with it. At some point in that 6-year interim period, the phraseology of ESG, which is environmental, social, and governance, starts to be utilized, and it becomes very popularized over the past 5 years or so. You had a lot of the biggest money managers, BlackRock and Larry Fink, the CEO of BlackRock, being the biggest proponents of it. That was marketing it and sending out annual newsletters to every CEO on earth saying, if you want a cent from my $10 trillion fund, that's a lot of money. Well, you better get on board with ESG. So it's basically a top-down global fascistic plot. And I don't think that I'm overstating it at all. That's really what it was. Now I'll cheer you guys up. Well, let me start by also including a little bit more about what ESG ultimately meant on the ground. It was supposed to be kind of a conscious capitalism where you were focusing not just on profit, but on the community and the area where you were, doing mining, for instance. But then it started to include a lot of progressive ideology when it came to race relations and racial equity and income inequality between the sexes or whatever else. It doesn't actually address any of those things. It's all window dressing when it comes down to the brass tacks of what they actually do to address and get their ESG score to increase. It ends up being totally fraudulent. For instance, there was a bunch of brutality that was occurring in prisons. One of the biggest private prison conglomerates in America had a lot of bad reporting that was coming out, and their ESG score was getting knocked because their guards were beating the crap out of their prisoners. What do they do to escalate or increase their ESG score? They put up a mural of Martin Luther King in the yard at some of their prisons. I mean, it's like nonsense. It's like there's no actual benefit to the people, but that's what they did, and it helped their ESG score. And just to show or demonstrate even more how fraudulent this is, ExxonMobil had a higher ESG score than Tesla. Does that make any sense if you're focused on carbon reduction? No, obviously it doesn't. So now I've given you the sad story. Positive story, thankfully, and unfortunately, actually for us, the GOP, many GOP governors have realized what this is, and I'm grateful for it. I don't really care where the help comes from ultimately, even though I wish we had been the ones that received the credit for it. They started to realize that this was really counterproductive to the industries in their own states, particularly oil and gas industries. And they have come out against it, threatening to essentially divest their state pensions from BlackRock, Vanguard, State Street, the biggest money managers on earth, which were all propagating the ESG narrative. And because of that, there has been entire branches, for instance, just last week of Vanguard shut down their ESG fund. All of them, though, have had major pullbacks in terms of investment demand when it comes to ESG guidance, as well as the fact that ESG has not outperformed. That was always the marketing ploy, is that ultimately you're not sacrificing anything. This will actually be more profitable, which is totally nonsensical. and now we know it. So I think that it's not dead yet, but it's on the ropes, and I just hope to put the finishing touches on it.
Would it be fair to say it's almost like another version of diversity, inclusion, and equity in the business world? It
Yes.
sounds just like it.
It is. It is, but it's the reason that it's more meaningful is because it's basically an accounting metric. It's a score up to 100. There's a few different ways that they score it, but one of the ways that they score it is it's a score up to 100 points, and the E is 30% or 33%, S is 33%, G is 33%, and if you have, I think it's anything south of 70, maybe it's 60, I can't remember, but if you have a score that tallies lower than that, well then the biggest money managers in those funds would not invest in your company. So it was a very clever way of getting what I believe is essentially kind of a Marxist progressive type of mindset implemented from the CEOs of the biggest businesses on earth, even though they had no real interest in going along with it. But because obviously your stock price is something that matters to you a lot if you're a CEO, right? They acquiesced, they gave lip service to it. They started to implement the reason that you have DEI or Department or Diversity, Equity, Inclusion, branches in most major businesses these days is because of ESG. So it's kind of it's the root cause. It's like the Federal Reserve, essentially.
Gotcha. Okay. So question for both of you then on both of these issues, whether it's things like ESG and diversity, inclusion, and equity, all that stuff, and like proliferating cryptocurrency. We as libertarians, we have, the Mises Caucus, we took over the Libertarian Party. We got a lot of responsibility on our shoulders, a lot that we have to prove, a lot that we have to lead on. And things like this are things that we need to be leading on. So what are some ways that we can do that now that we have, a Libertarian Party that's interested in these types of things?
I just want to bring in and tie in. So the ESG tying back into crypto, right? So what concerns me most about something like ESG is just another one of these narratives that like Clint was saying, that's coming down from the top, essentially these global organizations that are making these rules that eventually turn into local regulations in our homes, in our countries, and in our communities. And it's a way to control people, control populations.
All the way down to city council, by the way.
All the way down to city council.
It's unbelievable how deep it got so rapidly.
And the point I want to make is, that's what crypto is all about. And it's what I said on the outset. What I see as the value proposition is an unstoppable system that essentially can't be controlled or co-opted by governments. So it's not about hoping that governments don't create regulation. It's about creating something that can't be regulated, that can't be stopped. So even with the narratives that come out with the ESG, what are they doing? What are some of the things they're doing? They want to regulate proof of work mining. Right. And they're actually doing it. We saw them try to do it here in New York. Right. It's burning up too much energy, which is ridiculous. Like, with what other technology are we looking at, how much energy it's burning versus what the value is, and then saying, we're going to regulate this technology. I mean, it's
certainly not the private jets that they're all flying around in.
Right. Or the databases that Amazon uses for its server, you could start looking at all those things. Right. And it's just ridiculous. And it's just an example of government. Whether it's ESG or something else, or KYC, AML, they're going to create these regulations. And it's really, at the end of the day, about control and co-opting. And I personally think Bitcoin is susceptible to a lot of these things. The KYC, AML, because of its transparent ledger, it's more susceptible to that, right? So if you go to sign up to an exchange and you get your Bitcoin there, they know exactly who you are because you have to tell them who you are. And then when you move your Bitcoin off the exchange, not your keys, not your coins, you're doing the right thing. Yeah, that's great. But they could follow you now, and they could see your transactions from thereafter because it's a transparent chain. With the ESG stuff, most of the Bitcoin mining is done by ASIC miners. It's basically done by very large corporations. There's only a few of them. And what are they going to do? They're going to have to start following the rules that are going to come down. These regulations for energy conservation, for implementing KYC on those levels, perhaps even blacklisting transactions. And my point is, we just need to find create tech or spread the word on tech on these projects, on these crypto projects that have figured out how to become resistant to these regulations. Monero does it because its ledger is not transparent. It's completely obfuscated. So that throws that out the window. Monero can't be mined by ASICs. It's mined by people with the CPU. So there'd be no way to effectively even say, hey, you can't mine Monero because, you can mine it, with your smartphone around the world. So there's just one point I wanted to make to tie it all back in there.
Gotcha. Well, I would love to connect you with Angela McArdle, the chair of the LP, and maybe we can get the Libertarian Party itself accepting Monero. Obviously, I gotta implement that too for the caucus, and bring guys like you around to Libertarian Party events to kind of speak to this stuff. What are some other things that we could do as libertarians politically even to fight back on this? And then we'll wrap.
Me?
Can this be fought from the local level?
Yeah, I think it can. I mean, it's all, it's all individually driven here. Like that's what we are. We don't have much institutional power. So like, if you're looking for federal level fixes to this or protection or safety, like, yeah, you're probably out of luck.
Good luck.
So I always encourage people, stop looking for a savior. Like you got to be that for your family, and don't wait. I think those are the two biggest lessons, especially after the past 3 years, especially after the lockdowns and the whole disarray that we experienced. It's like, look, we're way later in the tyrannical meltdown phase than I think a lot of people realize. If you look at the treatment of the January 6th protesters, for instance, it's like we're in dark times, and it's probably going to get significantly darker because with an inflationary spiral, it could get very ugly. And also on the inverse, if the Fed continues with its interest rate hikes or even maintains them at this level, I think that we'll have a deflationary, impact, not too distant in the future. So, I don't bring any of this up to scare people, but rather to just compel them to take action, and that's our motto.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I mean, and not just on like the monetary level, but like you pointed out with the January 6th protesters, on the civil liberties level, my personal opinion is that what we could see here in the 24 race, if you end up with, Trump versus DeSantis in the GOP, if I'm right, and this is what I firmly believe. I think DeSantis is going to end up being the neocon Trojan horse to kind of regain full control of the GOP. So you might see a totally out of control GOP doing to Trump, essentially the type of things that the Democrats were doing to Trump. And that's only going to make it worse for your average person over there, or your average right winger who has nowhere to go except to us. That's going to, and they should, but that's going to accelerate the, the civil liberties concerns here. And we've already got privacy concerns, free speech concerns, monetary concerns, all of this. So, all right, well, we are up against time. So like, give the plugs, and how can we follow your guys' work, man?
At Liberty Lock Pod on Twitter, Liberty Lockdown Podcast. Just search it wherever you get your podcast sold: YouTube, Spotify, Apple Podcasts, Rumble, all the decentralized ones too, because I'm trying to be censorship proof and try and learn that lesson and try and censorship proof yourself on your individual level, and that includes your finances. If you followed along with what happened with the Canadian trucker convoy, we now have government precedent when they will crack down on you, and that includes even the cryptocurrency if it's on a centralized exchange. So not your keys, not your coins. Learn these lessons. Don't be lazy. Take responsibility, and be your own hero.
Awesome. And yeah, my podcast is Monero Talk, on YouTube and Library, and you'll find it anywhere, Spotify. And then we also have another one called Monerotopia, which is also the name of our conference. It's a Monero conference. We did the first one in Miami alongside the Bitcoin conference last year. It was a big success. And now we're doing the second one on its own in Mexico City. It's called Monerotopia, monerotopia.com. Please check it out. It's I would say more of kind of an old school type style conference. Bunch of crypto anarchists, cypherpunks hanging out, talking about digital cash. We make it super cheap so anybody can attend. And if you have any issues, even as cheap as it is, if you still have issues, reach out. You'll find my email. I'll give you a free ticket. Awesome. We want people down there that are really interested in digital cash.
I just want to say real quick that you have Mark Loblander that's coming on later tonight. I had him on my show about a year ago, and I think I got the ball rolling on getting him involved. So I'm taking the credit. I'm taking credit for the powerlifting.
Hell yeah.
Get us all jacked.
Hell yeah, man. There's all kinds of this stuff happening, man. There is a shift happening, and it's so exciting. And, you know, you guys are a part of it. Cryptocurrency is a part of it. You know, we got to be the light in the darkness, like, as you said, and be our own heroes, man. So appreciate you guys. Thank you so much. I'll talk to you soon.
Thank you much for your efforts, Heis. Really appreciate what you've done for us as well, man.
Appreciate you, man. You have a good one. So, guys, we are like $240 away or $250 away. Jeff is smirking for him eating the death chip. You know, and like I said, if he eats the death chip, you know, we will leave his big, beautiful face up on the screen while he goes through the pain, and we just have a conversation and laugh at him and all of that. So $250 away from that. We are in the home stretch right now. We got 3 segments left. And I'm going to kick this over to our candidate support coordinator, Amy Lepore. And, you know, she's going to talk to you, to some of our Mises Caucus candidates that have won. And, you know, people will say, well, libertarians never win. They can't win. And they can. It just depends on where you look. You know, if you're looking at the federal level, why are you doing that in the first place? And so where we have to do is win where it counts, which is locally. And Amy is the tip of the spear for the Mises Caucus doing that. And so are these candidates who have already won and implementing the Project Decentralized vision. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Amy and Aaron and Bill.
Yeah, Mike, thank you. I'm glad to be here. Do we have Aaron and Bill?
Let's bring them up.
There they are.
Good evening.
Hey, it's good.
Jeff's got to eat the fucking chip.
Put it right in the middle there at the bottom.
Let's go, Jeff.
Yeah, where's Jeff?
Let's see it. The people.
Listen, hold on. I'm going to eat the chip. Let me go get some milk, and I'll be right back.
He needs some milk. All right, Amy, take it away.
Yeah, glad to be here. Bill and Aaron, I'm glad to have you. You know, you guys are coming off of big, important wins, and, you know, everybody is curious to know what these libertarian winners are doing in their new roles. So go ahead, please introduce yourselves. We'd like to know a little bit about you, talk a little bit about the role that you're in now, and tell us about yourselves.
Sounds good, Bill. Would you like to start? I believe he's muted.
Bill, we can't hear you. Aaron, you want to go?
Sure, no problem.
Excellent.
So yeah, I was sworn in on December the 5th and immediately took control. And fortunately, along with myself, I got 3 of our board of trustee members elected, giving us full majority of the board. We are all very like-minded. One of my favorite stories since I've won was a private conversation I was having with one of my fellow board members. And he confided that he is a libertarian. He's always considered himself to be one. But he votes for Republicans because libertarians just can't win. I said, brother, you and I both won. We can do it. So again, since that time, the board decided to remove the town manager. So we are currently actively searching for a new town manager. If you have any qualifications, then you can forward that and we can consider you for that position. But it's been really interesting and really fun getting to know everybody, and people are excited.
Yeah, that's excellent, Aaron. So that's right. You lost your town manager and you gained a police department.
Yeah,
right after your win, right? So
it wasn't quite that timing. The police department started operating the middle of September.
Okay.
So it was something that the previous mayor and previous board had started. A lot of the townspeople were quite unhappy. Primarily for the fact that all of a sudden you have these people who don't actually live in town that are ticketing people for things like driving their four-wheelers in the streets that they have been doing for 20 years or more. And these kind of small things. And then when you find out their budget, that they had spent over $1.4 million so far this year getting that up and operating, when previously we had contracts with both the local sheriff as well as a local town in different years, and that was running about $100,000 to $200,000 a year. To increase that to $1.4 million in a town of our size is pretty significant.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm sure you're dealing with the fallout from that with the public right now, answering a lot of questions. And I know there's a future there that you're going to have to deal with your new department. So good luck with that. And we're going to probably ask a couple more questions that deal with that. But first, I think we have Bill, and I think Bill has sound. Bill, do you want to introduce yourself?
Can you hear me?
Loud and clear.
We can.
I'm not sure what was up with the prior device. Sorry. I'm Bill Schultz, newly elected city councilman in Crescent Springs, Kentucky. Crescent Springs is a suburb of Cincinnati, Ohio, about 10 minutes from downtown, so smack dab in the middle of suburbia. I decided to run mainly because I wanted one more libertarian elected. But in addition to that, I had been asked by a number of residents, former residents, nearby residents, who had concerns about the way our city was being run. Part of it was transparency. Part of it was shady backroom deals, as any small town has. But yeah, my perspective and my approach is going to be twofold. First of all, I take seriously that I'm representing about 4,000 people, and so I'm going to be extremely open and available and transparent to them. That being said, I also have my own belief on the role of government and the role of local government and all that, and so I certainly plan to implement some libertarian policies and ideas. I was speaking to Ken Molman, who is a longtime Libertarian Party member and activist, including at the national level. One suggestion he had was, rather than add new laws to the books, sit down with a stiff drink and review my city's current code and start slashing stuff out. So that's one thing I plan to do, or I've already partially done. I found out it's illegal to ride a bicycle on a sidewalk in Crescent Spring, Kentucky. I don't know who the victim is in that crime, but one by one, we're going to be knocking off things like that, and then getting a little bit more radical, I suppose, as things go on.
For both of you, I'm curious to know, in your new roles, when you deal with your constituents, and now they know you're a libertarian, how does that color your interactions? We've heard a lot on social media lately about the perspective of how libertarians are viewed, right? And people say, oh, people don't, if people think of libertarians at all, they think they're a bunch of weirdos. They certainly cannot legislate. I get the impression that's not how your constituents view you. So can you talk a little bit about how maybe being a libertarian in an elected official role colors your interactions?
Yeah, I would love to speak on that. It's been very interesting. Where I live in Weld County is reliably Republican, and the people that are unaffiliated are very conservative in their values. We have a lot of oil and gas, a lot of agriculture, a lot of gun culture in this area. And of course, with Governor Polis, which Reason claims is the most libertarian governor, but of course, constantly passing more and more gun laws that restrict our abilities to protect ourselves and our family. So there's a lot of hatred, just broadly speaking, for those types of people. And I found my biggest success was just driving by people's houses, and they had a F. Joe Biden flag flying, or they had we have guns protecting this house, we don't call 911. Those people were always very receptive to what I had to say, and quite reliably were huge supporters and asked if I could put one of my yard signs in their yard. So that's been very important to my win, and no one really cared that I was a libertarian. Quite frankly, it wasn't the front of my campaign. I mean, I really focused more on the issues that mattered to my community, spoke to people where they were, and if a person did really want to go deep with that political philosophy kind of talk, I was happy to do it. But quite frankly, most of the time, I gave my 2-sentence pitch, and they said, "You got my vote," or "I work for the town, so I'm voting for the current mayor." But broadly speaking, since I've been elected, I've received nothing but positive. Even people that had yard signs for the loser in their yard have come by and congratulated me and have been very friendly. So it's been very pleasant.
Yeah, and as for me, I live right in the middle of Thomas Massey country, so
Nice.
People have a pretty good taste in their mouth about libertarian type people. What I would say is a few things. I would say the Republicans in the area had no problem with it. The Democrats in the area tend to like it because we're not Republicans. And I even peppered in a few things. As an example, the flyer that I had my campaign, or that I put together with help from Carrie Eiler, Amy, I'm sure we'll get into that. But she had showed me a template from a previous candidate. I said, the template is fantastic. Let me just change some of the wording. I actually wound up keeping one of the bullet points word for word, and it was about food freedom, which is not particularly relevant for a suburban community like ours. I mean, it would be more of a relevant topic for a rural community. But I kept it there to start a conversation, and it was actually very, very successful. I must have had 25 people reach out to me, said, food freedom, what is that? And it gave me an opportunity to talk about, hey, did you know that the federal government doesn't allow, local farms to sell their own meat to consumers? And as well as that Thomas Massey, although he's a Republican, has been a big supporter of food freedom with the Prime Act and raw milk and all that. And so I used it as an opportunity to start a conversation about, federal overreach. And that's the sort of thing I plan to do going forward is to, find the ones that, like Aaron alluded to, are common sense. And so much of libertarianism is common sense, and utilize those topics to tie in libertarianism.
Yeah. So I think Bill, you mentioned this. I think we will get around to talking a little bit about candidate support. But I want to ask just one more question first, really, about your time in office and how that is, kind of how that is, what the future looks like for you while you're in your current role. So do either of you or both of you have a couple of important goals you want to share, like 2 or 3 hot button items? Aaron, I know you already kind of talked about 1 or 2 of those, but 1 or 2 hot button items that are that just beg for a libertarian solution, and that is a thing you think you can accomplish.
Yes, again, I ran on issues that mattered to my community, which first and foremost was the incredibly rapid growth structure that they were trying to push, where we were going to go from 1,200 homes to 12,000 homes in a very short amount of time. Our water quality isn't amazing. It's pretty high sodium content, so it leaves nice film on everything. And they increased the water prices last year, which is what motivated me to run, and gave me my story locally when people asked, why are you even doing this? So quite specifically, those are 2 not really libertarian issues necessarily, but beyond that, I really want to encourage different types of businesses in our town, increase some manufacturing, try to attract something like ammo manufacturing and firearm manufacturing companies. Is our county of Weld has a sheriff that is a Republican, but he is very reliably pro 2A, and the county board has backed him again and again, both in 2019 when Polis and the Assembly passed the original red flag laws, and then most recently this past year when they allowed local municipalities to pass more onerous restrictions, but not preempt anything that the state has. So it's just a one-way ratchet. So again, in both of those instances, the sheriff has said this is unconstitutional, used the leftist language and said, we are a sanctuary county and we will not be abiding by any of these laws, and we will not be using any of our resources to enforce these laws. So I think that puts us in a pretty good position to attract some of those kind of businesses. Something that I'm not sure if our residents are ready for yet, but I think would be a good opportunity is to allow marijuana stores in our town. We don't currently, and like most conservative towns, when I believe it was Amendment 41 to legalize marijuana in Colorado went through, it allowed local municipalities to prohibit either medical or recreational or both. And most conservative rural towns just knee-jerk banned it and hasn't reconsidered it ever since. And in my actual job as a nurse, I've done a lot of home health care and seen many elderly people that are hardcore conservatives that do use marijuana for all sorts of different elements. So I think the culture has shifted in that regard, and especially if you dangle the money piece. Again, understanding that every town taxes marijuana, and that's going to be one of the least libertarian positions, unfortunately. But I think if we have a low level of it, then it'll be okay. And over time, that can be phased away, perhaps. But that's kind of my bigger goals. I mean, the police is going to be a really difficult problem to tackle. And I really want to look into if any other towns have done an actual private security that rather than a police force. We are a statutory town, so under Colorado law, we do have to have some sort of public protection, and again, by the Colorado law. So we would just have to jump through those hoops, but I'm definitely open, and I think, I don't know, but perhaps some of the other board members would be on board, but again, I'm just one person.
And what's cool about that, Aaron, is that you and I have kept an open line of communication after your election, because there are incredible resources that surround the caucus who are able to advise people like Aaron and Bill. So while we will talk a little bit tonight about candidate support, I think it's important to remember that we keep those lines of communication open. When there is an opportunity to point someone like Aaron toward the 10th Amendment Center or resource that they have, or someone who has great experience at looking at ordinance, and making some suggestions for making it more libertarian. We have those resources around us as well. But Bill, same question for you.
Yeah, I think I alluded to transparency and accountability earlier. Just one tidbit: we have a transparency and accountability committee. Every time I drive by the city building, it says the transparency and accountability committee meeting is canceled this month, which is insane. We also have this weird system where we have not the same term, but caucus meetings as well as city council meetings. The city council meetings are 30 minutes, the caucus, and are open to the public. Nothing really happens. The caucus meetings are 4.5 hours long, not open to the public. So clearly the real discussions are being done then. So my plan is to, if not eliminate, reverse that. In addition to that, I think my main thing is decentralization. I am going to be finding every way that I can to put things in place that say, look, we run our city, not the county. The county doesn't run us, the state doesn't run us, the feds don't run us. And so, that'll be interesting to do. I've already looked into marijuana, I guess, de facto decriminalization in Ohio. What a lot of towns have done is they can't, legalize marijuana in a town, but they can reduce fines to zero, court costs to zero, all that. It's a little more difficult for us to do that in Kentucky. We have a unified court system, so everything goes to the county. So I can't really do that in my city, but we're going to be finding ways to, again, signal to Frankfurt, Kentucky, signal to DC that, the next time some supposed crisis hits, we're going to be the ones who choose what we do. We're not going to put up signs at our park that say, oh, you can't come here after curfew because of COVID, as if COVID spreads more at night. We're going to be the ones who decide how things are run.
Yeah, that's excellent, Bill and Aaron, both lofty libertarian goals. I'm curious, just very briefly, what is the operating environment with your colleagues like? So Bill, for you on the council, and Aaron, for you with kind of town employees or a board. I think there's a board right there in Keansburg as well. So yeah, what is the operating environment like with your colleagues now that they know you're a libertarian?
Yeah, well, I don't even necessarily know that most of them know that I'm a libertarian, because most of them don't really use the internet that much. They have Facebook because they're, like most municipal officials, quite aged, retired a lot of the times, just because, again, I mean, to be fair, this role, either as a mayor or as a board of trustee, takes a lot of time, and you don't get paid for that time. I mean, realistically, talking about the minimum wage, I'm at a tenth of that from the amount of time actually put in. But again, that's not the reason that we're doing it. We're doing it to make an impact. So to answer your question, very good. I mean, again, I had 3 of my people that I campaigned for every door I knocked. I mentioned their names as well, and did my pitch. If I win, I can be a stick in the mud, but if we get my 3 people in, then we can really make a difference. And we did. We got our people in. And one of the prior board members that was not up for re-election, but had already been on there, I had a decent relationship with, just at the other board meetings that I had attended before, being elected and everything, when I made different public comments. And I thought that I had his vote, or at least had his support. And after I won, he said, "Hey, here's my phone number. Let's grab some coffee and let's talk. So I think I might even have one more than the three, and actually might have a full quorum of the board, which will be even better, of course. But we'll see. We'll see how that goes. But the other two people, again, just the whole getting rid by choosing not to reappoint the town manager that had been in that role for 15 and a half years was a huge surprise to everybody. The town workers, of course, the previous board members, all of which had been on the board for a decade or more, because we don't have term limits or anything in our town. And so it's just been the same people. And so they were very shocked, I would say angry. We did choose to approve the budget as it was already planned for 2023, given that we're so close to the end of the year. It would have been too much for all of us to have to try and reschedule everything. And we also can amend it as needed throughout the year. So, really big issues or big projects that the new board are not in agreement, that's a good spending of our money, we can take care of as they come. But when we passed that really alleviated that. And then the rest of the meeting went pretty smooth. The meetings after have gone pretty smooth. I still don't think they're a fan, but as far as the actual town people, of course, the same situation. They found out that they lost their boss the next morning because nobody actually watches these meetings. Nobody attends. We had maybe 2 people online, 3 people in person. And so it was just a huge surprise. So myself and the mayor pro tem, who's another close ally, went over and tried to reassure everyone. And, we're going on a month out since that's happened. Town hasn't burned down. Everything's going great, because they know how to do their jobs. And that was my big pitch to them is I really believe that the board trusts you, that you know how to do your job. You don't need this micromanagement. We understand that there's a role for a town manager, but we'll get through this time period. We'll be okay. And we have been so far.
Good. Bill, things good with your colleagues in Crescent Springs?
Yeah, the mayor was a prior council member and mostly in a peacekeeper role. It'll be interesting. We have 4 new board members. It'll be interesting to see how everybody sort of aligns, but it's going to be fine. And you know what? I was the leading vote getter, so I know I have a lot of broad public support. So no, I think it's going to be fine. It'll be a very diverse set of viewpoints. And I think there'll be a lot of individuals that are together on certain things and not together on others. And I think that's the way it should be. As at a federal level, we see what 2 parties does to everything. So having things be more than bipolar would be great.
Yeah, that's excellent. And for those of you who don't know, Bill Schultz was the proud recipient of a Thomas Massey endorsement during his race. So that's something that he gets to kind of put up on his mantle. So that was pretty cool. I'll ask both of you, for anyone who's watching who wants to contribute tonight, because all the money here goes toward kind of the tour effort. And on that tour, we're giving campaign manager and candidate training, and we are recruiting candidates in each of the 8 cities that we attend, or each of the 8 states where we end up. So for anyone who's willing to contribute tonight or who's watching and is considering a run or managing a campaign, can you talk a little bit about your experience working with the Mises Caucus kind of during your race and what that endorsement meant for you?
Absolutely. I would like to first start by pitching that the Colorado location shift from Denver to Keansburg. We do have a wonderful libertarian-friendly events location where we had our convention last year. And again, I think it would be wonderful given that this is a libertarian town now. But yes, to answer your question, Amy, you were wonderful. You were the one that I dealt with primarily throughout this. And it was really helpful consistently without me even really needing to ask. You would just reach out. Hey, is there anything you need? Do you need graphic design? Do you need video? The main thing you all did was contribute monetarily, which allowed me to get more yard signs, and I think made a huge difference. And we didn't really talk much about strategy in this talk. I thought we kind of would have a little bit more, but in a small town, things like that go a huge way. And so many people that I knocked on the doors like, oh yeah, I saw your sign. I checked out your website because I saw your sign, and it's nice to meet you. And so that really made a huge difference. Just knowing that support structure was there and it was very reliable. I appreciate it.
That's excellent. Good.
And what I'll say, a lot of what Aaron is saying too. Yeah, Amy, you were fantastic in terms of proactively reaching out to me, seeing what I needed. I alluded to Carrie Eiler, who's also on the LNC. She actually did some graphic design for me, which was great. Here's what I'd say to anybody considering donating. As somebody who's been a part of the Mises Caucus since 2020 or so, I kind of wondered, if we take over the LP, what is the role of the Mises Caucus going to be? Should we all shift our focus just to the LP or what? And what I've realized from perhaps watching the LP National business list too closely is LP National has a lot of fires they have to put up with constantly. I feel so bad for Angela sometimes. Her head is pulled in 1,000 different directions. I think the value of the Mises Caucus is that you can just choose on what you want to focus on. The Mises Caucus can. And you guys have clearly chosen to focus on local races, local candidates, local campaign managers. And for anybody thinking about giving, that's great. It's nothing against the LP National, who I think does a tremendous job. But you don't know where their resources are going to go because they have so many fires to put out. Give it to the Mises Caucus, and you know where it will go. But do both. Do both. I have a long history of whenever somebody calls me asking for money, and really this is whether it's a Republican or Democratic or non-political stuff. If I decide to give them money, I go and give twice as much to some libertarian source, whether it's the Mises Caucus, whether it's LP National. I've given some money to Scott Horton, Tom Woods. So, spread the wealth, work hard, make some money, and support liberty causes.
We certainly appreciate that. Lots of worthy causes out there. We have about 2 minutes left, but I do have one last question for both of you. I want to know, Aaron, kind of you alluded to discussing strategy, and so one of my questions tonight is for both of you. You both won.
Yes.
And something put you past that marker, right? There's a reason that you won. I think I understand because I knew what you were doing in your communities, but why did you win? Why you and not someone else?
I'll keep it very brief. Given our time constraints here, I chose to move to a town that was small, that had an opportunity like this, a town that shared my values already, that had that community feel, that community connection that my wife and I desired. And I knew that the previous mayor wasn't well known or well really liked. He didn't try to be involved in any of those community events. I identified 2 specific issues that were relevant to everyone in the town, not necessarily libertarian, not necessarily anything else. And I knocked on every single door. I made hundreds of phone calls. And that was something that a town like mine had never experienced, because it's a reliably Republican conservative county that the Democrats ignore, that the Republicans ignore because it's not worth their time. They know they're already going to vote their direction. This was an unaffiliated race. This is exactly how we went. Watch Michael Heiss's video from last week, Project Decentralized Revolution, and I echoed 95% of what he said. That is the way. That is how we make an impact as libertarians and really have hundreds of mayors within 2 or 3 years if we try.
Yeah, and my response, I think I got on council because of community involvement before. You can't leave your house, leave your basement for the first time, enter the community and expect to win. I think the reason why I received the most votes was the things that Aaron's talking about. It's actually running a serious campaign. And I don't want to give the impression to any potential candidates that it's some sort of thing you have to give up your job, give up time with your kids. I have a company I run. I have 4 kids. I'm our county affiliate treasurer. I coach all my kids' sports teams, go to church. These are the sort of things that you can find time to do. But in a town the size of Aaron's or a size like mine, they've never seen anything like it before. And it'll make a real difference.
Guys both did an incredible job. It was an honor to work with both of you. It was very cool to watch. For anyone who's here, who's watching tonight, your contribution tonight goes a long way to making sure we can continue to recruit and train awesome candidates like Bill and Aaron. But Bill and Aaron, thank you both so much.
Thank you very much.
Looking forward to continue working with you. Do we have Mike and Aaron?
Cheer.
Here we are. Hi, you guys. I really enjoyed listening to that. I think it's. I used to be a newspaper reporter and covered city council meetings and stuff all the time. And anybody who's willing to go and do that willingly and sit through all those things for the cause of liberty, you get my my eternal thanks. So thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
All right. we're going to keep on trucking. So we got a $1,000 anonymous donor, kicking the total up to $13,000, a little over $13,000. So we got an hour left, 2 more segments to hit the $2,000 more for the night goal of $15,000. So keep that going. And then because of your guys' generous donations, before I bring Scott and Keith on here, we made a deal. Jeff, you got to do it. Jeff's got to eat the one chip of death or whatever it's called, and you're just going to sit there silently while we have our conversation, and you just suffer and we enjoy it.
I love you all. Thank you.
All right, so I'm going to bring up our next guests, Scott Horton and Keith Knight, both of them with the what happened?
We were both hitting the button at the same time, and we
okay.
So I'll bring Keith in. There we go.
There we go. So both of these guys with the Libertarian Institute. Scott Horton is the founder and runs the Libertarian Institute. And Keith Knight, I am convinced, is one of the up and coming, energetic movers and shakers of our movement. Editor-in-chief, editor-at-large. I forget which one it is at the Libertarian Institute.
Managing editor.
Managing editor. Okay.
And Guy very distracted at the one chip challenge, but doing my best.
That's going to be the biggest challenge of all of that. It's maintaining the conversation with him doing that, and then keeping Scott's length under control. That's that's going to be the hardest thing. Well, Happy New Year's, guys. How you guys doing?
Real good.
Very well, man.
Happy New Year, guys.
So, going to go right into like where you guys excel: foreign policy, war and peace. There's 3 big things, going on. Obviously, the most pressing, the one that's most in the headlines is Ukraine. You also got Yemen that we like to talk a lot about. But, the one I don't hear as much about that I actually would like to start with, just because I'm curious and I don't know where the situation is you've got these uprisings in Iran and you're starting to hear more about the nuclear program and all that kind of stuff, targeting that. Netanyahu said that he wanted to do attacks on their the nuclear program, so why don't we start with that before we get to Ukraine? What's the latest on Iran? Is it a CIA coup? Is the uprising a CIA coup?
This is a Scott issue. Take it away.
Yeah. Well, listen, I have to tell you, I don't know exactly who's funding who on the ground doing what agitating now, but I can tell you that there is quite a long history going back to the W. Bush years of America attempting to back bin Ladenite type groups, like, you all right there, Jeff? Like Jandala. And then there's, Kurdish commie type groups like PJAK, which is the Iranian version of the Turkish PKK. And of course, the infamous Mujahideen-e-Khalq communist terrorist cult of weirdos who used to belong to the Shah, and then they belong to the Ayatollah, and then they belong to Saddam Hussein, and then they belong to Donald Rumsfeld and the Israeli government, and mostly are cutouts for the Israelis now, who do a lot of assassinations and things inside Iran. So I think, look, it's true that just like anywhere that America's doing a regime change, you're always, just like if somehow America was the minor power and it was major powers messing around here, they'd be able to find dissident factions to back. So there are dissident factions there. It's not to say they're all cartoon characters made up by the CIA, but it's who's getting extra resources to help them agitate against their government. It's the real question. But, that's not to say that otherwise everybody would love the Ayatollah and just do what he wants or whatever, like that. And, the recent outbreak of protests, started against, the cops because of a young lady who died in police custody, who was arrested for her hair showing, arrested by the morality police. So then, but this is the kind of thing that, different groups inside and outside Iran, whether domestic and legitimately motivated or whether foreign backed and violent, can all seize on. And so I'm sure there's a mix of that going on. But then you see the massive propaganda campaign, Michael, where, Iran is in general strike right now and the people are demanding and overthrowing the government. But then you look on Twitter where actual Iranians are tweeting and they're like, no, that's not true. There's a protest over there, but the rest of the city is going on its business as usual, which if you've ever been to a massive protest in an American city, like when we protested against Iraq War II in February and March of 2003, I mean, we turned out probably 100,000 something people downtown Austin, but the rest of the city was going on like nothing was happening at all. And most of the rest of the city didn't know anything was happening at all. So same thing and look, we've seen with the Green Revolution, which was in part put on by the National Endowment for Democracy and so forth back in 2009, the color-coded revolution backed by Obama, that essentially, you have a bunch of urban liberal types who would prefer to not be ruled by the Ayatollahs, who voted for more moderate reformer types and support more moderate reformer types, compared to the more right-wingers who are supported by the majority of the country. The majority of the country doesn't live in the suburbs of Tehran. The majority of the country lives out in the countryside and in smaller towns and have more conservative values and vote for the right-wing candidate, most of the time. And so, just like in Ukraine in 2014, they go, well, look at all these protesters in the square. It's a popular revolution. Victoria Nuland, in her great speech where she bragged that they'd given $5 billion to build up Ukrainian civil society groups, just claimed repeatedly, this is the will of the Ukrainian people. Well, really, how come the other guy keeps winning the election? And you guys have to keep doing these coups in order to counter that. Even the Washington Post, covered surveys that showed that half the country supported Yanukovych. It wasn't the people of Ukraine. It was some people in Ukraine being backed by the Americans there. But just anyway, that's the analogy. But back to Iran for a minute. Right now, the Biden government has announced that they're killing the Iran deal. The Biden government is the Obama government, less Obama, right? But it's, Jake Sullivan was Hillary Clinton's right-hand man and became Joe Biden's right-hand man in the Obama years. Anthony Blinken before that had been Biden's right-hand man, and then I guess moved to state. He was Deputy Secretary of State or something. Anyway, all this guy and Victoria Nuland, of course, famously, who helped participate in the coup of 2014. This is all the Obama government. And many of these people are the ones who negotiated the Iran nuclear deal of 2015, which was Obama's signature achievement in foreign policy and all that. So Trump tears it up. Remember, Trump, supposedly, according to the narrative of these people, is this complete wild card. In fact, he wasn't even elected. He was installed by a Russian coup d'etat. Every single decision that he made was completely illegitimate, right? So why wouldn't Biden get right back in every treaty that he tore up? And instead, he didn't get back in the Open Skies Treaty or the INF Treaty, the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty with Russia. And he didn't get back in the nuclear deal of 2015, which is not exactly a treaty, but same damn difference. He could have walked right back into it and said, all right, Ayatollah, you obey the rules and we'll obey. And after all, it was crazy old Donald Trump who tore the thing up, and we're not, bound by his decisions. Instead, what they do, they took advantage of all the sanctions regime that Trump and Pompeo had put on Iran. And they said, no, we're going to use this leverage to get what we want, which of course didn't work. Obama actually negotiated with them in good faith is why they were able to get the deal done. But here's what you need to understand real quick without doing the whole thing. You can look me up on YouTube talking about it or whatever the hell, I don't know. But Iran is not making nukes, and they weren't making nukes, and they weren't about to make nukes when Obama signed that deal in the first place. They were already in the Non-Proliferation Treaty of 1968 ever since 72. And that means they have a safeguards agreement with the IAEA, International Atomic Energy Agency, and they're guaranteed to not be diverting nuclear material to any illicit military purpose at all. So all the JCPOA of 2015 did really was add an extra layer of double extra inspections on top of what already was, and had them scale back their nuclear program to make it less capable of ever making nuclear weapons. For example, pouring concrete into the heavy water reactor at Bushehr. This kind of thing. So, or Iraq. Anyway, so if the deal is all the way dead, which Biden off the record told a lady with a phone in her hand that, yeah, the deal's dead, we're just not announcing that yet. But at some point when that's official, it remains to be seen. I don't believe the Ayatollah is just going to drop out of the NPT and announce he's making nukes. I think their calculation all along has been to try to hold on to a latent nuclear deterrent and try to not be so provocative as to get bombed, which would then lead them no choice but to then have to go ahead and make nuclear weapons then. So the status quo is the best case scenario, and Biden is blowing it is the answer. And why? Because the Israelis insist so. Because the Israelis would rather have America bomb Iran. Not that they're going to do it. They can't do it themselves. They want America to bomb Iran because to them, Iran having a nuclear capability at all is tantamount to them having a nuclear weapons state already, which is ridiculous, but that's the way that they phrase it. And so that's the policy, and that's why they insist that that's America's policy.
You know what I love about that, Scott, is that me and Scott did not have a conversation about what exactly he was going to be talking about before he got on here, and I just threw Iran at him, and then that's what you get.
Read antiwar.com every day, kids.
What's up, Keith?
And this is why what the LPMC is doing is so vitally important, because the corporate press is constantly issuing us new enemies. We got to hate the Soviets, and we got to hate the Muslims, then we got to hate the rich, then we got to hate the Russians, and now we got to hate, insert whatever group is next. But LPMC and the Libertarian Party in general is actually giving people a principled divide in society. People who achieve their ends peacefully through trade, marketing, voluntary exchanges, mutually beneficial exchanges, versus the corporate press, who is constantly dividing us, male versus female, black versus white, and all this other arbitrary nonsense. And it's so deadly in the long run. I mean, if you think of what almost happened with Zelensky some weeks ago, a Ukrainian defense missile hit Poland and killed 2 civilians. Zelensky comes out and says, look, Russia bombed Poland, who's a NATO member. Now, for those of you who don't know, NATO's first declaration of war, 52 years after its existence, was in Afghanistan. And after 20 years, the Taliban took over in 11 days. This is the group that wants to make a potential war with Russia over Donetsk and Luhansk, and possibly China over Taiwan. This is how deadly it's getting. And only the LPMC, only the Libertarian Party is coming out and saying, you don't have to completely give up your identity to join us. You could be on the right. You can say, I care about family and civilization, and war and mass murder conflicts are the most deadly to civilization and families. If you're on the left, you care about justice and the downtrodden and equality and the dignity of man. Well, then obviously you can't support these mass murder campaigns, which between the world wars and the Cold Wars kill the most vulnerable people in society. Not the wealthy, not the politicians. Of course, it's never the people are pulling the politicians into war and the politicians are saying, please, no, let's have peace. Governments are here to create peace. It's always the opposite. The governments lie the population into wars because they have these arbitrary divides. But the Libertarian Party's changing that with the takeover. No longer are people going to fall for the black versus white, America versus Russia, Muslim versus Christian divide. It's going to be based on violence versus voluntarism, peace versus violence. And that's why I think people should donate to this campaign, and why I'm so excited for Project Decentralization.
So unfortunately, we're already halfway through the segment, and so I think we're going to have to do the same thing to Yemen that Bernie Sanders did, and not talk about it. So I guess let's shift right over to Ukraine and kind of get the latest on what's going on there. And what is the latest going on in Ukraine? Obviously, we just passed the omnibus bill. There's billions and billions of dollars going over there now. There's Patriot missiles going over there now, where previously they said that they weren't going to do that, but there won't be Americans in the training. Who knows what the truth is? What is the outlook on this now?
Well, look, I'm not a military expert. I turned to Daniel Davis and Colonel Douglas McGregor and a few other sources like that. And I think, the best I can tell from the situation, well, and plus just my own reading of the news as best I can, my own reading of the situation is something like the unstoppable force versus the immovable object, in the sense that the Russians have this bigger, more powerful military. They're the far bigger, more powerful nation next door. And, they have been able to move into large parts of Ukraine, and they've been able to wage a massive war of devastation against the Ukrainian military, and cost them, I don't know how many, but high tens of thousands of infantry lives on the Ukrainian side. And something equivalent on the Russian side have died in the thing as well. But so the Russians have a bigger army, more artillery, and all of these things, and they're the country right next door. But the Ukrainians have home field advantage and high morale, at least in the sense that they're fighting a defensive war against a foreign invasion. And plus, they're backed by the United States of America and NATO, all this money, as you mentioned, and a ton of weapons, and then training on those weapons. And so I don't think that gives them the ability to win the war and drive the Russians out of the country, but it has apparently given them the ability to truly blunt the Russians' advances. And the Russians turned out to be, really look at their spending. I think a lot of people, and probably including myself, were overestimating their capability. They really only spend about $60 billion a year on their military. And I think, they probably thought it was going to be a lot easier than it was. So now here we are 10 months later, and the Russians have expanded their goals now, Michael, in September, Putin announced that not only is he absorbing the Donbass, that is Luhansk and Donetsk provinces or oblasts there in the Far East, but also Zaporozhye and Kherson, which is all the land all the way to Crimea, that entire kind of eastern slice of the country. So right when he doesn't really have control of that area, he has declared total sovereignty over it and passed a law and signed it and everything. It says this is now Russian territory, not just so-called autonomous territory under Russian protection or some kind of pretense like he talked about the Donbass at the beginning of the war, but he has outright officially annexed these 4 provinces, which he does not yet control. And then he says, oh yeah, I'll talk to you as soon as you recognize my sovereignty over these 4 provinces first. Holy crap, right? Then on the other side, the Ukrainians say, well, we're going to drive the Russians out of every square inch of Ukrainian territory, and including the Crimean Peninsula, which they lost back in 2014, and which the Russians, they you might look at Zaporozhye as a matter of semantics or something, but that ship in Crimea has sailed back 8 years ago. And if they were to try to really take Crimea, I think the Russians would treat that truly as an attempt to take real Russian territory, which they're not willing to give up. So it's an incredibly dangerous situation. To be quite frank, it's as close as we've been to nuclear war since 1962 and the Cuban Missile Crisis, over a country that everyone in the highest ranks of the foreign policy establishment agrees is not truly a vital national interest at all. Their interest here is not Ukraine. Their interest is, as they put it in the New York Times officially, weakening Russia. And so here's a country they're not willing to send in the Army or the Marines. They're not willing to send in the Air Force or the Navy, but they are willing to risk nuclear war over trying to deny a nation to another nation, which has made, this, at least a major portion of that first country, its highest national security priority. And so it's a hell of a rock and a hard place. And I think first of all, it's the disappointment of my life that you don't have the entire planet Earth on general strike right now. 8 billion people demanding that Lavrov and Blinken hammer out a goddamn deal right now and end the fighting right now. Ceasefire now, work out the details later, but stop the fighting immediately should be the demand of everyone. And it's why I think that the Mises Caucus is so important as the leadership of the Libertarian Party. I don't know if you saw this the other day. I was tweeting about a guy from the Hudson Institute tweeted out John McCain saying this crazy hawkish crap about Russia and why we got to stand up to him and confront him and all this stuff. And the guy from the Hudson Institute says, damn, I miss John McCain. If only he were here now. And the fact of the matter is that even though you do have that certain anti-war MAGA dissent on the right, that more populist right-wing dissent, at the end of the day, taking on Russia and taking on China is a good conservative Republican thing to do. It's the easy answer to say Biden is feckless and weak. We need real macho, tough guy Republicans to really ratchet up the pressure and really push these people around, which is exactly the wrong take, which is exactly why we need the Libertarian Party to be so good on this stuff, to give people a place to go, to say that, no, really, look, the Republican Party, they truly are incorrigible on this issue. That they're, Matt Gaetz and some of those guys in the House, they have good intentions, but they are just not the leadership. They are not in charge, and they're not about to be either. That kind of consensus, that George W. Bushian era consensus, still absolutely dominates on the Republican right. And so who is here to oppose the war? If it's the Democrats doing it, the left is silent, and all the Republicans can say is that Biden isn't being tough enough when he's being the most reckless president probably in American history, driving us to this crisis. So that's why we need the Libertarian Party, and that's why we need the Mises Caucus steering the damn thing too.
So,
Exactly.
go ahead, Keith.
And it's like Marjorie Taylor Greene and Lauren Boebert, like their big stance against this is there has not been an audit of where this money's going, regardless that they're like funding a potential third world war. If you look at the First World War that started over Serbia, it was Russia and Austria going to war over Serbia. Or the Second World War, where Poland was the prize in Danzig, and Germany and Britain went to war over an area in Danzig. This is almost what all these wars are about. It's this small area where people are fighting over influence, and that's where the war is declared. Or actually, the first war, you could say, England declared war against Germany because they invaded Belgium. So this, again, it's all these proxy wars that start very small and get so out of hand so quick that no one's able to appreciate it. And they act like the divide is, well, there's everyone in Ukraine is dead or everyone in Ukraine lives. The reality is, who does the regime in Kiev answer to? Is it going to be Klaus Schwab and Joe Biden, or is it going to be Putin, or will they be a little more neutral? When it comes to, well, we have to defend Zelensky because he's on the side of democracy. What do we have? I've almost forgotten everything that Zelensky's done when it comes to nationalizing television services and the press. He has outlawed competing political parties and suspended elections. He has instituted slavery, a word called conscription or the draft, for all men ages 18 to 60. And then, of course, the Poland lie that I mentioned previously. He's confiscated property from the Russian Orthodox Church and tons of peaceful clerics who are advocating principles like thou shalt not murder and thou shalt not steal. So Zelensky is no friend of democracy or freedom or anything else. So this is what people need to know, that they're not on the side of the terrific heroes against the pure evil villains. What we have, as we always have with governments, is it's two gangs fighting over a territory. So the question is, which is going to be a less deadly result? Which is going to initiate less violence? Which is going to be more uncivilized? Which is going to be less just and less inequitable for people on all sides of the spectrum? And the fact that Blinken and Lavrov haven't negotiated this is just so criminal. If we look at every big empire, even if you're like, I really don't care if tons of people die in war. War's like really victorious and kind of cool. Even if you have that standpoint, you have to appreciate the history of the Austro-Hungarian Empire falling because of war, the Japanese expansive empire falling because of war, the German Empire, the British Empire, the French Empire. All these empires get very expansive. And the Soviet Empire going into Afghanistan for 10 years, a deliberate move by Zbigniew Brzezinski to bleed them dry. So, it's so vitally important that there's no way you can approach this without seeing that it's absolutely detrimental to those of us who believe in peace, justice, and civility. That's why supporting the LPMC and Project Decentralized Revolution is so important.
So we're coming up 5 minutes on the segment here. I'll give one comment of like exactly what you guys are talking about is why, the things like the Rage Against War rally that the LP is doing is so important, because there's just no voice. There's no political voice in the country with this type of information, or who is opposing the war itself or our involvement in the war. It's all one flavor of, are we doing enough, or we have to back Zelensky, and just, it's all interventionism one way or the other. There's no peace voice. There's absolutely no peace voice. And, regardless of how big our voice may or may not be, we have to insert that into society about this issue. We have to do it. So I'm going to put the link in the chat for that rally, Rage Against War. So I guess the last question I'll have as we wrap up the segment is, where does this end? What is the collision course? Does this end in stalemate? Does this end in us, our funding of Ukraine, untold numbers of Ukrainians die until Russia is bankrupt and retreats? Like, where does this end?
Yeah, good question. I don't know. I mean, that's exactly the right question. You phrased it just right. Are they going to negotiate an ending here? Or both sides are just going to insist on unconditional surrender until we lose Houston and decide, what to do then? I don't know. But look, I mean, I really don't like being alarmist, but it's worth pointing out here. I think this is really right. That you have think tank types who make a lot of money pushing studies, talking about how we could whoop the Russians, pushing these opinions, where they just omit the fact that would lead to nuclear war. Because you can't make money pushing a study like that is 1 page long and says, well, we can't do that. That would lead to nuclear war. So they just treat this issue like, yeah, we could have a land war with Russia and it would be fun. Or we would just bomb all their ground stuff with our airplanes, or this kind of, daydream. When the reality is that would almost certainly lead to general nuclear war. And in fact, even if it's a matter of the Russians outright losing and being defeated in Ukraine, I think that there's a real chance, and they've bluffed about this for the last year, I think there's a real chance that they would use nuclear weapons in order to not lose. It's the absolute height of their national security concern in a way that it's just not to us. And then here's the rub, though, is I think if anybody starts using atom bombs, especially when you're talking about the United States and Russia, then they use them all. Because very quickly it just spirals completely out of control. Nobody can back down. You can't let the other guy use a nuke and then you don't hit back. You got to hit them back double time. And then they're going to have to double, triple retaliate after that. And at that point, man, we better launch all our Minutemen or they're going to blow them up in their silos. And they think the same thing. And then that's it. All the strategic nukes go off. There's only so many folders for different nuclear war plans on the shelf there. And it's, it would be a matter of like, okay, well, we already have agreed that if this happens, we implement Plan C. It's government think behind nuclear war. And to them, it is, people think of it as unthinkable, but it's not. It could happen. And 1 or 2 nukes in Ukraine, I think, will be enough to cause within a week, probably we lose every major city in Russia and the United States and have nuclear winter, and it would be the end of the world. And so, yeah, again, I mean, I don't know why in the world this should be up to the libertarians to lead on this when, what's left of the left is somehow the descendants of the Vietnam War generation who opposed Iraq War II 20 years ago. And the conservatives have been burned and should have had it by now after 20 years of terror wars under the George W. Bush program and Barack Obama and Donald Trump program here. And so, isn't it enough already? Sorry to coin a phrase here. And shouldn't this be the most obvious thing for us to lead on? I know that Project Decentralized rEVOLution is more about running for mayors, but we can, chew bubblegum and skateboard at the same time. We have to. And because what's the point of being a mayor if you're dead?
Right. Well, and to be fair, while yes, the political strategy is local focused and all of that, at some point, there's an educational outreach and effort here too. Sure. The party does have a national voice. We do run national candidates, and are they going to win? No, they're not. But they do have a role, and that role is to educate. That is to tell the truth in the darkness, and bring light to all of these issues, and maybe reach somebody about this stuff. And
Absolutely.
it might be a long shot, but you know what? As you're outlining, there's nobody else taking it up. It's on us. That's all we got. So
and look, like I'm always saying, this is my specialty because I studied it for 1 semester in junior college. Everything is just social psychology. You got to let people know that it's okay for them to think this or that. You might have thought that, oh no one that is going to think of you the same way again if you take this position or whatever. But you know what? We're not necessarily asking you to change who you are. We're just asking you to change your opinion about some things where if enough of us got this right, we could really help, at least stop this country's descent into total hell here and start to try to turn things around. We need substantial percentage, plurality or majority in our society to understand why we need hard money to stop the boom bust cycle, why we need guns so that to maintain the peace, mutually assured destruction between the government and the people so that we can stay free. Why? Because look at who these guys are and what they will do, and why we need peace. Why we need to abolish the American empire and bring our military home and, accept the fact that the unipolar moment is over and that it's time to be a limited constitutional republic again. Somebody's got to be out there pushing that narrative where people can hear it and understand that it's okay to think this way about these things. And more than any other thing, that's what it is. So who are we? Well, we're peaceniks, but we're not commies. How do you like that? And in fact, the commies, it's hard to get them to speak up a lot of the times now, but it's never hard to get us to speak up. This is what we care about the most. This is the most important thing. And let that be an example. You know what? One word real quick here on Yemen too. We did everything we could to support and to push for that resolution to get passed in the House and the Senate. Biden came in at the last minute and deprived Sanders of the votes. Sanders really did want to push the thing. It was Biden came and took 20 votes from his margin and made sure that it was dead. Now, he should have had the debate anyway. I'm not apologizing for that. But the point is that we just helped establish the narrative in the country that people are pissed off about this Yemen war. I just saw an article about this that it didn't mention the libertarians, but I don't care. It said that a broad left-right coalition of people care about this and pushed really hard to make this happen. Now, whether they're even thinking of us at all or whether they're lumping us in with the right or whatever, I don't care. That's us doing the right thing and setting a good example. And people know, obviously it would have been better if we'd gotten it passed, but people know that obviously there's a reason that we care so much about the war in Yemen. And it's not because the Koch brothers are paying us with some weird oil money they're stealing out of there. It's because genocide is wrong and we're against it. That's it. We got no loyalty to the Saudis and their policies and our government's imperial order in the Middle East whatsoever. We want it gone. And that's it. And so even though we didn't win, we still did the right thing. And we did help push the narrative in the general public and in the media overall in the country that this does matter to people and that they care about it. And then in a smaller sense, in terms of alternative politics, people saw that the libertarian movement and the Libertarian Party were leading the way, and in some cases leading the left in the dust and making, a name for ourselves for doing the right thing. People were pleasantly surprised to see that the LP gives a damn. And so that's why I'm doing this with you guys. This is what I think is most important. And I think that, you can quantify it. If you count the skulls, that's how I quantify it. The piles of skulls. So it's the most important thing. And it's something that we have the comparative advantage in not just, knowing the story about what's really true about all of this stuff, but also in being able to express it to the American people in a way that should be acceptable to everybody. Rather than, turn everybody away.
Absolutely. All right, Scott. Well, I got to cut you there, man. Really appreciate the soliloquy. We can run for a local office where we can win, and we can speak truth to power where we can't win. And that's got to be and educate people on the principles, on the message as we move forward. And that's what we got to do, man. So thank you guys so much. Libertarianinstitute.org.com.
Org.
Yeah. Okay.
Yep.
Libertarianinstitute.org. Yeah. And, thanks for coming, guys, and Happy New Year.
Thanks, Keith. Thanks,
Take care, gentlemen.
Great work.
Best of luck. Everybody dig deep. Support the Mises Caucus.
So, all right, we got Maj Torre and Mark Lobener here on the back end. Before we bring them on, though, I want to bring Jeff on real quick. Just get a quick update. You guys missed it. Well, we had raised some money, and Jeff had to eat the deadly fire chip. How you feeling, Jeff?
It was fire. I've had some hot stuff before, but that was up there, guys. It was brutal. But anything to raise the funds that we need to get here. Say what's up this summer.
What's up?
How much milk did you have to drink, Jeff?
I did about a half gallon.
Right.
But then I moved over to the ice cream cake. I was sucking on the ice cream cake, and then I was underneath the faucet pouring water down my throat. It was good.
Right. Thanks for taking one for the team.
Thanks, guys.
See ya.
Jeff suffered for this, guys, and we are at what, 90% of the goal for the night, having blasted through our first $10,000 goal. This is the final segment. This is the home stretch. We need what, about $1,600 to hit that goal for the night of 15 grand. Project decentralizedrevolution.com. All of this will be going to the Take Human Action Tour events. Maj Toure is one of the speakers on those tour events. And, let's get to it, man. Really glad to have you with us, Maj. Mark, really glad to have you. You're a new friend in all of this. How you guys doing, man? Happy New Year's.
Happy New Year.
Hey, Maj.
Happy New Year, guys.
Hey, Mark.
So, Mark, I kind of want to start in with you because you're kind of just now really taking the bull by the horns on the party and the caucus and everything. And me and you had a conversation the other day. It was the first time we ever talked, and we really hit it off. And you seem to really get it, man. And you're talking about potentially running for office locally in your town. And what is it that's like animating you to get involved in this? And why don't you give our audience a little background about who you are and your business over there at MTS Nutrition?
Yeah, so I own a few companies, tigerfitness.com, MTS Nutrition, the Outright Bar, Ambrosia Collective is one of my brands as well. I have some coaching stuff, youth training facility in Franklin, Tennessee called Legacy at Carbon. Essentially, I'm finally just fed up. You're not going to fix the Republican Party. I think it was the omnibus that really just put me over the top because they all just did it. And at the end of the day, it's a uniparty. And we keep saying you'll never win with a third party, but realize we've been through different parties through the history of this country. Like, I don't see the Whig Party dominating anything anymore. You know what I mean? So at the end of the day, there needs to be some form of change. And the problem, the reason I used to be a registered libertarian when I lived in California, believe it or not. But I consider myself an independent because I can't roll with what the Republicans stand for, because I don't stand for a lot of things they stand for. And what do they stand for anyway? They stand for whatever the Democrats tell them to stand for. And I honestly don't think there are many Republicans out there. I think people vote Republican because they don't vote Democrat. Democrats are so bad that people vote Republican. That's what it comes down to. But nobody's like, yeah, I'm a Republican. Like, I don't think many people are proud of that. Do you really want to be identified as a guy who hangs out with Mitch McConnell? Like, is that guy cool? So at the end of the day, the main issue I had with jumping on board the Libertarian Party is, well, in the past, there's some weirdos involved with it. Every time I got on board, like, dude, the year Gary Johnson ran, I was all up. You can look at my Facebook history. I'm like, dude, we got to go Libertarian, got to go Libertarian, got to vote for Gary Johnson. I got all this hate. And I'm like, no, Libertarian, this is the year. And then Gary Johnson did Gary Johnson stuff. And I'm like, I'm out. And now it's at the point where I think with y'all getting involved, obviously knowing Maj, seeing what he's doing, I'm like, you know what? If there's ever a time to make a move, it's now. So here I am, and I don't do things half-ass. When I go things, I go in. I do a cannonball. I'm not just dipping my toe in the water. So if it's time to make a move, let's make a move.
Hell yeah, man. Maj, happy to have you with us. I see you out there hustling, trying to raise money to keep these gun safety classes going. What's going on in your world, and how's 2023 looking for you and BGM and Solutionary Lifestyles?
First, thanks everybody for having me. I'm super excited to hear Mark say what he's saying. To a lot of times when people come in as a libertarian and then they've been exposed to some of the weirdos and goofies, and then we'll lose them forever. We may not lose them in the sense of the ideology or the movement, but a lot of times folks won't engage with the party itself. And it's just super exciting to hear someone like Mark saying, hey, I'm gonna jump. Not only am I gonna jump in regards to highlighting that, hey, I'm a libertarian, but I'm gonna jump in and actually go, like you say, cannonball. I think that's indicative, and I think more people should speak out about that. You hear a lot of guys saying that in the conversations that you'll have with them in private, but to publicly make that statement is very, very bold, and I just, I'm super excited about that. In regards to BGM and, generating resources to keep the free classes going, obviously we've had companies like Next Level Training that saw what we're doing, and because to folks that don't know, we do firearms training, conflict resolution, de-escalation. We do these classes all around the country. We've been giving these classes for the last, I want to say, 5 years with voluntary donations. Our overall concept was we wanted people to individually choose to add their resources to a collective. Not saying that we couldn't change our model a bit and do it business wise in the sense of, hey, we're going to sell tickets to the show and then make it go that way. We wanted people to buy in a bit. The reason for that is because you always hear people say, collectivism is bad. Now, collectivism can be bad if it doesn't work while defending individual choices and liberties. But adding and working together voluntarily, especially with saying, hey, man, I don't know when the next time, you're coming to Chicago or you're coming to Compton or you're even coming to my town, but these areas need it. And we want to step up for the people, beginners that may need it. That's a choice. And showing that could work. And, for years, it did. I think what happened was we got successful at training and a whole lot of people bought guns, in our demographic in Philadelphia, as well as just urban demographics across the country. We said, 3 years, before we started, our goal was to make this demographic be the new gun buying demographic. We did that in under 3 years with less than $300,000 raised and given away for these classes. I think what started to happen is we started to buy a bunch of guns, and you see the narrative changing. 38 going on 39 months straight, there's been record, numbers of new gun buyers. I think the problem with that is you're successful, but then when people start to go, hey, I want to be a firearms instructor. Hey, I want to do this. Hey, I want to do that. It's a good thing for the movement, but we've had to kind of like readjust our approach to it. So that's the status there. We've had companies like Next Level Training say, hey, Maj, for the month of January, we're going to give you all of our online sales. So if you guys need cert pistols and stuff like that, which are these training guns and stuff like that, that helps. Go over to nextleveltraining.com, buy, that, use the code BGM, stuff like that helps. We have, I'm actually an ambassador for Ambrosia Collective. If you guys go over to ambrosiacollective.com, use the promo code MAJ, you'll get like 10% off. I've taken some of that money to put towards the classes. Mark sends me stuff all the time from Tiger Fitness. If you use, I think it's Solutionary 4, or we'll figure out whatever the code is again. But
I'll look it up now.
My point there, though, guys, is there are companies now saying we see the need for this to happen. Obviously, Tiger Fitness is a supplement company and working out, but that's a part of the overall solutionary lifestyle. You can't say you're a safe and responsible firearms owner if you're not working on your health and wellness and health and fitness. So there are all of these multiple areas where now we've got the general public for years going, we'll help, we'll pay it forward. Now these bigger companies are seeing the importance of it and merging. If you have the health and fitness community merging with the pro-gun community, and then we start having conversations with the cannabis community, generally these companies or these communities are very, very separate. They work in their own individual lanes. Obviously, with cannabis still being Schedule 1 federally, there's a lot of gun companies that were afraid to even have that conversation. But then we have, one of our other sponsors, Phoenix Ammo, that's given us ammo for our students for years. They're, liberty-based. There's a Justin and the team over there. They fit in the same bubble. They fit in that bubble of, we like libertarianism, but they're operating off of old information and bad intel about what the party and libertarianism is. I think when you have sit-down conversations with a lot of these folks that have big companies that would be more open to saying, hey, we like this liberty-based thing. Phoenix Ammo defied, the Michigan governor's lockdowns for damn near a year and some change. Like, they fought, they stayed in the fight, they did not close. There's nothing more libertarian than that. And so saying all of this to say, Black Guns Matter, the solutionary lifestyle, these other companies, now we're seeing it go from just a bunch of individuals to folks and companies that have like understandings of liberty and wanting to be more open about it. And I think that in a nutshell, there is an amazing parallel. There's things that a lot of Americans believed and wanted to stand up for over the last few years. They became more emboldened because they saw the state really, really stepping in and pushing to make sure that their livelihoods, their freedoms, their liberties were under attack. And so now, to Mark's point, there is pretty much no time like, the present because so many people are defecting. So many people see this, duopoly or this uniparty for what it is. Our job as, members of the caucus, the Mises Caucus, and libertarians and members of the Libertarian Party, or people that are liberty adjacent, that are a little bit hesitant, now it's our time to kind of like not just dip our toe in, because we have more, guys that have actual companies. One of the biggest, attacks on libertarians is, oh, you guys just want to worry about smoking weed and just having your guns and X, Y, and Z. Well, the reality is most of Americans, those are wedge issues for most Americans. Even whatever side they lay on, there's going to be a discourse around it. And more people, because the the heavy-handed overreaching of the state, more and more people are willing to say, and more, companies are willing to say, enough is enough. We want to make sure that this, we're sending our country in a direction politically that needs to go. And libertarian seems more and more like that option. So just again, huge, less about BGM, evolutionary lifestyle, more about the movement and having guys like Justin from Phoenix, Mark, from Nutrition, TigerFitness.com, all of these guys and women that are just stepping up and saying enough is enough, and we want to do something to defend the republic.
So I want to jump back to something that Mark said, like that you were interested back in 2016, and then you kind of dip your toe in, you check it out. Gary Johnson's like sticking his tongue out at people. He's doing the Aleppo thing, and you're like, man, what is this? And then bounce out. And I think what you're getting at there is kind of an image problem or a demographic problem inside of the LP that has produced an image problem for us for a while. And I think with the takeover of the Libertarian Party, that's something that's being pushed back against. And, not only do we have to run for, local office and do the nullification and decentralization thing, but we got to get more and more people who are credible, who have their own following, who have their own businesses, who have proven themselves in multiple arenas. And that's why it's exciting about, having people like you, having people like Maj, having people like Ian Smith, join the party. So like, how do you think that we could kind of change that image and attract more of these competent, accomplished type people?
I'd love to hit on that. I think the thing is, like we spoke about yesterday, man, you need cool people. You need people who aren't a weirdo. Like people think libertarian, I got it today when I posted some libertarian stuff. People are like, yo, was that y'all with the naked guy running across the stage? Like, we have these things that are just ingrained in people's heads, and it's kind of been in my head too. So I know where they're coming from. And also what people see federally with the presidential election. Okay, Trump sucks, Biden sucks. We understand that. But hey, if we give a vote to libertarian, that's taking a vote away from Trump, maybe. And that's why focusing on the local elections, focusing on earning people's trust, focusing on building up the image of the party. When you think the Libertarian Party, what do you think? What is the image people think? When you say libertarian, what do you think? That's what we need to think about. As a guy who spent his life branding and marketing different brands across different industries, okay, you need to think of what your position is as a party and what you're going to differentiate from the other parties. And honestly, we've just had a couple bad runs. Jorgensen turned out to be a big dud when she had a chance to make some statements. I think she's hilarious. I love her social media, but honestly, not a good candidate. Gary Johnson, I can't say enough bad things about him because he pushed me away from being a libertarian. So what do we do? And the key is cool people. You got Maj, all those guys you met at my gym those guys think just like us. Yeah. So how do we get them? How do we get a Mike Rashid? How do we get these guys to say, hey, I'm in? How do we do this? So how do we get in the social media age? How do we get these influencers to go forward? Because let's think about it. You have The Rock, literally. How many votes did Biden get because The Rock said he liked Biden? Nobody wants to admit it. I guarantee you that was a few votes. That was a lot of votes. So if we're able to get people who are influencers, who believe in, everybody wants what we want. Everybody wants freedom. Everybody wants prosperity. Most people want to be able to protect their homes, right? Most people don't want a government telling them they can't keep their business open. These are all things that we can all agree upon. Yet all we think about is a fat naked dude running across the stage. So how do we get away from that? And that's what I'm here to help you guys do, because honestly, as a business owner, I am fearful of what's going on. 87 new IRS agents. You got a Republican Congress and Republicans in Congress and Senate who passed a bill that does nothing but hurt America. And where are we going to go? We're just doing the same thing we've been doing over and over and complain. It's time for a change. It's time to go libertarian.
Yeah. So I think one thing to touch on that, what we as a caucus and inside of the Libertarian Party to kind of answer that question of how do we appeal to people who do have some stature. Historically, I think a big problem in the Libertarian Party has been there has been no cultural standards essentially. And if you don't like inculcate and then protect a culture, essentially the assholes get to run amok and they chase everybody else out. And that's kind of been the MO for the internal machinations of the party for a very long time. People allowed to just do whatever they want under the guise of it being freedom. But, you can have rules for private associations. You can have standards for private associations. You have standards for yourself. You as a big business owner, I'm sure you can recognize when other people don't have standards for themselves, and then not to take them seriously. And I think that has been a big problem for the LP. And it's something that's been a huge like the beginnings of a huge shift with the takeover is kind of having standards on the culture and standards for ourselves and raising the standards from where they are so that we can attract these types of people.
Yeah, I think that another, in addition from my angle is just the cool factor is a huge factor. When I did, you brought up Mike Rashid. When I went over there to do the podcast, I kind of talked about that. I kind of addressed like, yo, the hood is libertarian, and conservatives generally say that, oh, a lot of people are conservative. The black community is conservative, and I single out the black community primarily, not because I'm being divisive. I'm saying that because the black community has been the longest standing target of the Democratic Party and I don't mean that in a good way. I don't mean just targeting to like, hey, we want to help or we want to reach this demographic so it's mutually beneficial. I mean a target to make sure that this community does not advance and continues to be dependent on the government. That community has been the longest standing target of the Democratic Party. So if we want to really solve the problem, we kind of got to get at the root, the biggest part of it, tackle that first. Saying that to say, we talked about that on Mike Rashid's platform. You got guys like Dr. Boyce Watkins, who, has all of the degrees in finance, who's a smart dude, who's like been on The Breakfast Club, been on CNN, been on MSNBC, been on Fox.
I educated him about the Fed, just saying. That was fun.
And so these are guys that, but still are open. If I say, Doc, here's what the Fed is, here's what this concern is, here's what XYZ is. This guy votes libertarian the first time for his life, the last go round, just on some slight conversations from an objective space. When you have people that have credibility in their lane, in that space I did in that conversation with, Doc, they're going to be open. When I had that conversation with Mike is an alpha. Mike Rashid doesn't do things like, if it doesn't make sense, if he thinks about it and it makes sense, he's like, okay, that makes sense. But if it doesn't make sense, Mike's not doing it. So when we're having this conversation on this podcast and he's like, yo, so this libertarian thing like makes sense. Here's the reason. Oh, can you explain libertarian in a nutshell? What's your 30-second pitch? Don't hurt people. Don't take their stuff. Can anybody relate to that? Do you want less government involved in your hood? And he's like, yeah, this absolutely makes sense. Saying this to say, we failed. And I say we, even though I wasn't a part of it during that time. If you're a part of it now, you got to recognize fully, hey, if we're doing a rebrand and we're a part of this company, we have to identify where we did the thing incorrectly and change it. I think that explaining of it, and also, challenging ourselves to say things like, hey, yes, you can't just within 1 year get from under the thumb of decades of mainstream media propaganda to propagandize your movement. That doesn't happen in like 6 days. Like that, like there's been a hard concentration to make libertarianism or libertarians look stranger than they actually are. That's not like that part we cannot say we aren't going to change, but we also have to acknowledge that. There's a reason, and I am of the belief, I have to say belief, right? I am of the belief that some of these things that, took off like wildfire, instead of us talking about the fact that, Prodigy from Mobb Deep was a staunch advocate for Ron Paul. Nobody talks about that. Talking about that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, talking about Big Boy from Outkast being a libertarian in ideology for over 20 years at this point.
Bitch, he voted for Gary Johnson.
Right. These are the things, these are the reasons why we can't ignore the fact that maybe there's an unseen hand there attempting to make sure that the third largest political party in the world doesn't have a successful rebrand. You know, that ties also into now, for some reason, all of these neocons are coming out of their way to misrepresent, whether through ignorance or intention, misrepresent what libertarianism and the Libertarian Party is. So on one hand, we recognize that, yeah, we did have bad branding and bad marketing, but where did it come from? We got to consider the source. Now it's going to be coming from people that we represent a threat to their grift. When we say these things like the Uni Party and the duopoly working together and they're two wings of the same bird, we have to explain practically how that happens and then say how it's beneficial for those two parties to maintain their position and how we become the threat. So all of that ties into our cool factor, our ability to translate that to the demographic that we need to reach the most. And, you know, the names that are just, you know, casually being said in this conversation are men that work very, very hard and are objective, as well as evaluate things and have their own cool factor. They were cool before they became libertarians. You know, libertarianism and that idea for liberty and patriotism is just being packaged in a way that they can relate to. And, you know, I want to thank you guys over at the caucus for stepping out of the way to allow certain folks to really, really flex, no pun intended, but to flex and say, this is how I have to speak to the demographic to translate this culturally to them. And when you understand culture, you know, like Breitbart, you know, rest in peace, said, you know, politics is downstream from culture. And it's a very, very important piece. And I think we have a lot of the great pieces on the board now, and people that could come on board that are more than likely willingly coming on board, that we have the messaging and the languaging to make sure that they become force multipliers for not just the party itself, but the movement in general, because both of them are key.
Yeah, and I think there's a snowball effect. I mean, you guys have both mentioned Mike Rashid, you know, getting somebody like Mark in, circling back, Ian Smith, somebody like him coming in, getting them to get active. You know, people who are successful have friends who are successful. You know what I mean? And we are social animals. And once again, I mentioned this earlier, like once somebody does a thing and does it in front of other people, they make that thing acceptable in the subconscious of those other people. You know, somebody has to be brave enough to do something first, to risk looking like a fool, to do something first. And then everybody else starts to get brave and it starts to snowball out of control. And I think that's what we're talking about right now is kind of the beginnings of that, of bringing in these kind of people with stature so that their friends who have stature, their friends who have success, their friends who have businesses and all of this kind of stuff can start to feel more comfortable coming in. And that's what I really hope to see out of this is that, you know, we start with one, you know, crew of people coming in who you know, have this kind of success or have this kind of stature, and then that snowballs to more people, which then snowballs to more people. And in my experience, when you step out and take these risks, and it can snowball beyond whatever, like anything you imagine. Like, you know, we're what, one person away from Michael Malice, which is who knows Elon Musk, I think, at this point. You know what I mean? Like, we have no idea what's possible if we just kind of stick our necks out, try, and have some faith.
Absolutely. It's just a matter of getting the messaging is key. So the key is the messaging is different for different people. Like, I'm going to explain things different than Maj. So it's just a matter of what does libertarianism mean to you? Yeah. And I think Maj explained it perfectly. So how do we package that up and make it where the average low information voter can understand?
Right. Yep.
Absolutely. Well, guys, we are coming up against time, so I'll let each of you get if you have a final thing you want to say you know, say your piece, and then we'll let people enjoy the rest of their New Year's.
You first, sir.
Everybody, man, be kind to each other. I want everybody to remember that this matrix, this animal, this whatever you want to call it, energy, demon, lower vibration, it thrives off of our chaos, our lack of communication, and our hatred being pointed at each other. We have been subjected, in the last 2 going on maybe 3 years at this point, we have been subjected to things that are not normal. The COVID regime, the lockdowns, the masking, even though it was unprecedented on some levels, some of this, the masking, the Spanish flu, these things happened before, but it was ratcheted up a lot. So if you're going through something right now, you got to recognize that you fought through something that was not normal. It was not human. It was not, it didn't make you feel good. When you went outside and you were brave and you said, I'm not wearing a mask. There's no science that supports that. And now we look like geniuses, as libertarians tend to, right? Or people that are ahead of the curve, that are objective. We look like geniuses because we all knew from like the 80s, like, yo, Fauci's a piece of trash. He's lied for however long, and we're not going to repeat the same thing. I want you to know that you fought through something that was designed to break you. It was a psychological operation. And I'm saying that not in conspiracy theory terms. I'm saying that as a conspiracy, people conspired to make that happen. So I want you to give yourself some grace this new year. I want you to be kind to each other. I want you to support the businesses that did not ridicule you. I want you to reestablish friends with people that, that are coming around that may have fought against you over these last few years, but even they were caught up in a matrix. And so I just want everybody to be kind to each other, support the businesses that are being open and saying, hey, we're not closing our business. Hey, we're going to go to libertarian route, because it is, even at this point, we're past a certain level of corniness to it, right? Or we're beating the main or fighting super hard against the mainstream narrative, but it's still difficult. Guys like Mark that are saying, hey, I am the physical representation and CEO of a bunch of different brands, and I'm being open and saying this outwardly. Those companies are still going to need your support, because we're not through the forest. Like, we're not through the woods on this, so being kind to each other, supporting the people that are willing to be liberty minded, supporting those businesses, go to tigerfitness.com, use promo code solutionary4. If it's a different one, I'll tell you guys later.
That's it. That's the one I just checked.
All right, boom. Go to ambrosiacollective.com, use promo code MAJ. Get healthy, guys. Vitamin D, water, working out. You do not eat enough, so you do need vitamins and supplements. And I'm not saying this because Mark's paying me to say it. I'm saying it because all of the science, the faux science that they tried to get us to forget about, was about exercise, health and wellness, going outside, breathing, right? Engaging. Mike, you just said, we're social animals in that perspective. Make sure you're doing these things, guys, and pat. You do get a moment to pat yourself on the back, because you took those arrows, and it's very, very important that we do such. And again, on a selfish note, if you guys can support the work, givesendgo.com/solutionary to keep these classes free, as well as I think we're 93.3% away from the overall goal for the money bomb. Share this, give, guys. This work that we're doing at the Mises Caucus and the Libertarian Party, and making sure that this rebrand happens with cool, smart, objective, honest, and principled people, it costs a lot. It takes a lot of energy and resources. So please make sure you're donating, and thank you for listening to these great gentlemen and gentle ladies.
Yeah, I guess I'll just, you said it perfectly, man. Look, it's time to come out of the woodwork, and the two-party system is not going to work long term. With that said, it's not going to come overnight. We're going to start winning presidential elections in 2024. It starts locally. Hey, you know what? Maybe you can run for something. Run for alderman, run for city council. I think that's the same thing. Run for mayor, run for school board. Do something in your community. Coach kids, do something. Like what Maj is doing with the community, I do with kids. You know what I mean? You got to get out there. You got to influence the next generations. I'm not saying indoctrinate them. I'm not saying talk politics with them, but you need to lead by example. And number one thing is take care of yourself. You know what? The people who made it out the best out of everything that happened were generally in shape. You talk about Ian Smith, you talk about Maj, talk about a Mike Rashid. We didn't skip a beat. during the COVID thing. Why? Because we knew that if our system can't handle it, then it's something no one else can handle as well. So you got to take care of yourself, keep yourself healthy, because if you don't keep yourself healthy, you can't help everybody else. So you can't, I think Coolio said it best, you can't help me if you can't help yourself. Now you can't help anybody else if you don't stay healthy yourself. So do that. And again, I'm proud to be a part of this. I've been watching Maj do his thing. And again, like I was scarred, emotionally scarred from what happened in 2016. And then finally after the omnibus, I'm like, let's go. I'm like, it's time. There's no better time. And to be at the grassroots, the ground level of something so significant. And I predict this will be something that will be in the history books of what happened, about how a third party emerged. So it's gonna be really great. So I appreciate you guys having me.
Absolutely, man. And I've talked a lot about culture, and a healthy culture is comprised of healthy people. And that's what it boils down to. We like if we're going to accept that this is going to be a long-term endeavor that is going to have to emerge from the ground up, then we have got to balance our lives and support each other in balancing our lives. We got to get our families right and balance that with this work. We got to get our health right and balance that with this work. We got to support each other who are struggling with this. Support each other with each other's help. Support each other with our family life and our love life and our creative life. It takes all of these things to be healthy, and it's going to take balance in these things in the long term if we're going to do this work. And so ultimately what's got to happen here is we have to be a community that gives a shit about each other as much as we give a shit about the work that we're doing. And if that happens and that community happens and then a culture takes hold within that community, that's going to be the thing that holds us together no matter what happens. I've already seen it happen just in the micro in my own experience with the caucus, man. It ain't the power of the state, but we had to deal with absolutely ridiculous bullshit from some of the most vile people you've ever seen. People talking about, death threats and wanting to suck our blood and, like breaking laws, defrauding us, like all of this kind of crazy shit that we had to go through. But what had happened was that the culture had taken hold of the community. And that was the thing that mattered most. And that was what held people together as we marched forward and achieved our goals. We did it there in the micro. We can do it in the macro. We just got to believe in it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So, all right. Well, I thank you guys for coming, man. Take human action. Really appreciate it. We'll be in touch. And Happy New Year, guys.
Happy New Year, guys. Yeah.
All right. So...
Hey, Mike, you forgot that we also had witches casting spells on us and trying to grab our hair.
Witches grabbing our hair, man. Like, that's not even a joke. It's supposed to be, but...
I think she was well, I won't go down there, but her timeline during that episode didn't end well. But anyway, we made it out.
It didn't end well for a lot of those people. So... before we sign off here tonight, I really want to thank everybody. I've been sitting here since 4:00 this afternoon, going on 6 hours here, and a lot of work. And I know that we have been pounding the emails, asking for money the past couple months. These are some big goals with the Take Human Action Tour, and Project Decentralized Revolution. And this is a very grassroots effort. It's going to take the support of your guys' grassroots like you gave us tonight. Hitting our initial goal of $10,000, just under that $15,000 goal. I hope we can hit that overnight. But you guys have my word. We're going to take January off from asking you for money and stick to the good news of the work. And so I think on the back end here, we're going to have a number rise up here on the ticker, because there you go, $64,000. And the reason that just got shot up there is because while $15,000 was our goal for the night, in those emails, we had a goal over the course of January to hit $50,000, and we did that. So we've raised $64,000 towards this effort in the month of did I say January? December? I mean, yep. So we've essentially paid for 3 of these Take Human Action Tour events outright, and we need to keep on going. So thank you guys so much. Have a happy New Year. Take human action, and I'll see you guys out there in the trenches.
See you guys. Thanks, Mike. Mike's been on the phone for the last couple of months to get that number up there. So we all, he deserves a lot of our thanks. And so happy New Year. It's going to be a great one for all of us. And hope to see you all at some of the Take Human Action tour stops. I'm going to make as many as I can. So, all right. See you guys.
Peace.